vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times that make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
모자랐다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah, focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 I'ma feel it in my mind 그
browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. And besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Welcome everyone to the 2026 MSI Grand Finals. Later today, BLG and Hanwha Life will face off for the last MSI title, but for the next MSI title. But first, we have a show match for the first time ever featuring the brand new Game Mode League Classic, and I'm here with Kobe, the Fisho, and Freak. Oh
What's
my
up?
god!
Hey, good to be back. Been a long time.
Yes.
Give us one, tons of damage.
Come on.
Yeah, we gotta save it. Okay,
we got 15 minutes, so we
You ruined everything already.
I
want it now! Too bad!
What is it like being back at the desk, guys?
It's great. I flew in a little early, so I was spending the last couple of days hanging out with you guys. And every single time I see someone, I'm like, DeFiscio, it's been so long! What's up, dude? And then you'll come back tomorrow and be like, DeFiscio, it's been so long!
This is like the 10th time now.
Yeah, it's great. I'm having a great time.
I'm just nervous.
I love that nobody has changed at all.
No,
Everybody,
you look the same.
That's true. That's true. I noticed when I came back, I'm like, it's all the same names.
Yeah.
Like nobody's new.
No, I mean how people act too.
Oh yeah, I have not changed at all.
All the inflections are the same.
We haven't grown up, and League keeps you young.
True.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what
Perfect.
So let's start by taking a look back at a lot of these old moments. There's a lot of memories. I don't know where we want to start, right? But it's kind of crazy to think about a lot of us that were there from the very start, and also so much has changed. Like, look at this.
Vicious! First thing that comes to mind, he stole my spot. They kicked me off CLG for him.
He even stole your name as the guy who misses all the smites, too.
Yeah.
It used to be 24, and now it's St. Vicious.
Do you know what?
Bjergsen!
That was Bjergsen, baby Bjergsen. I like that.
Mash.
Don't
Cyrus.
mash me.
I mean, this was.
Let's go!
I said I do have a picture with Faker. It was from 2013.
Yes, from All Stars Paris.
Super old
I remember
2014,
that. You
yeah.
do have one. This is in. I don't know where this is.
That's in Korea.
Yeah.
Look at Riv. Oh my God.
Wow, what a great selfie, guys.
That's the one where we weren't on the broadcast, so we were in the stands.
I know.
So you were making like a,
We were very
right, we're
sad.
not on the show.
We were
Here's
very
a
sad.
selfie.
And
Very
I think
sad.
we're going to give
Original
all the
season one world.
Look at
Freak
Riv.
and John
Oh,
Miller in the
Riv before
casting
he
as
went
well.
great like me.
True.
Hello,
That's season
everybody,
one.
and welcome to the League of Legends.
It's me!
There he
It's
is.
me! And
League of
Joe,
Legends
don't call me Joe Miller.
$100,000
Tell me, how far have we come since the basement?
You know, a little bit. It is actually truly incredible how much things have changed over the last, 16, 15 years of LoL Esports.
I cannot be happier to be here.
I mean, I also still can't be happy to be here. Like,
Yeah.
whatever that man said, I still agree with.
You look great. This to me was like the event that made pretty much myself and everyone around me want to go all in on esports.
Yeah.
Like literally just watch season 1 Worlds and like Freak talking about it, and we're like, this is serious.
Was it
like,
for
this
you?
is real.
Was it also for you a combination because I fell in love with League and then I fell in love with that early? Oh,
Gentlemen, I'm Fisho's supporter, and I'll be your host for the next
I'm gonna
10
cry.
weeks as we kick off the
You know how
Legends
much I struggled with that
Championship
teleprompter?
Series
They had to get me in.
You look so relaxed. She looks so relaxed.
Yeah, it's just pretty wooden, I think. Definitely. But do you remember that the first years, like you were playing League, falling in love with League, and then it coincided with the start of esports, all those streamers, the early co-streamers actually from TSM?
I mean, honestly, when I started, I never thought it was going to get this big.
Yeah, sure.
You know? I was in college, playing with my friends. I was like, oh, well, graduated now. Okay, time to do something else. Get a real job.
What did you do in 2010, by the way? Didn't you win something?
True. We won the only gold medal for North America, WCG 2010. We don't count the IEMs that
the other things in North America also won. Yeah, no big deal. I mean, we won the grand prize beating Europe 3-0 a couple days ago. So
SK.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's old school.
I know.
Hey,
I was
Kobe.
casting out on stage with D-Man. I was there.
Do you remember? Oh, that's a special one.
There he is.
We miss him.
Wait,
don't
we gotta hear this one.
Which one was it? From our games, all the games were really good. I cannot choose one, so I think the best for me was to just come here and meet all the fans and obviously see her pretty face every morning makes it a lot
You
better.
made me think there was going to be a joke here. What?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
You're like, everyone be quiet.
It's really important. Let
That
Peke
was a
talk.
legendary moment.
what's this one?
My favorite one is the he's too tanky.
Casting the back door. That's solo queue streaming.
go.
We're doing esports.
Give some context. Give some context.
I mean, this game literally lasted like, what is it, like crazy long, and they were super far
55
behind.
minutes.
56
And then they
now,
just
yeah.
came back into the game, literally just doing this for the first time ever, and everyone coined it the X-Peke backdoor.
Yes.
Yep.
Literally.
So as is on that
X-Peke,
team, he's
X-Peke,
also
X-Peke.
here. Yeah, it's crazy.
my God.
This is what I think so many early memes got made that are still alive now, but a lot of people might actually not realize
I don't think people know where it came from.
Yeah.
They've just
Yeah,
heard the
right there.
name, right? X-Peke and so on when it's a backdoor. They don't actually know this was a
Oh, no.
Great interview. Great interview.
Oh, no.
We've been practicing like in a lot of scrims, and we're like just prepared for this. Like we're just like
We already knew, like...
You already knew?
Yeah, we just knew.
This is
a
lot
more intense than the LCS will be.
I love
Oh, they cut out the best part. Okay.
That's a sad clip.
Sad clip as well.
I know.
Oh, so many memories.
That's a sad one. Yeah.
Every
Really early
Everything that's
memories
there,
for sure.
Yeah. It's been done.
What are some of your favorite memories from early League? Be it the game, be it on air.
I mean, they actually showed some of the pictures from some. The old, one of us in the streets in Korea for the World Championships was definitely one of the best.
I think qualifying for the first EU LCS.
Yeah.
You know, like in Warsaw, we didn't know what we were playing for. We just randomly won something, and then they came afterwards and said, "Congrats, here's a contract. You're now a pro player." And we were just like, "Whoa, what happened here?" See you in Cologne next week.
Yeah, perfect.
And that was basically it.
Go start your job.
I like that we got the support is so easy, dude. Wow, that was also your role.
Yeah, that was my role.
only got in
literally played just like Nunu and stuff and click block boil.
Yep. Yeah, for me it was 2010 playing a bunch of 5-stack pre-mades. Buying all the Aura items, playing all the Aura champions. We would rush Dragon at level 1 at the start of the game.
Yeah.
It would just spawn at the start. We try to do 8-minute Barons. It was just like, it was so Wild West. You could kind of play whatever.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of like found a bunch of stuff. You could have invented it.
Yeah,
it was kind of great.
It was so amazing. I think the playing with your 4 friends, those games, those early games, it's some of the best gaming memories I've ever had. I remember.
You guys had 4 friends?
Yeah, we did.
I played solo.
Had enough?
No. I remember that someone who I used to play Unreal Tournament with, they hit me up like 10 years later and was like, "We're playing this thing called League of Legends." And I was like, "A MOBA?" And then I fell in love with it.
I know.
And yeah, I played a lot of Vayne actually, and then I looked up to Uzi Vayne, and it was, oh my god, it was a wonderful time. By the way, this is do you remember how Silver Scrapes got created?
Tell us a story.
Well, so Silver Scrapes is what plays all the time before the Game 5, and you might wonder, why do we play that song and not any other song? Well, at the World Championship in 2012, right? Correct?
Yeah.
There was a technical issue.
Yep, during semis, I think.
And that technical issue hampered the show for 8 hours, maybe 9 hours. And this isn't like now where we're like as competent of bringing stuff up, but yeah. Oh, in this moment, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and they kept looping Silver Scrapes during that time, the 8 hours, so.
God, we're talking and then we're missing these moments.
I know.
That's fine, they can see them.
The Fish Show, you've barely spoken. What's wrong with you?
No, I'm trying.
Yeah, drop him a color card.
She just called you out.
Straight on air. Welcome back.
He doesn't have any good memories. His best player got poached by TSM after a year, so.
It is true, actually. We did randomly get invited to Worlds, a bunch of us, Season 3. We didn't qualify, but we got invited. And suddenly by mid lane, I went to Disneyland with another team. And then he came back and he was like, "I want to go to North America." That was it. And we sold him for, I think, $20,000. That was
a good deal. That's one of the best deals we ever made.
Oh, yeah.
Literally the price.
Bjergsen was our best deal we ever made.
Oh, this moment. A yellow star.
Oh, no. Poor
Here we go.
Yeah. Poor yellow star.
Dude, why you guys gotta do him like that? He's sitting right over there.
To get him motivated, I guess.
I love how you get famous for all kinds of plays, and then this is his play.
I mean, they show the Captain Jack Insta Cleanse, and then they show this
one
right next to each other.
Yeah, I wonder if we have the XPeke Sivir 500 APM
that's much
team
later.
fight.
That's much later. Just
yeah, like
standing
season
still.
8-ish. But
This is the SOAS Classic.
oh, yeah.
We will see this today, by the way.
You think?
Yeah, he will do this today.
Oh.
Bets now. Does he live?
Always.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Always.
Oh, the juke.
Dude, he was in Season 1 World Championship Final with Yellow Star. Isn't that insane to think about?
crazy.
Yeah, they're obviously playing it today, but they've been in the scene for so long. TP out.
Let's go.
Good call.
It was
Good
good.
call.
What a good play. What a good player.
Did he-
And he's playing again today.
He's playing again today. Maybe we can take a look at a couple of rosters in a second because we can keep looking at those old memories.
Is this the illusion play?
Double lift is right there.
Yeah, he's also playing.
Is this good or bad double lift?
No, this is good double lift.
Okay, okay.
It's not the Victor play. It's not the Victor
Yeah,
play.
this isn't Worlds. He's actually good.
No.
Okay. Oh, let's go.
This is
Right
the one where
moment.
he takes over. It's clean.
Yeah.
Wins the game.
And yeah, look at all these kills for Shen.
Pocket pick, by the way.
Yeah.
The Lucian at the time.
Yep. When it was just like the most meta AD carry.
Yeah.
It's true.
I actually asked him like 2 weeks ago. He's like, no, it's actually still like my favorite AD carry to play. Yeah, I wasn't just memeing. I was like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But it's not in Classic, right?
I don't remember.
Oh,
you don't remember?
He's not on launch roster.
You made
Yeah, in law.
I was largely not in charge of champions.
Okay. Let's take a look at the rosters then, what we have for our show match, because we could reminisce forever, but we can also reminisce by looking at some of these players. It's just an all-star lineup.
Yeah, and we had a lot of them showing some of the plays we had. You know, Soaz right there, Double Lift right there as well, Yolastar, all playing today.
I mean, half of them are famous for like a specific play. Not always the greatest, right? Scar Award, maybe not the greatest play ever.
What's that one?
That was that he tries to ward over the dragon into Tri-Brush, and
yeah.
he keeps missing it, and he just gives up and walks away.
Yeah, he uses all of his wards.
Yeah, that's
gives
a
up and
classic
walks
one.
away.
We got Wei Xiao, which it's probably a name most people don't remember. But Season 2, he's the best AD carry in the world.
Yeah,
and he was basically like China.
Everybody
like,
was looking up to him.
Yeah, everyone loved Wei
For
Xiao.
sure.
And now he's playing support today for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, he's with Double Lift, the greatest AD carry of all time.
So right.
True.
Who could, to be fair, play Blitzcrank today.
Yeah,
as
I know.
Support.
No, Double Lift was DMing me on like early
Is Nocturne in? We could get Levi on Nocturne?
I don't think that one's in.
Oh.
We got to stop asking him.
Yeah,
he doesn't remember.
He's not sure. See the gameplay.
It's supposed to be a secret.
Yeah.
Well,
no, we got to play
Paul
now.
told me that AP Master Yi is in there,
Yes,
so
AP
Scar,
is in.
Yeah.
Scar can play as Master Yi.
Now he has to play Katarina.
He's going to play Gragas.
True.
The Master Yi was so OP.
Has
I
to
know,
play
he was good.
Katarina.
Yeah. Double Lift was DMing me. He's like, hey, who's the best champ in the game? I'm like, bro, play something that's like different. He's like, I want to play like Corki or Vayne. I'm like,
Nah,
those are the
that's so
same
boring.
champion, bro. What are you doing? He's like, I want to win. I'm like, let people see something cool.
I love how they're all turbo sweats still. Even after everyone being retired for years and years, the competitive drive never goes away.
I mean, Soaz and Yellowstar were sitting in the practice room yesterday, actually just like figuring out what to play and like trying different things. So I think it will be a fairly serious show match.
You think?
Yeah.
I think so.
I don't like when people take it too serious. I gotta be honest
this
with you.
is literally Worlds for Classic. It's the
true.
first
That's
game.
true.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have to win.
This is as important as Kobe's gold medal.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, of
Finally,
course, of
someone
course,
backing me up.
That's okay. At least he mentioned my gold medal. Take it. Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, it should be really fun. I mean, they'll sometimes they go into it and they're all serious, and then when one team starts losing, they're like, okay,
happy game.
Just kidding.
Happy
Now,
game.
now it's all for fun.
Yep.
All right, we have 2 minutes 40 left. Tell me why you fell in love with League of Legends.
I was playing a bunch of Warcraft 3 mod Defense of the Ancients, the original one from Reign of Chaos. I'd even played Aeon of Strike back in StarCraft, but no one remembers that one. That's okay. And it was like, man, I really want to play something with like matchmaking and like some actual developer support. So I got into League, immediately loved it, played it nonstop throughout the rest of college. Applied to go join Riot because I really wanted to get into gaming, and was like, this game is amazing, and just kept playing it 17 years later.
So I thought the game was a scam because back then free to play games were sort of like you didn't really touch that. You had to download it and everything. I was like, this might go wrong. This could be really terrible, but I downloaded, started playing, and then shortly after Pantheon got released, I picked it in a game. I went like 10-0, and my entire team basically said, wow, you are amazing. You're so good.
You're so
and I was immediately addicted. I just needed a positive feedback from my team and literally stomping someone.
Positive feedback in League?
I know, it happened back then. I did carry the game, to be fair. Just wanna
Kobe?
I fell in love when I saw the first champion spotlight. And
that's beautiful.
This beautiful man delivering some quality information to us.
In an echoey conference room on a like pretty crappy microphone. Yeah, high production quality for sure.
Yeah, nothing beats playing in the early days with your friends. You know, everyone's like, get on, we're going to play some League right now. And it also took our group away from Dota as well, so it was kind of a similar thing.
Yeah, it's some of the best memories in the world. I still remember like waking up early, hearing Monty and Doa cast OG Yen. Like it's like ingrained into my brain. But yeah, we're almost at the show match. How do you two feel about casting again together with Chad?
It'd be great. Yeah, it's been a good long time. We cast together, I don't know, I think at least 8 years ago or something.
Probably 8 years ago, yeah. I might be a little rusty, but we'll see.
Okay.
He's going to be great because
Yeah,
he just
I
did the
know everything
retirement
about the game.
tournament, and he literally made this game, so he knows everything.
We'll do okay.
He's gonna show you up.
Nobody can call me out for mistakes.
Why not?
It's 13 years ago. How can I remember anything?
He was prepping by watching old Copenhagen Wolves.
I did actually do that.
You know everything.
I did actually do that. I did watch some old games. I got the pentakill from Bjergsen in there. Got to watch it. I almost stole it. I was like,
Pentakill?
I was literally like one
Glad
second
that
away
we got
from
that out of the
stealing
way
it.
now, that we know now.
Would have ruined the whole story. But no, I watched some old games.
Okay.
I did watch some old games. We're ready.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm prepped. We'll see what the players play. Hopefully it's exciting. Because like obviously
Soraka
some
top
champs
lane.
haven't changed in 16 years, so fingers crossed that's different.
My very first champ that I played was Shaco, and I love that the cooldown didn't start when you casted it, and so you could be like permanently invisible with your Q.
Yeah, that got nerfed.
With
For
that,
good reason.
it's now time for our League Classic show match. Let's go.
What is League of Legends to you?
My first game of League of Legends, I remember it fondly because there was just a little bit of magic in how the game played, and I couldn't stop.
저에게 리그 오브 레전드랑 어떻게 보면 저의 인생을 바꿔준 은인이라고 볼 수 있죠. 첫 경기다 보니까 좀 되게 긴장을 많이 했었던 그런 기억이 납니다.
The first memory I had in my pro career was when I attended the first World Championship. I was very impressed of being able to attend such a big tournament.
其实我非常喜欢每天就是什么16小时或者18小时训练的时间，因为我觉得在那样的状态下面，就是那样的活法才是真正的我。
To me, League is my whole life. I was homeless, playing League in the League community. I got to get off the streets and live on Travis's couch.
솔로킬, 펜타킬, 에이스. 여러분의 가슴을 뛰게 만드는 그런 순간이 언제 찾아올지는 아무도 모릅니다.
League of Legends used to just be about all the fun we had.
I think the early days of League was defined by certain players.
Cái khoảnh khắc đấy khi mà mình cầm con Nocturne để thi đấu với Fnatic thì cái lúc mà mình dùng chiêu cuối ở khoảng cấp độ nặng. Hôm đấy là một cái thời điểm nó rất là sớm và mình cũng có thể cảm nhận được là cái khán giả ở Trung Quốc cái thời điểm đó họ rất là cuồng nhiệt và thích thú với cái khoảnh khắc đó. Và thực ra thì hôm nay khi mà mình gặp lại SWAT thì mình cũng nhớ một chút tại vì trận đấy cũng có SWAT.
We're all back for the thing we love, League of Legends.
Back when anything was possible, when even NA could win worlds. We still can.
To feel the magic of these moments again is something we all crave. Think back to the classics.
팀 바론 대 팀 드래곤. 역사에 남을 승부가 시작됩니다.
전 세계 리그 오브 레전드 팬 여러분, 한때는 불가능이라 생각했던 시간 여행을 오늘 여러분과 함께 하려고 합니다. 무엇이든 가능했던, 그리고 소환사들이 협곡을 지배했던, 그리고 우리의 상상력만이 유일한 한계였던 바로 그 시절로 말입니다. 이제 리그 오브 레전드 클래식을 처음으로 만나볼 시간입니다. 자, 리그 오브 레전드 e스포츠를 빛낸 전설의 선수 10인을 무대 위로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 플리즈 웰컴, 모두 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 팀 바론의 탑 즈타이. 다음으로 정글 앰비션. 진짜 오랜만에 만나보네요. 미드 스카라. 이어서 원딜 더블 리프트. 끝으로 서폿 웨이샤오입니다. 이에 맞서는 팀을 소개해드립니다. 팀 드래곤. 자, 한선선 선수 여러분께 소개해드립니다. 자, 팀 드래곤의 탑 소아즈. 이어서 정글 리바이. 다음으로 미드 폰입니다. 이어서 바텀 캡틴 잭. 서포터 노란별 옐로우 스타입니다. 대전에 오신 여러분, 협곡을 빛낸 10명의 전설들에게 다시 한번 큰 응원의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 네, 그럼 세계 최초로 공개하는 리그 오브 레전드 클래식 지금부터 만나보시죠.
Hello everyone and welcome to the League of Legends Classic show match. It is my great honor to be here with Officio and Jat and to cast a fearless best of one, full EU tradition of course, between honestly 10 legendary players playing a legendary game back to a form that they basically all were in their primes during.
I can't wait, dude. Just so much nostalgia watching them walk out, but so much nostalgia for me casting with Freak and Officio.
Oh, you still remember my name? Thank you.
I said it a second ago, so we got it back.
I know we probably cast together at, I don't know, 2018 or 2017, but I remember I think it was the 2015 World Final that we cast together.
We did. It was actually Riv instead of Freak.
That was 11 years ago, dude.
I know. It feels kind of weird, but it's the same also with just League Classic right now. Like I keep rewatching old games and just realizing it was not 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was like 13, 14, 15 years ago that we were watching Season 1, 2, and 3. And it's kind of crazy just to go back in time. And I still love how the game looks back then. So I will definitely love how it looks today.
Sure, yeah. And so we're going to see here, you'll hopefully be flashbanged by some very fun and interesting icons. We are going to do basically no bans. There was some talk they were going to gentleman's ban Gragas. They're saying it was too OP.
Yes.
Not sure it's actually going to happen. Look
okay,
at that
so
beautiful
how
Ari
is the ban
splash art.
phase working now? Because this is different than what I remember.
Right, so the way the ban phase is going to sort of work, 4th and 5th picks get bans. There's only 60 champions in the launch roster, so only 2 bans per team.
So they banned Gragas and Master Yi?
They did. AP Yi is gone. AP Gragas is gone. Old
No, it's
Sona,
good. You don't want to
Ari.
watch Master Yi right now. We need Katarina for Scar. I'm just
Sona
saying that
ban
already.
and OG Ari ban before the alt had resets, but still very strong.
So we have to teach everyone who didn't play back then, when you go into Champ Select, when you play yourself, it's about typing as fast as possible.
True.
Me mid, or whatever role you want.
Jungle.
There's no other way of getting it.
Dude, if there was streamer mode back then, I never would have gotten jungle. Because, like, you could use your reputation to get your role back in the day.
Yo, we get old Skarner.
Nice,
Okay,
old
good.
Skarner.
Lisa,
Wait,
of
which
course,
version of Skarner is this?
This is the very first version of Skarner. Flowers himself is over the moon. This is his favorite version of Skarner.
Okay, so this is pre-Spires.
Pre-Spires.
W gives you move speed.
And attack speed.
Q just is it's a spam ability.
Yeah.
What was the E?
The E is I mark people, and if I hit them, I get a heal.
Yeah,
But it's
right,
like,
right.
It's like a skill shot. It's like a traveling skill
it's
shot.
one you don't max because it's kind of boring.
Hell yeah.
Alistar top lane, we did actually talk to Soas
different.
yesterday.
Go ahead.
And Soas was basically saying, guys, old Alistar is back, which means you can headbutt auto attack.
You can get the auto attack?
You can get the auto attack.
Sheen Alistar?
So he's going to
Oh, and we get the
he's got
Kassadin.
And Kassadin. Old Kassadin.
We get Kassadin.
Okay, so this is Kassadin with the long ult range.
It's 700 range Rift Walk.
And then it's Karthus.
And a silence on his Q.
It's Karthus who will have TP revive most likely.
Yeah.
So that's what Scar is going to be doing.
Dude, TP revive.
When he was a mid laner.
Karthus.
Not sure if a meme or not. Vayne.
All right,
okay,
good.
so Corki's kind of try hard.
Fast.
We have to say Corki's try hard.
Double's playing Vayne, bro.
Yeah, but it's not as try hard. Corki's super broken on this patch. Like ridiculously broken.
Yeah.
Just highlighting that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Corki before the Q was a missile, so it just kind of hits the ground. It does reveal.
And okay, Corki Janet is really sweaty.
Yeah. And this is also old Janna, her passive, global move speed to your team.
Nice. Yeah, that's why.
That is a very strong. Also, the E gets 50 attack damage for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
We should probably highlight for anyone who's confused, like the champions are not all locked from one patch. Like this is across like different early seasons.
Yeah.
So you have different versions of the champions.
So the way I'll kind of phrase it is like, it's like kind of vaguely Season 3, but not exactly. It's more, if there was a different kit, we tried to take it. So yes, it's the very first version of, for example, Skarner. That's period accurate already, not a big deal. For something like Twisted Fate, he was already on his modern kit by 2013, so we went farther back. We went like 2010 Twisted Fate. Gate is on his E. Yes, global teleport at level 1. Those are the kind of kits we went for, so hopefully it's going to be a very fun experience. If you had played since beta, you'll be like, I remember that kit, I played with that stuff. Understanding that it's not like, you know, it's not December 2009, everyone. It's certainly a mix of years, but trying to go for as much novelty as possible.
It's good to see you
on camera.
On camera?
Yeah,
Oh my
actually
God.
here.
I just wanted this memory again, right? It's been so long since we've been able to do this together in front of a live crowd with Doublelift and Scar at an international tournament.
I like how you highlight them. I'm
Oh
thinking
my
of
God.
Soaz and Yellow Star.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm thinking
Zatai,
about.
Wei Xiao.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But yeah, almost all of them active at about the same time. Levi, a slight more newcomer overall.
Levi's a bit later, yeah.
But, I mean, still, this is going to be an incredible match. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to watch.
I also love the mix of world champions and Skara and Double.
And yes, the game looks like this. Welcome to Summoner's Rift
Freak.
on League Classic. It is TP Revive Karthus.
Okay.
You've got a Hunter's Machete. Is that a mana potion?
That's what I'm
You're
looking
damn
at.
right.
Hold on, we got the, what's the name of this one?
Crystalline Flask.
Crystalline Flask, total biscuits of rejuvenation, mana potion with Fairy Charm and Rejuve Bead. We have Teleport Revive on Karthus as well.
Classic.
Yeah.
Oh my
Red Elixir
God.
start Lee Sin.
So
Red
these
Elixir
are the
start Lee Sin.
Season 3 jungle items,
Season
because that'll
3
turn
jungle.
into a, what's the name of it after Hunter's
You
Machete?
can go into Madrid's Razors. You can go into Spirit Stone,
Spirit
which is then
Stone.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard,
Correct.
Ancient Golem, etc.
The 3 blue.
There's so many different jungle items. You
So
can
I
go
think
into.
we're going to see the AD item here
Probably
and
Lizard.
probably the tank item here.
Yeah, probably Golem.
Probably,
for the
but you
movement.
could go.
No, no, no,
Wraith.
no, no.
You could
You
Wraith.
could go AP.
If you want real Season 3, they're both building
Oh,
tank.
we got a red
Full
elixir
tank.
start, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, on the Lee Sin.
Yep.
And Ignite, top lane, not TP.
No, of course not. Why would you be a coward like that?
I
Because
know,
keep in
so
mind,
is-
this version of Ignite, you get 5 attack damage and AP when it's on cooldown. Because yes, we have Season 3 masteries.
I also just have to say, looking at this map, like, it's so beautiful.
Oh, I know.
Like, it's like
great.
as beautiful as the day you lost it, right? I'm just so happy to see it back.
Yep.
I just want simple ways to get into lane so I know how to ward. I don't want all these like 4 different entries like in modern League of Legends.
Based on my memory,
Yeah.
I feel like the red pot Lee Sin is actually a good counter pick into the BS Sheen Alistair because he has massive sustain.
Are we seriously going
on
there
his
trying to
W.
talk about like counter picks from
Well, I
14
think so,
years ago?
because in 2014 Worlds, Alistair was 100% banned because Sheen auto attack Alistair was so OP.
Yeah, there were like 2 or 3 games a lot of Alistair top. Yeah,
So-
back in the day, the solo queue strat was Trinity Force and Shiv, but in Pro it was only Trinity Force and a tank.
It is
But-
relevant though. Like
So I said he was going to go Lich Bane.
original Alistar was obviously sort of popularized by Shushe.
Yeah.
Who obviously just
Original
built it.
Alistair, yeah.
Yeah,
Full
AP
AP,
Alistair.
and he just roamed from mid lane and murdered everyone. And then people started playing it. Later, the version we have here, people learned you could do the auto attack. So it's probably Lich Bane, but you could also go Shift and do like the proc hit.
He could.
Um,
Oh my goodness.
Look how
at
serious
these
they're
guys.
playing. Like, again, this is the World Championship of League of Legends Classic. They're actually tryhard.
I also feel like the style here is like, I feel like even the observers are trying to make it 2013. They're not, okay, now they're zooming out again. We didn't actually have the ability to zoom out in Pro for like 5 years. Heck, we didn't even have an observer client for like so many years. Here's the first gate, go!
Here we go, up behind him. Wei Xiao going to do his best. He's getting slowed down. Second Q means perma-slow, and that is first blood to the Skarner.
Beautiful. Love it. Levi, of course, probably the best player in this match. The most recent pro. Going straight to the bot lane, securing a kill.
And they got push. Early Corki Prio. Double, of course, going to do his best to farm, but he's farming okay. Nice slow Janitor Tornadoes. The old missile speed, I forgot.
That's a 10-time VCS champion right there.
Yep.
So this is the Corki where you have true damage, obviously, from your passive, your Q, which you max. It's just the instant bomb. You can't actually dodge it.
Does it still reveal stealth and wards?
I don't think it reveals wards anymore. I honestly forgot. I haven't played a Corki in this yet.
And there's no package. We got
no, of course not.
No package.
No package. So
just raw power all the time.
This is a silence, of course, on Casted and Q.
Oh, the full duration silence. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
But if Scar turns his E on, he can still just go right through it.
Yeah. You can still hit him back.
I mean, level 6 Scar is gonna die. He has no
that's
flash.
probably going to be a kill.
And then he's going to revive, and he'll be
He's
right
gonna
back.
revive and run
That's
back and
true.
die again. Like,
I will say, remember, Riftwalk has like a much longer cooldown in this version of the game.
Sure.
When you know Riot nerfed the range, they also made the cooldown much shorter. So like, even with max CDR of 45%, if he has the mastery, like you're still waiting for a little while.
it's probably also worth highlighting some like a big difference in laning phase in classic compared to modern is things tend to cost more mana, and you have less mana reaching all top lane.
Headbutt into the turret range.
Levi's on it, man.
He read elixirs. Gonna heal as much as he can, but he's gonna get hit by the Skarner. Perma-slow is on. He's not gonna survive this one. Levi's on for 2.
I gotta go play Skarner, dude. He's like the closest I can get to Udyr in League Classic because he's a fast-clearing jungle who just spams buttons. But Ambitious finally trying to make his gank. It's on a ward.
Yeah.
It's on a ward.
Yep. You can buy wards in this game. You can spend 75 gold for a regular green ward.
The sweeper doesn't follow you either. It's just a spot sweep.
Yep.
Yes, you did actually add in sweepers as sort of like one of the latest additions.
Yeah, so basically I implemented trinkets. Basically we realized that players didn't want to buy wards, so we gave them really, really, really weak trinkets that had something to do with their time. But Oracle's Elixir's in the game, so red trinket does not get to be Oracle's Elixir. You got to go buy wards or a sight stone, so the yellow trinket has to be a lot weaker than that one as well. So it is the weakest trinkets I've ever been, but we wanted to give some players a little bit of free vision.
Look at those Philosopher Stones by the supports.
Yep.
Gold per 10
Gold per
generation
10.
because they don't get free support items.
So because they have the trinket, they can do this. If we're talking real old school, this is actually the wrong build. They're supposed to rush Sightstone.
Yeah.
Just want to highlight that. But obviously now that you have the trinket, you can add that in. Probably good for supports because some of the games I rewatched from back then at like 45 minutes, you don't have any items as a support still.
Nothing.
So I like the fact you can get early gold from this. Are they buffed as well?
Which ones?
The gold per 10 items.
They're pretty much like the last version you saw of them when they were in the game. So Philosopher's Stone, pretty much a straight rip from the end of Season 3, because they got deleted in Season 4. Heart of Gold is a straight rip from the end of Season 2 when it got deleted. So, yeah, they are basically the versions you last saw when you played with them. Nice trade down there. Good shield from Wei Xiao.
Do we have comeback mechanics? How are bounties?
Oh, he's
Do we
on
have no
6
bounties?
Oh, good. Yep, point and click. Skarner ulti. Good luck, buddy. Down you go. 3-0 for Levi.
Levi is carrying this game.
Again, he is the best player.
He just presses R and it's instant. You can just flash and pull it back. It's incredible.
He is the best player on the map.
Oh, he does have a bounty that's visible on the scoreboard, though.
Yeah, so champion bounties are in the game.
Ambition.
Yeah, can we get the stun? It's a single Q. There's the silence, going to buy him quite a lot of time. Gets over the ult. He jumped over the ult. Oh, it's a heartbreak. Double lift. Tries to push one back. Gets knocked up, though. He's not going to live. It's 4 in a row for Levi.
Top lane. Wait a minute.
He might have the damage. One more. Thank you, Red Elixir.
Zitai gets one for the team, finally, with the Ignite Lee Sin top lane.
So as the triple Doran's Ring build.
Yep, that's in the game.
Still couldn't get it done.
Mostly sack.
Okay, but Levi's taking over this game, though, for sure.
He's gonna build tank, so hopefully he can't carry late game. Like, you know, you're not gonna grab Karthus or anything and like just pull him into your team. So I think it might get a bit harder for him.
True.
But early game, yes.
Vayne is a hyperscaler as well.
Hyperscaler, if we get there, for sure. I think Vayne always had that issue back then that her laning phase still kind of sucked.
And you can see that Skarra is crushing in farm right now. One thing to point out about League of Legends back at this point in time is mana costs are very real. Like we saw people start with mana votes. They've got some regen items in their build. So if you can last hit well, and of course, Karthus gets mana back for last hit. So like you can see like Pawn's kind of out of mana. He's getting pushed around a little bit here. And so Skarra's farming up. He's going to do plenty.
Yeah, Skar's going to be strong. Also, got to call it the old boots of mobility.
Love it.
You were so fast when you're out of combat with these things. Just to get in range for that Skarner pull.
Yep.
Oh, man, so awesome.
But I think also, like, generally mobility was obviously sort of harder to get by if you look at a lot of the older champions. And you don't have, like, dragons giving you out-of-combat movement speed. Like, the dragon will just give you flat gold, basically, for the entire team. So any item you could get that just gave you a little bit of mobility was huge. And you needed your jungler, basically, to be super proactive, because otherwise not much happened in the laning phase outside of the ganks. He's top bot lane.
W for the move speed. Gets pushed back, so he can't ult just yet. If he has flash, he might get more. Almost in range of Wei Xiao. Exhaust gets pulled. Oh, actually, the flash might give him enough space to get away.
Should have done the butt wiggle right at the end. Pull him back a little bit extra. Shout out Captain Flowers on the old card. Look at him like fly away, though, with his boots of mobility back to clearing. So I feel like he should go Heart of Gold as well. Like, I think he's Stone and Heart of Gold.
He's probably doing it, yeah.
I think he should go double.
I mean, he might be going Ancient Golem, but, you know, who knows what's going to go on there. And yes, you might want to hand off your blue up to your mid laner. Kassadin doesn't have a ton of mana right now.
True.
He's going to leave the blue, and he hands it off. What a
Dude,
homie.
Ambition took blue from Skarra on Karthus. That's crazy disrespect.
Now Skarra technically should go back in base and AFK if it's
If it's truly Season 2.
Basically.
My recollection is second blue was actually contentious between jungle and mid laner.
Constantly,
Obviously,
dude.
you know, both of them wanted it, but it was like reasonable to go either way with it.
Whoever was ahead could usually, you could make an argument that they take it, and then it would also just depend on the mid laner.
Look at the hands, though.
Like,
He's
if you're going to
dodging every
spam
lane.
a bunch of mana items on Karthus and you're going to be dying all the time, like, you don't need the blue.
Yeah.
Scar would disagree, but as a jungler, I would say that
gosh.
it's okay.
Sure.
He's here again.
Oh my god.
He's so fast.
No ulti.
We're shouting
And
so
this Garner
dead.
has no hard crowd control. It's your second Q is a perma
Just
slow.
recall, mate. Why are you standing here alone?
He wants to be in XP range.
I mean, he's gonna die now.
Well, again, there's no CC on this Garner, so the ult,
Yeah, he just
and he's
walks
just
it
like,
out.
he's chilling. I think he's actually chilling. Yeah.
Oh,
back when Skarner was a fighter. This is why
Ambition
Flowers played this
1v3?
champ. What up?
I was thinking if Ambition was going to go in for a 1v3 right there. This is the single Q Amumu. If you miss it, you're done for. There's no charges. So that's why my strategy was always flash alt, then Q.
Yeah, of course.
Because you don't get those extra chances on the Q charges.
Yeah, stakes are generally a lot higher in this version of League of Legends. It's in a lot of ways sort of more strategic because once you commit, like that's kind of the fight. It's just like it's more of a brain game, less of a hands game for old people like me.
Exactly. Also, less combat mechanics. So again,
In some ways, yeah. So
if you make mistakes, it does hurt a lot.
Oh, okay. Going for the flash into the pull, into the pull. Back. Zatai kick. Damage almost enough, but Soaz gets the kill.
Love it. Levi just going everywhere he wants. Soaz really needed this, by the way, because he's actually not doing that well top lane, despite playing what will become sort of a gimmick Alistar. It's still fairly weak before any Sheen or Shiv or whatever. I mean, he's going Lich Bane in this game.
Great
but
counter pick by Zatai with the high sustain on the Lee Sin. It's probably W max Lee Sin.
Flash. Lots. He's silenced. He can't easily get away. He's going to survive for now. Will he tower dive? Look at the range on that one. And with the heal from Janna, it might be enough to survive through Requiem. It's going to be close. Pawn's going to survive it. All right. Here's Revive. Get back in there.
Come on back. He might be saving it for later when it matters.
I mean...
No,
there we go. He's back.
Up. Revive TP. Let's go.
So half the people watching now just basically type GG because Kassadin got his first kill in the early game, and he's now going to snowball.
Look at
like
this lane
crazy.
cryo.
He wants Rod of Ages, upgrades the tier into Seraphs, and then he basically can't go
Well, there's Archangel's Staff. I don't think it'll never transform into Seraphs, or is that version in here?
You're right. I think it just stays at full stack Arcane. I'm trying to remember, actually. It might still change name.
Thank you for the
but I don't
reminder of not saying any names.
Because it has a shield on the active.
Oh, are we
You
calling
actively press for
Armor
the
Boots
shield.
Ninja Tabi, or are they played at Steel Caps?
I think they're still called Ninja Tabby.
Nice.
They have the...
Do
There's
they have
no random dodge. This is without random dodge in the game. So Jax has his Modern E, for example, as well. If you want that to change, let us know. This is a game that we could patch. If you want random dodge, that is a possibility for the future. But we're not shipping with random dodge.
So mid lane now, basically, everyone who's ever played against Kassadin back then will have these memories. You're just at risk of dying 24/7. Yes, you have Revive. You can just go back and feed faster and die again. Top lane, Soaz.
There's Alistar. Gives him bonus AD, by the way, so Soaz can really scrap. There is a Bluetooth Sheen proc. You saw that W auto, chunked like a third of his health. Fighting in mid, Skara does not have Revive. He's not going to have an easy time for this one. Pawn doing his best, jumps in, gets the kill.
Ambition finally here.
Big fight in the bottom side, though. Yellowstar's going to drop Doublelift now on the board. What a great gank.
Doublelift wants to carry in this one. There's also, I mean, Team Baron has a Drake, but that is just like a for fun counter, right? There's no...
It's just gold. It's gold and XP.
That's it.
And you kill the next one, and it's more gold and more XP.
Exactly.
You kill another dragon, it's more gold and more
This
experience.
is before any of the, like, 3 dragons and the 5 dragon stack, and it's definitely before elemental dragons.
But you did add in that you get more gold the later you go into the game, right?
Yeah, so it... Oh, big stun.
Nice stun.
The polymorph had a good time as well, so enough to kill Captain Jack. That Valkyrie, but the silver bolt lands.
Dude, he actually can carry this game.
Yeah,
like
he can.
The only champ you want fed on this team is Vayne to just take down the front line. Like this Alistar as well can't use ult against him.
Yeah, I'm thinking Ambition, flash ults, Karthus dies in ults, and that'll get everybody low enough for Doublelift to try and carry the fight. That's got to be their strategy.
Just give me Rylai's on Skara or something so he slows everyone again.
He can still build the QSS as well eventually. He's got to pay the QSX tax at some point, otherwise Levi's just flash ulting him.
And if he's not instant clicking it, it's really, really embarrassing against Captain Jack.
True.
You had better. Oh yeah, blue buff has friends, if you forgot. Blue and red buff has friends in the camp. So nice stuff there.
That's true.
And actually that's quite relevant, because now when you counter jungle,
you can leave one.
You leave the small one, and it doesn't actually respawn.
Correct.
So just remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baseline
leave
camp
one
respawn
little.
timers.
Are they Raptors or are they
Wraiths?
Wraiths.
Oh, they're Wraiths.
Okay.
Yes. We also took the white from Season 4. We just saw Ambition just go fight there. This jungle, by the way, has a 75-second respawn timer, so if you want to be the CEO of full clear,
Oh, geez.
there is a lot of full clear available for you.
Are there going to be any jungle timers on the map, or are those taken away as
We're
well?
doing something not quite as aggressive as Modern.
Yeah.
You can find them on the mini-map. We are trying not to be too spammy with the visuals, but a lot of the Modern UI tools are there.
Oh, both junglers coming bot lane. Karthus ult is ready.
3v3. Yeah, Karthus ult's going to be a big deal here. He's just hit level 11 too for Skara. Jump on in. Whimsy, the flash. Oh, the Muumu's there. Gets pushed around. Karthus does hit it. Ambition waiting. Pops it. But they've got the Impale. It's going to be enough. Captain Jack kills Doublelift. And there's no damage left. 2 for nothing. Levi got to get in range for another Q. Just the 2 for nothing.
Dude, Yellowstar's Janna is so broken right now. Like the shield for the AD, and then just the Janna ultimate basically immuned the Karthus ult. The level 11 Karthus ult that came from mid lane didn't matter at all.
Oh, so as there in the mid lane, goodbye. Pawn takes him down.
Oh, what a beautiful roam. He used to do this all the time. Soaz was the most annoying top laner to play against in Europe for years, because he actually understood how to leave his lane and just go gank mid or bot lane.
It was insane back then. These types of roams were, even freezing waves was legendary. But look at this, the Lulu CCs them, but look at the, like, everyone is literally full health.
Yeah.
By the time Doublelift dies, the Karthus ult does a little bit of damage. Doublelift can't hit anyone through the Skarner ultimate, and they just run him down.
Yeah, nicely done. This Gen ult also slows in the area, so if you can channel it, they like really can't get around. Yeah, so I realized he missed the flash Q, but he's like, well, I can still headbutt. It's fine.
Well, I'm glad to see Yellowstar back. Gotta get the auto attack.
Bluetooth Sheen.
There we go.
As Soaz told me yesterday during rehearsal, he is going to go for Lich Bane on the champion, so it's going to be AP plus W auto Alistair. Big damage there.
Oh, he gets to press his E for the heal.
Yeah, the E is the heal. So the passive and E have kind of swapped essentially in that anytime you press any spell, you trample for 3 seconds and deal damage around you. Deals bonus to minions and monsters, so you can lane, you can jungle.
Just to help anyone who's going to play Alistar when the game is live, Soaz did actually explain to us, you got a max range W, otherwise you don't have time to get the auto off. We had that in the very end here, where you actually just were too close in W and you didn't get to auto attack. Just so you don't look like a fool when you pick it. You start feeding your lane because you're actually not that good in lane. So the pick isn't necessarily completely OP, even though it's a bit of a fun gimmick.
Levi else over here buying arguably, the best item in the game. Aegis of the Legion, baby.
Yep,
Aura items are here. They are back. They are amazing. And armor MR to your team.
Will he go to the Runic Bulwark as well, as
Probably.
there's another fight mid? Levi's so fast.
Yeah, doing pretty well. 4,500 gold to the lead right now. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, there are champion bounties. There are no objective bounties, so those are not on the map, just simple gold for killing objectives. Of course, stakes rise over time, right? Champs with more XP, minions are worth more gold and more XP as time goes on. Doublelift pushes one back, tries to stay alive, will do so. Pawn, you see 700 range Riftwalk. Scary spell.
Now, one of the issues for Vayne, also back then, obviously you can't really kill the wave. So you're super slow and always at risk of dying.
Look at how tiny the Dragon health bar
I know, it looks so funny. Oh,
but try for the play against Pawn. Big damage per auto attack. He's doing pretty well, jumps into the brush, but this is a long cooldown. He's got to flash if he wants to live. No, he got the shield. Will it be enough? Karthus is going to try, deals some damage, but it's not enough just yet. He's got to be careful on Levi. He's going to be in range, flash ult, and so is here for more. The flash gets away. He's going to be okay for a second. Ambition in the middle of the team. Ult's on the 3, true damage, trying to cut through onto the Alistair. Lee Sin Q not quite going to land, but they knock off one. Captain Jack on the way out. Zatai going to try for what he can, cannot stay in range. Q's going to land, does not have anything else though, doesn't want to go for the kick flash.
Oh, could have gone for the insect in the spot of the map where the original insect happened. Wouldn't have actually worked, but...
Still here.
Got to be careful though, this is going to be big damage on the rest of the team. Nice long range safeguard.
See, still fighting, Doublelift, getting a couple of hits off. Skara is zoning. Oh, now Kassadin will chase you.
Yeah. And about 4 seconds on that first walk. Exhaust is on, but yeah, he doesn't have damage yet. There we go. Does put it across. They get one. The kick a little bit too late, as already Karthus has dropped.
He just keeps coming, Deficio. Pawn.
He has blue buff. Let's look at the mana, man. He can just keep doing it.
In range for the slow, and a fat silence as well. Finally going to time out there. Yellowstar wants to be in range for a bit.
He wants to keep going.
He's close to having another one here. It's mana per auto attack on the W, passively. Active is damage every auto. Doublelift trying for a trade on Levi. Doesn't do a whole lot, but they're hitting this turret. Turrets are pretty frail in this version of League of Legends, you can see the Siege pretty effective without, that much, concerted effort.
That's true. I mean, most of the strategies back then actually involved around just how do we kill turrets as fast as possible. Like, how do we get as many people together with a minion wave and just destroy the turret, especially if they pick champions like Vayne and so on, who couldn't actually kill the wave.
Yep.
And once you've taken down a couple of turrets, it was really easy to just get access to enemy jungle. And as a support, because you barely got any gold, well, you got turret gold, and then you could buy an oracle when the other guy couldn't, and then you just took over the map. Well, let's see the fight.
We'd call it like a siege comp, and you can see double trying to chase down Pawn. Pawn still had flash, though, and the chase initially is actually pretty good from Team Baron. The sustained damage of the Vayne. Levi goes kind of too deep here, right? No one can follow up on his Skarner ult, but then as everybody arrives and Kassadin bases to come back is when the fight eventually turned.
And sadly for Sitide, joins in too late.
Can't land. He does land the Q, doesn't decide to take it.
Oh yeah, not only does Amumu not have 2 charges of Q, his ult is not a stun, it is a root and disarm. You can cast spells like roll.
I did not remember it was a disarm.
But is the range of it really, is it bigger? Because at one point it went from 600 to 550. Like it
should be.
It has been shrunken and raised
I didn't
over time.
implement every champion, so I don't have like every number memorized.
Oh, look at the Archangel staff. Look at that amazing icon from Pawn.
Oh, that looks
That's the tier upgrade.
Nice one.
What is that thing?
You're running away.
There
Pawn
are
on the
so
chase.
many people having nightmares of playing against Kassadin right now watching this.
There's your damage from AP Alistair, 100-something AP. Skara gonna have a bit of danger here. E, W should kill, W should kill. Just a punch, but next spell, down he goes.
Love it.
And the damage reduction, does it still go to 70% at rank 6 ultimate?
Oh yeah,
Or
yeah,
rank
it's
3 ultimate
plenty
for
strong
Alistair?
there. Big damage inhibition, a shield buys him a bit of time there. Q's not gonna land from Lee Sin, kick over the wall. Did they kill Captain Jack?
Scar's back!
Skara has revived TP, but can he kill backline? They're gonna try, and they'll get him with help. Ambition on 1 health. Levi cannot stay in range. Double it with a 700 gold shutdown.
I mean, all these fights are fairly close, and I keep feeling like we're getting close to a comeback because we're getting kills on the Vayne, 5 for double if right here. Skara, of course, is 0-5, but still his job is literally now to just go in and die in the fight.
Yeah, he gave them tempo there with the death. He died on one side, but Soaz burned everything, and it created a 4v5 on the other side.
Ooh, they're being Baron.
There's Baron.
There's Baron. They don't see that. They don't see that word, I don't think.
It's invisible.
No, you can't see
This is
it.
a vision ward. It
invisible.
Yeah, they are
reveals
invisible.
words, but is invisible, so they don't know they're known.
Unless you buy another vision ward.
Yeah, or Red Sweeper. There you go. Vision ward comes down. They can now see the ward.
Or like Corky Q reveals it still?
I don't remember this version of Corky reveal stealth.
Didn't you ask that
It used
already?
too far enough back in the day.
I
just
don't
remember.
remember this division.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't do it.
I think by this point in time, like in history, it hadn't anymore, but I don't remember like every single change on our champion.
This is coming back. Like the 16 years of patch notes that I've read are simultaneously paying off and cursing me to not know what version of League we're in.
I know. It was
And the
crazy
thing is, it's
look
not
at
even
champ.
just one version of League exactly, right? It's like Heart of Gold and like Ruby Sightstone. I think we're never in the game at the same time, like actually.
True, and then double lift with the red Phantom Dancer.
Oh, true.
The best color of Phantom Dancer.
Yep.
What were the stats on that Phantom Dancer? Didn't it do something funny?
I think it's still just attack speed and crit.
Okay.
If you went far enough back, it was random dodge. But again, this is post random dodge.
Levi's coming.
Yep. There we go. Flash ult's going to land. They're going to have a
attacks
lot
yet.
of follow-up here. Lulu helps a little bit. Double's going to try to stealth away, but they're going to be back in pretty soon.
Still alive.
Fat shield with barrier. They're going to try to do everything they can with ambition around here as well. Trying to kill Levi. Decent damage. Lee Sin's going to get in there, and they find the first kill. Soaz ult is gone. Poncho's back up, though. Be careful, because that is Kassadin,
He's gonna
and
chase.
he means business. Captain Jack takes down Skara. Redive comes in the back line, but Pawn already takes down one. He's going to look for more, waits out the exhaust. Zatai's going to try to find his way out, jumps over. Does Pawn want to chase? He could, but he's at 15.
I
One
mean,
more
the
level
entire
to get
Team
stronger.
Dragon, they're just waiting for Kassadin to jump in and kill someone in the backline. And then
Yep.
they kite back, and then he jumps in again, tries to kill someone. But double lift, once again, actually stayed alive.
Yeah.
Got another kill. He will have QSS probably on next back.
Is
which
that or
will be
Wit's End?
huge.
I forget Wit's End's build path. I think it actually might be No Magic Mantle, so this wouldn't be Wit's. But yeah, he's
Yeah.
got Blade of the Ring King, by the way, with the active attached. It's the active max health.
You have to
flow.
press it.
You press the button. He did do it when he dueled Pawn in Bottom River, so I know he knows. I've seen him use it. Also, Old Black Cleaver for Zatai, built out a Brutalizer.
Yeah, that's incredible. Double lift close to the QSS tax. Pawns, Archangels just transforms.
Yep.
So,
Active Seraph. So you have to press the button to get the shield. This is also Seekers with the stacking AP into armor per last hit. Still, of course, turns into Zonias.
How does Levi have 5 stacks on his Ruby Sightstone? That's
Yeah, Ruby Sightstone can have 5 charges.
It went to 5?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It was pretty
Thought it was
expensive though,
4.
right, to upgrade it. I feel like oftentimes we just left it on the original one because it actually cost a lot and you wanted Oracle and wards.
So yeah, Sightstone let you have 2 Sightstone wards out. Ruby let you have 3 Sightstone wards out. And gave you more charges and cost more gold as well. But those were not unique against wards you bought. So you could have a Ruby Sightstone and then still buy a bunch of wards. Also got Aegis, as mentioned, has left that as basic Aegis for now.
Double is ready to carry now.
He
Wei
is.
Xiao is going to shield him. He's going to ult him. He's going to pull him off whoever gets close to him.
Yep.
So as his damage, just to highlight, it's really just like one combo. And then he doesn't really do anything while he waits for his cooldowns. So he's not the most scary top
Ambition's
laner.
got Oracles, by the way, so he can walk around and reveal all these wards.
But if he dies, he loses the 400
No,
gold.
this is the version where it's a 4-minute duration and not on death.
Okay,
On
nice.
death was earlier. Oh, the kick flash, but, yep. Jump over the wall for Pawn. He is, in fact, Kassadin.
Level 16 Kassadin. But they got the Janna ultimate, which is decent for an extended team fight.
Yep. Jumps in, nice slow. Stun's gonna land, waiting. There we go. Gets the ult. They have enough to kill him off. The polymorph means they have it, but can they chase down? Support's already dead. 1 for 1 so far. Shields coming across. Captain Jack running away. Double it flashes in. Is it enough? Can he fight? Looking for Yellow Star now. That's gonna be a kill from Requiem as down goes the Bloodthirster stacks. They're gone off of Corki, and so has Might Drop as well. Lands a pulverize, but surely they got enough damage and enough people to get that kill and go for Baron.
And that's the comeback right there.
Yep.
They win another fight. There's literally not enough damage on Team Dragon's side at the moment. They can't kill the backline. And Scar, he wants to die anyway. He does not care. He just goes straight into the team and deals a ton of damage.
Absolutely right. And Double-Lift can just flash forward in these team fights as well. Going to use this shred to take down again that incredibly small Baron health bar. He has a lot of health, but this health bar is just not that big. And 300 gold for every individual, plus the active Baron buff with free, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Big AD, AP, basically every stat aura. Mana regen, health regen.
Yeah, we're going to fight this Kassadin real quick. Look at him get knocked down, and just, as you mentioned, they enough to kill the support, but not much else.
Captain Jax is not able to do too much in this, and obviously Yellowstar is playing Janna, so like once he's done like one round of like shields and ult, then he's really not offering anything either. And so as we talked about, we love the initial combo.
One combo, good combo.
Then Sitai can keep, dude, they're all in. They're actually full
Your Karthus, you're dead. Do your job, press R.
I love
I love that cutaway. That was great. So
Okay.
yeah, this version of Bloodthirster, by the way, stacking AD and lifesteal on kill. You lose stacks on death. You often went BT first slot all these champions. Corki, of course, wants Triforce.
The Banshee's Veil on Ambition as well. No aura item on him, but it's going to help a little bit against Skarner if he can avoid poke.
I mean, this is my MSI final, by the way. Like,
yeah,
this is what I care about right now.
Back when you were good, this is what the game looked like.
Exactly. Well,
Back
good
when
as
I was
that.
good,
Good
this
as
is what the
that.
game
I mean,
looked
that's
like.
quite a compliment. I'll take that one.
You qualified for the LCS.
Yeah, back when I got carried.
You still managed to network your way onto Bjergsen's team and had to qualify without him. So,
Exactly.
well done.
That's a fair point.
What version of Arden's Sensor is this that Wei Xiao just completed?
Very, very early. It's not life on hit. It's basically AP, or it's attack speed and on hit damage to your target.
Nice.
Yeah, this is before the overbuff in 2016 where it was like completely shattered.
1-3-1 on Team Dragon side. Then you're obviously just losing your mid-turns. You can't really defend against the Baron buff anyway.
Okay, I'm glad this game is actually so close, because I remember some of the OG games of League could be giga snowballed and go super fast, but this is a battle.
Yeah, I rewatched quite a lot of games, and it's either you basically stomp them in 20 minutes, or it's 45 plus.
Yeah.
Guaranteed, where you just keep like losing and winning team fights back and forth. Nobody can really finish the game.
Yep. Yeah, this is the version of the game where wave clear is definitely very real also. As you mentioned, you know, turrets are a bit squishier, but you kind of saw how like slowly Cass gets through the wave. Players got a lot better in the last 13 years, right? It's like everyone has like more gold in CS. You know, generally they have. So you've actually like slightly buffed some of the PvE stuff. Like minions get a bit more stat scaling because everyone just has like literally more gold and XP because they're better at the game. So some things are like, you know, a little bit different to keep up. There's the jump in. That, however, basically no different.
He's back.
Ban this champion.
Pod. But he can revive TP back.
Okay, decent move ulti, Zatai in the back line. Good ult out of the Janna, but Double is here. Can he do enough damage? He's fighting Captain Jax. Jumping around, barrier pop, getting the shields. He's still surviving. They're trying to kill Double, but he stays alive.
The revived TP from Skara gives him the numbers advantage at the end, and Double Lift continues to scale.
Imagine playing Kassadin knowing I will kill everyone 1v1. I just did it, and then the rest of my team runs into team fight and just die. Please, just let me solo win the game in the side lane.
Oh my god.
Black Beaver and Last Whisper, yes, they stack. Yes, you can buy those. Have fun with that one. I do want to be clear, this is a version of League that has unique passives. You cannot, I mean, you technically can, but they're not good to buy 6 Sunfire Capes. They are unique. Want to make sure you're aware of that one before you get any ideas. Pawn going to do his best to jump around. Goes actually for the fight on Riftwalk, but Zatai just takes him down.
Nicely played by Zatai. 8-2 now on this Lee Sin.
Yeah. And he got like first blooded early, right? Like he got ganked.
This is what I look forward to the most though with League Classic, right? Seeing great players now come back and try different versions of how you build these champions. Pro play Lee Sin in like Season 3, you just built tank.
Yeah.
And you did nothing in late game. Like you were just basically walking around trying to kick someone away from your carry. Now we have someone just building full-on damage, armor pen, everything, and he's destroying people.
Yeah, it's a solo queue build. Slow comes out of Yellowstone. The whole team is here. Heavy Pulverize means a lot of damage, and Ambition's already quite low. Couple of shields come out. Double's already on the fight as well for Levi. He's got QSS. He feels comfortable. Scars are on the backside as well. Levi's at half. Double is still on the chase. Almost gets around the tornado. But that from Yellowstar means the disengage is in.
Yeah, that's alt burn from Double Lift as well, but it's not like we're waiting on some Dragon Soul or some Elder Dragon. So we got to wait for a big team fight to happen. There's no permanent game accelerator other than the players just getting stronger. And to your point, Deficio, I can't wait to see like modern split push or freezing understanding or sieging understanding with the old game. It's going to be fascinating to watch some of the top players on stream.
And nobody can actually predict the meta. Like I saw a lot of comments about, oh, this champ's going to be so OP, I don't want to play against this again, and so on.
Because
like,
it's all a little bit different.
It's all different, right? There's different versions of the champions. And again, people are going to learn how to play against them in ways that we maybe didn't think about back then, like 10, 13 years ago.
W, oh yeah, by the way, you get full cooldown, Wing to a minion. There's no penalty, you just W wherever you want. You get the shield, you get the normal cooldown. Full power, Lisa and W.
You were correct, by the way, in Levi building full tank. So he actually can't carry this game, even though he got all the
This champ has
kills.
really good AD ratios. This version of Skarner can build AD.
Mistakes were made by Levi.
They're going to try to go for the smite. Should be able to get it. Yes, they do. Claimed on the Baron buff. AD, AP, regen. Oh, they're going to pop the Shirelles, do what they can to kill Levi, pulling him around as best they can. Ambition with the flash ulti. The zone is for Pawn, keeps him alive for now. Wei Xiao wants to live. Big knock on the backhand side. Pawn knocks down one. Can they get the rest? Yellowstar going to fall. Double is still around. Looking for Captain Jack. I think he fell freed forward. That's not going to go well for you. So Eyes and Pawn, though, still alive. Q's going to land. Zatai Talk takes him down. Double of... Yeah, Pawn is gone, bro. That Riftwalk is not fair.
But those are long death timers, and they got 3 people trying to push mid with the Baron buff.
And they're going to try. Inhibitor's going to certainly fall. The question is, will they have enough? Once that happens, you can see the respawn timers around 20 seconds apiece.
It's only 1 minion wave, so maybe Kassadin can jump in and actually get rid of it.
It is a fairly modern Baron, though. It does give resists to the minions around, makes them harder to kill. Inhibitor drops. He's going to try for the siege right now. Just 32 minutes in. On to the Nexus turrets they go. 3v1 jumps in. Some damage. Locked up. Kicked. Active Shirelia's going to dodge the first Q, but he needs to heal. And there's no home guard regen, buddy. You got to sit there on the fountain. Nexus taking the damage. Interrupted by the Janna, but it's not enough. Double if last hits the Nexus and takes the match.
First international title for Double Lift. Closes it out here for Team Baron. What a match.
I love the comeback.
That was
we literally
a great
have one
comeback.
team getting super far ahead early, trying to then just pick them off left and right. Double Lift just telling his team, guys, just please team fight around me. I will actually carry this game.
Yeah.
And he did.
He did. My teleprompter says to say that was fun. And it was. It was a really fun match. I want to take a small part of this one. I told Double Lift you should probably play Vayne. It's a very new champion. Partially, I was like, look, you could play Ezreal. It's Ezreal with the W that heals teammates. That's a new champion. You could play Sivir. It's Toggle W Sivir with the ult that gives allies attack speed. So you can play some new stuff. But if you want to play a Double Lift signature, it is Vayne with active Bork, and he went for it.
The mechanics are amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my. These guys are back into it. Look at how much fun they had getting to play on stage again. I feel like all these guys are rehooked, and they're just going to be trying to play more games at Classic.
They're right now discussing starting a new org. And basically just like, who can we scrim, right? What's the next tournament?
Yeah, who knows? We'll see what people want to do. We'll go back to grassroots probably, and we're not starting the LCS anytime soon.
I want to play Heal Ezreal now, man.
Oh yeah, AP Ezreal with Heal is in the game. When it goes live, stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, if that wasn't enough, we've got more show matches for you to enjoy in the lead up to the release of League Classic. NALCS has a Classic show match Friday, the 24th of July, and EULCS has a Legends show match on Saturday, the 25th of June. So check out the LEC and LCS official on Twitter or LoLesports.com for more information later this week.
That's it for us. Thank you both very much for joining me. I hope you had as much fun as I did. I'm so happy you got to see what we've been working on for the last several months. Let's throw it over to Shox with a special guest to tell us even more about League Classic.
Thank you so much. It was such a throwback listening to you three on the cast. Oh my gosh, what a great first look at League Classic. And we have a special treat as well to tell us a little bit more. Paul Beleza, the executive producer of League of Legends. What did you think?
It was so much fun. I mean, my voice is cracking now. Like, just seeing Little Baron, just seeing like everyone's picks, seeing Double do what he does. Like, it was nostalgic. It was really cool.
Yeah, very nice to have you at MSI as well. This is awesome. Could you tell us a little bit more about this project? Because obviously it's super special. We only got a small taste today, but what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you, we've been wanting to do something like this for a long time. The community has been asking for it, and it, really was a group of rioters who did something in our Thunderdome. It's like a hackathon that we do, and they decided to let's give this a try. And so they made a prototype, kind of based around Season 3, and we all played it, and it was such a blast. We're like, we just gotta do this.
Okay, I see. Is there anything that you can tell us a little bit more about what the players can expect and will be expecting from it?
Yeah. So it's gonna be kind of a mix of experiences, kind of like a greatest hits of League. It's going to be starting around Season 3 as a starting point, but a little bit before and after. But you'll be able to expect 60 champions to start, including the original 40. Some will unlock over time. The old items, runes and masteries will be there. So like a lot of things you remember.
Yeah, it feels like it's something that people have requested for like a very, very long time. And from watching this show match now, it isn't quite an exact copy, right, from League back in the day?
Yeah, so it's more like we've taken some of the more fun character designs and some of the less egregious ones and put them out of there.
Like what?
More like ones we knew were not that great. We kind of excluded some, but for the most part, like it should feel like the way it did then. And but yeah.
Yeah. So based on what we just saw, it's not going to be exactly like League back in the day. Right. But what can you tell us about the development of League Classic itself? Where did the team pull the idea from? Right. How did this? You talked about this a little, but it just seems like such an incredibly big ask and such a big project to dive into.
Yeah, I think the team in that Thunderdome project proved that we could do it, right? And part of it was recreating some of the things that were lost from time, and some of that was just pulling some of the old art assets and polishing it off, and just like making it presentable in a way that felt like a fun package. But it really was a passion project that proved it can be done, and and testing it out with some players, they really responded well. So we knew we had to commit and bring it.
And the big question: when will players be able to dive into League Classic themselves?
We're just going to be in 26.15, which is on July 29th, so it's coming really soon.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, and enjoy the finals, HLE and BLG. Hopefully we get 5 games. Thank you so much, Paul, for bringing this back to us with you and the team. It's really, for us as the ancient players almost, it's an absolute pleasure. So thank you for that, and now we will kick it over to a quick break. But when we come back, the MSI 2026 Grand Finals between HLE and BLG. We'll be right back.
Bye-bye.
This is your time, this is your moment, this is your fight, fight for your life.
안녕하세요. 대전에 오신 것은 환영합니다. Welcome back to Daejeon for MSI 2026 Grand Finals. He's been a grueling MSI. It started off really one-sided, only 3-0s, and then it got really interesting throughout the end. Welcome, guys.
Yeah, oh my God, League Classic straight into this. So let's think about...
Yeah, jumping back into the future,
Wait a second,
like straight up.
Yeah. What's good now? There's no Sightstone or there is Sightstone?
Korea and China are good now, as they always have been. They still are. They still are.
Oh,
So-
it's all coming back together. Yes, we're bad again. We're bad again.
So
yes, got it.
MSI, let's look at it. LPL have 5 MSI titles all time. LCK has 4 MSI titles all time. That's the majority of the MSI titles. LEC does have 1. That was a great moment, but they're gone. So the total game score between LPL and LCK is also extremely close at 49-43. And here's the history of international titles for everyone. Let's pull it up, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, look, for a long while, it was the LPL that was able to control the majority of this in the MSI, but eventually it kind of got to the point where you look at 2023, T1 with those double AD carry bot lanes kind of broke the spirit of the LPL, and since then it has been a very dominated LCK tournament, and it's now to see if BLG can try and keep this streak alive coming out for first.
Yeah, it was 6 international titles in a row for the LCK. So the first stand win was great, but it's a newer tournament early in the year. It doesn't carry the same significance as if BLG is able to knock out HLE today.
But for BLG and specifically for Knight, this matchup is always going to carry significance because remember, they were the team that was so close on JDG to that golden road. Who took it away? Well, it's T1. And there are a lot of T and 1s in the history of LoL Esports, no doubt. They've stopped a lot of dreams. But when you see Guma and Zeus loading in on the other team, you got to know that the doubt is kind of peeking up in the back of your head. You're walking the golden road once again, and it's like, of course. Who is here standing in my way? But with some former T1 members with some new muscle backing them up.
Man, they broke them so hard, Kanavi swapped sides. Kanavi was like, you know what? I've had enough of this. I need to get over this way, yeah.
One of them will get it in the end, but also we always talk about the golden road, but there's something else on the line here. The very first Grand Slam for 3 of the 10 players that we have on the Rift, Zeus, Zeka, and Viper, going to that MSI. It is the only missing title for them.
And you talk about switching sides. Viper was there with HLE. This is all from 2025 first stand, right? We've only had 2 so far, so he's the only one in contention here, really just coming down. And Viper looking like a demon, and I think it's cool that we have something new for the individual players. We talk about the regions, we talk about the teams, the clubs that they play for, but the fact that these individual players could walk away with something that no one else will be able to take away from them. The first player to get all 3 international titles, I think that's super cool.
Yeah, I think it's going to be incredible to see, especially because either way, you do it in front of your hometown crowd. Either you get the LCK boys who are doing it, or Viper gets to do it in the city he grew up in. Like, what an incredible moment for him and an achievement it could be if he's able to do it here with BLG.
Would mean a lot for him, but extra for Viper here in front of his audience in his hometown. We'll see if he can make it. I don't know what we're looking at today, because we've seen this matchup a few days ago. It was a bit one-sided, I want to say, favoring BLG here. How much can things change within such a short time? Jad, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's good that you called Jack, because the rest of us seem pretty convinced that things are not going to change. So that's a lot of confidence, Mr. Leesman. You got to explain yourself.
I did say before the tournament that MSI has only been won from the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's a good stat. That supports BLG. So what happened here?
It would. I think it's a coincidence. I think I brought it up because it was fun. I don't think it matters. What I think matters is how the teams adapt throughout the tournament. And for me, Zeus has adapted the best. We've seen these mage bot snowball compositions, and what Zeus has done with his last 4 wins is he's been on these raid boss picks. Like, his Mundo became unkillable and allowed him to run through the game. His Scion into a Jhin became unkillable. His Swain that was into a Mel became unkillable. And he's just been able to take over the game from top lane, and I want to see if he can continue to do that, because I think it's so core in how HLE could win MSI.
But the thing for me is, I agree those were some incredible performances, but the situation, how he gets those options, how he gets those picks, it's all draft dependent, it's team dependent. It's contingent on having that R5. It's often very heads up for the enemy team. Will BLG walk into it? Okay, maybe once. Like, look, everyone's going to walk into it. Maybe we might see a Mundo, we might see a Swain game, but those are really, really difficult situations to replicate, because you're right, Swain, Mundo, they can look incredible, but in the drafts where they're not good, they're useless. In the drafts where they're good, though, they are that raid boss pick.
Also, not to rub salt in the wound, I think if you give Jace to Bin and
Yeah.
you pick Swain,
No.
I think we're getting a very different looking Swain coming into that game.
One
I
to
don't know
one.
if it's going to be Raid Boss.
Dokla has been. We can make the comparison, Rob. I don't know why we're doing this, you know?
Looking at the stage of the competition, you know that gameplay and synergy is not something that you're going to be able to refine. So you really want to be looking at those drafts and how much you can implement, especially looking at these finals. And in the rematch against BLG, it's personal for Zeus. We know it, especially facing off against Bin. And he explained in the Verizon Game Day interview what they can make better about the draft. Zeus, thank you so much for joining me. Heading into finals, rematch against BLG. Let's talk about what went wrong last time. How do you reflect on the series that makes you think that tomorrow is going to be different?
The more I realize these days is that drafting has a huge influence of the series in the current meta. Last time BLG, they managed to prepare a really good draft by having a really good understanding of our tendency and our playstyle. That made the series really difficult to us. But now we also have a great understanding of BLG, so we're not going to repeat the same defeats.
Do you have any message for Bin ahead of tomorrow's series and the revenge matchup against him?
Let's play one-on-one without the jungle and support.
He gets chatted once again. We know how it went last time, though, bringing in the jungler, but we know that we're going to be looking at this top lane matchup. It has been mostly about this throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah.
How are we looking at this here?
I mean, both of these guys won't be able to keep it up because they can't both be 10 CS up at 14. They've been dominating everybody else. The fact they've actually played against each other and then it's still this high means how much they've been stomping on everybody else they've played.
Sometimes, Jet, we do cherry pick the stats. I know you said you did it a little bit. You said it might be coincidence. Here, we didn't put their stats against each other because those numbers would be impossible.
All these cherries.
Well, the last of the face-off, they did lose 2% off of forward percentage. So, you know, big swing when they face off against each other.
That sounds like cowardice to me is what it sounds like, Rob.
But I do find it really interesting what he also said about last time they had the edge in picks and bans. I mean, these teams are smart. I don't think they got the edge because they exposed some unfixable flaw in HLE's champion pool. So I feel like they're actually going to be able to adapt and not get outdrafted as hard as they did the last time.
And looking at this, we know that it's a matchup specifically important for Bin. He's been stating it time and time again, how he wants to prove that he is the best top laner in the world, especially coming in here against Zeus. And I'm just wondering, is it finally the time for him to prove it? It is his 7th international final, 2-5 scoreline for him. Can Bin prevail finally with everything we've said, Dagda?
I mean, especially when he's up against Zeus, this would be the moment to do it, right? Like, so often it has been Zeus who stood in his way when he wants to try and get that World Championship. Now he could end up getting his 2nd MSI title here today against them, but at least then he would be another notch in Bin's belt to make sure, hey, I'm able to put this guy on the ground.
Yeah, and I think having that title for the LPL for Bin personally, especially up against Zeus, given all the history that they had, is a big, big deal. But we're really excited about top lane. A lot of the map fell apart before we got the honorable 1v1.
It's true.
So I kind of know what I'm feeling. I feel what you're getting on HLE.
Yeah.
You're the LPL guy, Rob.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna default to you. I'm like, all of my opinions might not matter because we got the Mr. LPL over here
But
to
that's
actually
the thing.
tell it to us.
Like, for me, this feels like the perfect meta for BLG, and especially when I look at the way the jungle and support have been playing, that's the deal breaker for me, and it's what we saw that made the difference against Hanwha as well. Shun and On working together. On does not go down to Viper at any point in time. He's immediately moving around the map with Shun. He's making plays towards the mid lane for Knight to make sure that he is a comfortable lane, and as soon as they are able to get control against Kanavi, the entire map disintegrates for Hanwha, and I expect them to go towards a very similar style here. Go for the Camille's, the Shens, the counter picks with the Leona. Having an answer to Delight seems to be the focal point here for that man on your screen.
Yeah, and look, Delight, Kanavi are good at this as well, but I think that BLG have just been so much more successful in getting out of lane, and a lot of that comes down to Viper.
How so?
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah?
We all know it's the
but
thing that every AD carry hates, but Viper is the king of the mage bot lane. Look, he brought it out, 2018 Caspa Cup, 2019 LCK Spring, Cassio, Vladimir. He was cooking when no one else was cooking and winning with it, so it's no surprise to see that that has finally paid off for him.
And we chatted about this with him actually a couple days ago. We remember the Griffin days. We remember what he was able to do with Lehans in the bot lane. For him, super easy to pick up those kind of champions again. So let's check out what Viper had to say in the Verizon Game Day interview about those mages bot lane. thinking about you and your early days at Griffin, you were already picking up on the AP Mages bot lane, and that's the kind of champions that you were playing back then when you were with Lehen. So how easy was it for you to pick up this champion, this meta, and how much did that help this MSI?
Honestly, it didn't even require me any kind of adaptation because I played those picks so many times. It's almost like a muscle memory, and the champion pool back then and right now about the mage bot lane overlaps a lot. So I was able to kind of lock in those picks with a lot of confidence in the current meta. And with me and Leehands, we were able to cook up so many different crazy stuff, and we know the strengths and weaknesses of each comp, so we know how to play out the game based on the champions, and we know how the games will unfold. So it was like so natural, as if I was like breathing.
And that's where it makes the difference. For him, it was, he said it himself, muscle memory, where other players here at MSI had to adapt onto this meta. We can see him innovate. And where people had to pick up some champions, I wouldn't be surprised that Viper has more under his belt coming here today.
I mean, I just love when AD carries rose to prominence, dictates how good they are at mages. So let's look at the champions they've played so far at the World Championship, but specifically because of the Griffin era, when Riot was actually trying to make mages bot lane optimal, he could just play all of them, and he continues to have that muscle memory to this day where he can go back, turn back the clock to 7-8 years ago and play all these picks that Guma just won't have the same number of reps on.
But it's also the fact that like he's able to take things like the Cassiopeia. Like Knight is considered one of the best, if not the best player at the moment in the world. And he's considered one of the best Cassiopeias. And he may not even be the best Cassiopeia on the team. Like, they've taken that to give it to Viper in the bot lane. That flexibility has been incredible. And the fact that, again, this style enables On to start moving out of lane, enables to play for those solo laners that can be so oppressive. It is the fact that Viper has said, hey, I will take a step back. And this was something that Danny had mentioned in interviews, saying, look, not everyone on this team can be a superstar. Someone is going to have to take this back seat. And it was Viper who said he'd step back and actually do that instead of forward,
And this is where it's interesting, because you know that you're not going to be able to contest Viper on this type of ground. So I'm wondering, when you look at Gumayushi, for me, he embodies the weak side AD carry for what he can do in lane. So can he take Viper out of this ground here and actually challenge him and bring him back to standard AD carries, because he knows he's not going to be able to challenge Viper on AP mages.
Look, when we came into the tournament, I was actually pretty confident that was going to be the big edge. It felt like HLE were much more comfortable with Guma on the bottom side. When you look at the start of the year, Viper didn't really fit in, got a ton of criticism. But in this tournament, as much as I thought Viper might be a liability, might not be as comfortable in that role, the mage's bot lane and just his comfort playing 1v2 in a lot of situations, I think has given him a massive edge that I did not initially expect to be there.
And to get into some of the specifics, even if Guma doesn't like playing mages, he's great at Ziggs. So, and in terms of like Zeus playing raid boss champions, Jace Ziggs, if it's left unbanned, that's going to be the game one comp and how you match that. So I think game one is potential. We see two mages in the bot lane and a bunch of the ADs. It's as the series progresses, the question is like, how do the scaling AD carry weak side picks that Guma plays compare to the fringe mages that Viper is going to be able to play? And I think if Zeus is then able to be on the tankier picks, that's their answers. I think he's going to be able to go even as how the rest of the comp fits in around punishing BLG for having too much magic damage.
And Guma, he had some strong words about these mages and how much he dislikes them, I want to say. He was on Casual stream yesterday, so let's check out what he said.
Feedback right now.
Mage's bot, does he like them or does he dislike them?
기원딜 AP 바텀 하는 거 좋으세요, 싫으세요?
싫어요. I hate.
You hate?
Yes.
Okay, no more mage.
Yes.
Okay.
Too many.
Too Mel, Ziggs, Vel'Koz, all that stuff. Crazy.
맞아요. I hate.
And I will say, this is absolute AD carry privilege, because no top laner in the history of the game has said, I love playing Ornn. I love playing Maokai. We were never like, all right, guys, time to rework top lane so they don't have to play tanks. But AD carries are like, Ryan, we need it. It has
to happen. Have you heard top lanes with AD carries in the top lane? I have not heard top laners shut up about that. It's AD carries are just a menace anywhere they go.
I feel you. Ban all AD carries anywhere on
If he really wants to get rid of it, he can pull a 2018 Reckless and retire, and then Riot will be forced to act.
What?
They will be forced to act.
I don't know if that's what happened, but this is this version of history is pretty hilarious.
I kind of like it.
I'm sorry.
We've heard it from the two of you. I haven't heard your prediction, Didi.
So I'm on the side of BLG. I think for a lot of the reasons that Rob highlighted. I like what Jat brought up about those top lane picks. I'm just not convinced that the edge is going to be there. I think draft edge reliably going to be in more games favoring BLG. And when it comes to execution, Kanavi was really struggling against Shun. And so while I believe that teams can reset, I got the tape. I have already seen them win once. I think they're doing it again.
But there is always an option when BLG are just arrogant, they could throw it all away. Like, I know these guys, so I'm kind of curious like what the fans are going to say, because I don't know which way this one's going to go.
And it's finals. Anything can happen, and I want to hear it from the fans with the MasterCard fan prediction at home, because, okay, usually Western fans are heavily leaning towards the LCK. I was not expecting this.
All right, guys, I'll just say that fan prediction rate's the lowest I've seen, so I don't trust y'all anymore. I'm going to go with HLE. I like to look at long-term trends. The LCK has won 6 of 7 international titles. I think they'll win 7 of 8.
All right, what do we think it's going to come down to in the end?
It's all
Which
about
players?
It's all about the bot lane.
I think it's all about bot lane. Who gets to leave it the most? I think that's really the core of it.
Zeus versus Bin in the late game.
Zeus versus Bane in the late game. No junglers involved this time around. That's the only thing we want to see. Things can change within a few days. Last time BLG had the edge, but maybe HLE with the run they had, they can make it happen, because all it takes is one day to write your name in history. One day to reap the rewards of years of hard work. One day to make it count. To get your revenge and cement yourself as the very best. To be your hometown hero. Or one of the very few who actually won it all. One day for BLG to get a step closer to that long-awaited golden road. Or for HLE to finally prove that MSI belongs to the LCK here in Daejeon. Both teams have called their shot, but only one can be victorious, and it is time for your MSI 2026 Grand Finals. So let's meet the team in our player introduction, presented by MasterCard.
BLG has a date in the finals, and honestly, with this performance, I don't know whether anyone wants to face BLG. HLE will rise to the occasion, and they earn their place in the final. The LPL Giants will take on the LTK first seed and show Daejeon what they're worth.
마침내 여명이 밝았습니다. LPL의 MSI 우승은 5회, LCK는 4회입니다. BLG와 한화생명, LPL과 LCK를 대표하는 두 팀이 영광을 쫓고 있습니다. 한 팀에게는 좀처럼 완성되지 않는 골든 로드를 이어갈 기회, 다른 한 팀에게는 새로운 역사를 쓸 기회가 찾아왔습니다.
我觉得大家是都小瞧 BLG 的实力吧，就听那种采访，就感觉大家都非常低估我们。
제 개인적으로 제가 중국에서 한번 MSI 우승을 해봤는데 LCK라는 다른 환경에 와서 또 한번 증명을 하는 자리인 것 같습니다.
나이트와 카나비 3년 전 두 사람은 나란히 골든 로드를 향한 길을 걸었습니다.
因为我和康纳维只有23年一起共事过嘛，就那年和他打的时候，我是觉得他是最强的打野。我觉得23年和康纳维一起就捧起 MSI 冠军是我非常开心的一个时刻吧。
나이트 선수랑 같이 할 당시에 저희가 성적을 잘 냈었고 그리고 잘 맞았던 것 같아가지고 좋은 기억이었던 것 같고 23년도 때 일단 징동이 LPL 스프링이랑 서머도 우승하고 MSI도 근데 아쉽게도 월즈에서 마지막에 져서
골든 로드를 향한 그들의 여정은 마지막 순간에 막히고 말았습니다.
JDG, a solemn bow as their golden road is denied.
이제 두 선수는 다시 한번 마주합니다. 하지만 이번엔 서로 넘어야 할 상대가 되었습니다.
7년 전에 그리핀에 있다가 중국 LPL 팀인 징동에 가게 되었습니다. 처음에 LPL에 갔을 때 주변에 계신 분들이 너무 잘 도와주셔가지고 잘 적응했던 것 같습니다. 서브 리그 때 하나생명에서 좋은 제안해 주시고 새로운 환경에서도 해보자라는 생각이 들어서 결정했던 것 같습니다.
因为我是作为队长的身份嘛，就和23年的职责是完全不一样的。就我希望带领我的4个队友就拿接着 MSI 冠军，也为 LPL 带回冠军。
1위와 2위의 차이는 한 끗에 불과합니다. 영광과 좌절을 가르는 건 그들을 움직이는 열망입니다.
항상 이제 대부분 해외에서 경기를 했었는데 한국에 있는 큰 무대에서 경기한다는 게 뜻깊은 것 같습니다. 결승이 끝나고 꽃가루가 날리는 중간에서 트로피를 든 사람이 저였으면 좋겠습니다.
没人拿比说的话，就非常是了解你的风格打法嘛，不会来逮捕你的。
上次我们一起拿过 MSI 冠军嘛，这次我一个人拿 MSI 冠军吧。
대전에서 열리는 MSI 결승전 승부수를 던져라. 콜 유어 샷.
미드시즌 인비테이셔널 대망의 결승전이 펼쳐지는 이곳 대전에 오신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 치열한 2주간의 승부 끝에 이제 단 두 팀만이 정상에 도전할 기회를 갖게 되었습니다. 자, 그러면 그 두 팀을 여러분께 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 이 팀은 단 하나의 패배도 없이 전승으로 이곳까지 왔습니다. 그리고 전 세계 유일 골든 로드 후보입니다. From LPL BLG 탑 BL 정글신 미드 나이트 바텀 파이퍼 서포트 원 그리고 이에 맞설 팀을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 이곳 대전은 이 팀의 홈그라운드입니다. 그리고 이 팀은 BLG에게 갚을 것이 엄청나게 많습니다. From LCK 한화생명 미드 체카 정글 카라비 탑 채워서 여러분 마지막으로 양 팀명 세게 한번 외쳐보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 from LPL BLG 제대로 달려볼까요? Are you ready for the finals? Are you ready? Okay, let the finals begin. 2026 MSI 대망의 결승전을 이곳 대전 컨벤션 센터를 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI 2026 Grand Final. Firstly, just have to say a huge thank you to Daejeon. It does not feel the same if we don't get the 시작하겠습니다.
I just gotta say, man, we see the Players' Trophy. Where's Daejeon's trophy after that performance?
Exactly.
Someone needs to put a medal on his shoulders or something.
I think he's got a few so far. The man has been around for quite some time and is incredibly good at what he does. And speaking of people that are pretty good at what they do, we have two teams that have faced off against one another only a few days prior, looking to see whether there can be a different result here today.
And it's going to have to start with support. I mean, the support difference was huge simply because On was immaculate. He was so good, incredible, and he started the series with that Shen game. I feel like that is like perfect support play, man. He was everywhere. They defended the jungle invade. He got his jungler going, kept up the pace of the game. He even then made Stand United plays later in side lanes with Knight as well, and completely accelerated and controlled the game. So BLG, they just did such a good job attacking the game plan of HLE and defending against their win conditions.
Absolutely agree, and I just felt like Knight as well was unreal in that series. I came into the tournament thinking he was the best mid laner in the world. I am now thinking he's the best player in the world. This guy is in unreal form, and Zeka is going to have to play a great series to keep him contained because Knight is so flexible. He can dominate in lane, he can dominate the team fights, he can move around the map, he can play melees, he can play control mages. He really can do it all.
Yeah. And I think that, for me, the most impressive thing the last time these two teams met was Daejeon and how incredibly well he navigated each draft, getting the Shen, for example, finding the Akali counterpick to make sure that Zeka was entirely nullified on one of his most famous picks. And if you're an LCK fan, a T1 fan, especially, you might be thinking of Daejeon as maybe not the greatest coach. However, he has been absolutely phenomenal here for BLG.
I 100% agree. I did think you were going to say the most impressive thing about him, though, was his jump kick in the, the coach
that was
cam
pretty
afterwards.
Good. That was pretty good.
Because that was clean, too, right when they smashed him.
All right, we are getting ready for Champion Select here for game number 1 of the MSI Grand Final. And here it is, presented by HyperX. BLG will be on our blue side to start this one off as HLE have elected to go for first pick.
So there has been a lot of discussion about the mages. And of course, the mages bottom lane, there's such a big difference between Viper and a lot of the AD carry players here. Guma, on record for sure now saying he hates that. Please get that out of there. But what HLE did focus last time in game number 1, they picked the Ziggs. That is his mage that he'll play in the bottom lane. The Ziggs plus Rel combination. They can do other combinations with it, but I want to see if they actually choose a different strategy now, or if they still want to get at least one of the primary mages out in Fearless early on.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, how they want to approach here because Viper is just so flexible. Like, this is his meta,
yeah,
right?
All the mages.
Exactly. He can play everything, and when this guy was coming up, I was blown away by, like, his Yasuo. Even I remember watching highlights from solo queue of his Riven, and, like,
Vladimir.
you're just like, wait a second, you can just play every champion in the game? Like, you could do that?
It was pretty unfair that Chovy wasn't even the best Vladimir on the team. It's just kind of ridiculous. Viper has really flourished when there are different champions to play towards the bottom side. But he was also in the meta when people were playing bottom lane Darius and Gangplank and all sorts of weird things. It was a strange time to exist there towards the bottom side. First pick, though, is it the Ziggs? Do we actually need to lock it in first?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to have to be locked in first. I did want to point out the Syndra ban, though. It is a double ban. Flex, you're talking about Viper playing a lot. But the Syndra, the Syndra has been played into the Ori and the Rise, were the two primary ones. So that's why it definitely drew my eye.
I'm really interested because we actually saw this from Lion where we thought, okay, they're going to split it up. But then they let both through and they went Lee Sin Akali. And we know Knight has a dangerous Akali that he could bring out.
Yeah.
So it might be a similar draft.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things that can attack an Orianna. Nocturne is also available. The idea usually when you give over this champion is that you're going to put pressure and burn her flash a lot and try and get kill pressure.
And it did work. Oh, it said so.
Bard does it too, though.
Yeah, Bard definitely does. And I mean, of course, we could still see Akali on 2 or 3 if they do want to go towards it.
They don't need to lock the Akali here, right? It's not likely that Zeus is going to play that in the top lane.
So this is interesting to me. And again, the idea of Fearless always gets into it in the first game. Do you think that, oh, because we have Viper's deep mage pool, let's take away some of the safe AD carry picks?
Well, taking Ezreal away from Gumayushi doesn't really deny
yeah,
the champion pool, I'm not
he's
gonna lie.
not the biggest Ezreal player. But Bard Ezreal does give them that safety. It's a similar idea where you have safety for him and let the Bard roam.
Well, there's the Rel for Delight, certainly one of his favorite champions. Does pair pretty nicely along with the Ziggs if they do decide to go that way. Very interesting that this time they're not going for the Nocturne that didn't necessarily work the greatest when we saw it yesterday.
So instead it is, whoa, okay, never mind. I thought it was
Lee
actually
Sin.
Fury going to get locked, but they are going to take the Lee Sin away here. Something that has become very high prio amongst these top junglers in the world. People have really been liking it. We've been seeing a lot more variants when Lee Sin comes through as well. 3 camp base for a longsword, look for early ganks, look for early skirmishes, and try to push the pace. And if you're expecting them to attack your Orianna, then this can be a good champion to play through mid lane and try to cover Zekov with.
Yeah, it's a very versatile champion, leaving them open for a lot here.
The Ambessa for Zeus as well. This is a powerful top side of the map, but still a whole lot of counterpicking can be done. And here's the first one with the Renekton, potential answer the Akali, another one into the Orianna.
Yeah, it makes them choose, right? Do you want to, which solo lane do you want to counterpick?
Yeah.
I think this is the correct choice, by the way, even though Bin clearly does want the Renekton answer into it. Personally, I would prefer the Akali, get Knight on that Akali. He was nasty with it, and into the Orianna definitely would be good. But, of course, the other counter pick is also very good. Zeus, I feel like has been the best player on HLE if you take all of the games into account.
Yeah, I mean, he has been really, really strong. And it's interesting, right? Because deciding between the Akali and the Renekton, I was kind of thinking the same as you, that I would prefer the Akali. But at the same time, maybe Knight is saying, hey, there's going to be good angles for Akali in later games. And this is a really good angle for Bin on the Renekton, be able to shut down Zeus on this Ambessa. This is one of those traditional difficult matchups that usually is banned out when you want to pick the Ambessa. And so they are going to have that advantage in the top lane 1v1.
Evolution going to be taken away here from Gumayushi, certainly one of his favorite champions there towards the bottom side of the map, especially for playing around that mid game. And I think that HLE are going to have to ban an Akali, and then do they take away something like the Skana that we have seen find success into things like the Lee Sin?
Yeah, going to be interesting here because you don't have some extra way. They're okay, so they're going to ban the Poppy first. I still think they're also going to ban the Akali as well, but Poppy first because of the dashes of Lee Sin and Ambessa also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, if you are considering an aggressive mage bot, if you're considering playing something like the Pyke even, then, that would be difficult to play against as well. Ziggs going to be denied though. So, I mean, with Lucian, you're kind of banning Lucian Milio. You're obviously stopping those Ziggs lanes very easily. We did see MF come out from Guma yesterday in their series when Berserker did go to the Ezreal. It was very effective both in the early lane as well as in the mid lane. Once you got the BT, you can really kind of shrug that off, and it can be difficult for Ezreal there. So it is an option that Guma could go back to, but we're expecting the Akali to get banned out here. I think it would be a big surprise if it's not.
Well, they do take all of the time in order to do it, and it will not be banned away. The Jarvan to be denied from Shun instead. So maybe Guma and Delight thinking about something like Ash Seraphine, something that's a little bit more susceptible to that Cataclysm. But I do still think that, why not get rid of the Akali?
I mean, so are BLG. That's what they're thinking. They're like, what?
Is it a trap?
What's the trick here?
I wonder if it's something they're thinking about, like an angle with Renata or something that could shut it down, or like a Lulu that's going to be good into it. I'm trying to think about what support picks could shut it down, because it's not really about AD carry shutting it down. So that's kind of the only angle that I have, is that they are worried that, what if the light goes X? That could make it difficult in the 5v5s. But I just have so much faith in Knight's ability to pilot Akali in these fights, and given a good matchup, that I would be surprised to not see it. It might just be Caitlyn. Okay, so they're just debating between two different lanes here. I mean, it could be Caitlyn Karma, it could be Caitlyn Lux. We've seen Caitlyn Elise, so it's really just, kind of dealer's choice on what they want to go.
Yeah, Delight might be on that rel that they were considering earlier on, but I would like them to play a little bit more lane-focused, and this is exactly that, as the Karma will be locked in here for Delight.
The only thing for me with this HLE comp is that Mbessa's ult is harder to hit now, and you don't have great setup for it. You don't have really easy CC to be able to land some of these things. Zeus is obviously very good with Mbessa, and you can like hide in Fog of War sometimes, or get good angles sometimes, or even sometimes just use slows maybe to be able to set it up and guaranteed hit those, but not the easiest.
Yeah, and it will be the Victor locked in, so no Akali here for Knight, going for a little bit more of that scaling damage. We've seen Victor find a fair bit of success so far this MSI, but it's not really the direction that I was expecting this draft to take. However, if it was an Akali there, maybe it feels a little bit too haphazard. Maybe the team fight isn't as powerful as BLG wanted.
Yeah, it could be a little bit more difficult. My kind of thought process is maybe they think top lane's just going to be a battleground because they went for that early Lee Sin, because they have the Mbessa they want to protect, and maybe they're saying, okay, we can't be in both lanes at once. Let's focus on playing through top.
I also do think Karma is pretty annoying. You know, the tether for Akali reveal is pretty annoying, and then the shield, you know, Mantra shield is always, you know, decent as well, but we'll see how it turns out here. Going with the Victor, going with the scaling for mid lane.
And it also is going to mean that Lee Sin not going to be able to find that value into the Akali that he would have otherwise as well. And Akali is saved
other reveal too
for later in the game, in the series, where you may not have to deal with either the Karma or the Lee Sin, and Knight could find a better angle. Or maybe Zeka could. I hear he's got a skin on the champion and is pretty good at that one as well. But only time will tell. Game number 1 is upon us. Last time around, BLG had this one extraordinarily quickly. I remember there was a Kobe complaining about the series not quite being as competitive as we wanted. This is the grand final at MSI for 2026 though, and hopefully we'll get a good one this time around, as already we're here under the Rift.
See how aggressive these two junglers do want to be. Kanavi was such a big part of that 5-game series win over Lion. I felt like he was stellar across a lot of different games. When this guy gets ahead, he is such a problem because he pushes the pace in such an incredible way, constantly invading, forcing fights from that advantageous position, and putting Inspired, at least in that one game, that Skarner game, down 3 levels at one point.
Yeah, and then BLG showed when they played against Kanavi, it could also be a problem if Kanavi gets behind, and a problem for HLE because of the counter and what they were able to do in game number 1. So they did get the vision of him on the Raptor pit, and they're going to know that it is going to be top side down clear for him. So opposite clears here for our junglers, and Shun going to be playing up towards that bin matchup. Again, the Renekton into Mbessa is very nice, especially early on. So we'll see how much Bin can actually pressure, because he's been very good at getting the maximum out of especially his Renekton matchups.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with this Nefiri coming in, also post level 6, it's not going to be easy because lane ganks are so easy to set up for. Nefiri doesn't always have to have a creative angle. She can find them jumping over walls, but sometimes just a lane gank and a stun is enough, and Kanavi's looking for a level 3 top.
Yeah, he's already here. Zeus is going to dive in. Is Bin too far up? Will he have to flash? That is going to be the question here as the Warthog comes on over. The Tempest Cripple will come down here from Kanavi as the flash forward from Zeus. They want this first blood. It is the Ravenous. Oh, the Ruthless Predator comes through, and that is going to be first blood over to Kanavi here, coming out of the jungle, and HLE off to a much better start already.
Yeah, he does end up having to flash for it, but that is still well worth. And they do it pretty quickly, so he can recall and immediately go to his bot side camps. Now you know that Shun is going to have a little bit of extra time after his clear. He's actually not finishing his clear. Look at him. He wants to go answer the kill because Zeus not recalling, no flash.
Oh, Shun actually not going to show himself here as he does back away. Gets that ward down, and that is going to be the Mbessa going home with that advantage.
Yeah, Zeus was trying to get that wave in, but realized it would be not safe. Wardhop, Tempest Cripple. There's just not really any way out for Bin in this spot. I feel like he played it about as well as he could. Throws the stun down onto Zeus, tries to kite it out. That canceled auto, it looked like there from Kanavi, forces him to use the flash, but then he can safeguard out to safety. It's a nice little early gank here, and Lee Sin, one of those champions that we have been seeing utilize those quite a lot at MSI. And he's got 2 quick long swords as well.
Yeah, I want to see what happens over the Raptor respawns too, because they do have vision on it, and Shun is definitely one to punish. So Shun got the full clear done. Meanwhile, Kanavi finishing up with his crab and support difference as well in the run for those Raptors.
We can see the LPL and LCK MSI finals head-to-head there. As so maybe another gank here. TP coming in aggressively.
Yep, Kanavi's trying to get into position here. Zeka immediately has to flash to get himself out of the way. That is Kanavi safeguarding himself to safety.
And good cover there from Kanavi. Zeka with the aggressive TP does get punished, loses his flash, but because the Lee Sin is there, he will not lose anything more.
Yes, and as you were saying, Isaac, this is the LPL tournament.
It is. It has been, you know, in the finals, you know, versus the LCK, especially in the past, I will say. We have been having Gen G do very well in more recent years here at MSI. So LCK has been kind of running things internationally. It feels like for that last couple of years, it was starting to feel like, hey, we're moving back into this previous LCK era where it's just a matter of which LCK team wins. Then we come to first stand, and all of a sudden, both LCK teams out before the finals, BLG win. Then here, T1 out earlier than expected. BLG in the finals after taking down HLE, and HLE is now fighting for that LCK pride, trying to reestablish themselves as the best team in the world.
Exactly. It feels like BLG fighting here, and they've got the year that looks like the revenge of LPL. They are constructing the Golden Road at the moment with the first stand win and looking to repeat what they did in the winner's bracket final here versus HLE. And if they're to do so, I mean, it would be quite a big global shift here.
It really would, right? And that's obviously so far off, you know, in this series, but, you know, it has been LCK running things. It has been them playing so well, of course. You know, this is where they are in the Golden Road thus far. You know, they did win Split 1. They went to first stand. They won there, and were quite dominant, honestly, in that run. Then Split 2, they win as well, and now here they are in the MSI finals all the way through the upper bracket.
Halfway done. Of course, the second half of it is a little bit more difficult than
the first stand brick is smaller than the world's brick, in my experience. You know, it's a bit heavier to place.
Yeah. Okay, a little bit of damage here onto Delight, but Lee Sin is the closer jungler as well, so On is just going to slip out.
Yeah, Mantra W as well there from Delight to help get a bit of that health bar back. One of the handy things here for the Karma. One thing that will be fun about HLE, if they are able to get over this hurdle this time around, is that we will have a third organization here from the LCK being able to grab a trophy here at MSI. Really, maybe giving themselves an opportunity to start another dynasty here, because Gen G and T1 really just have had a monopoly over these international tournaments outside of the weird DRX blip and the Damwon era.
I mean, they really have, and it's very cool to see Zeus and Gumayusi establishing themselves now on HLE. Obviously, tremendous success with T1, but weren't able to actually win that MSI, and now here on HLE with an opportunity to win a tournament that they weren't able to on T1, and really, you know, just showing that it is not just about that T1 org, that they can have that success independent of that organization, and have built an incredibly strong team here with HLE that did not immediately get the success they wanted. You think back to Split 1, they actually finished 10th, which is more of a format thing than an honest thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But still, Kanavi was not gelling immediately with the team, and watching through Split 2, it was a night and day difference. With this team on the same page as Kanavi, they have looked brilliant.
They certainly have. Let's see if they can actually challenge and put the extra pressure here onto HLE, or onto BLG, because currently the early game is going well. You know, Kanavi had the successful move. They control the neutral objectives.
Does feel a whole lot slower than what we were seeing before, though, and I feel like this does benefit HLE. I feel like at this point they were just running around their own jungle trying to get as much as they possibly could because things had already gone wrong.
You can see these are the 3 times that Zeus and Guma played MSI together. They were runner-up and then 2 third-place finishes. Both of those third-place finishes at the hands of BLG. So it's not just revenge for the upper bracket. They are looking for revenge against BLG here, who has stifled them a couple times at MSI.
I remember it like it's yesterday. That depression really has not gone away. It's been a difficult task.
I never feel bad for you.
I know.
It's
I
so
know you
hard.
don't.
I just won the last 4 world titles. But there was this one time where I got second at a tournament. It was so tough for me.
I paid my dues. I didn't start on the APL, the OPL, right? We didn't do a lot of winning at all.
I've stayed in the LCS.
That was the place to be initially, though, and I'm glad that we've got League Classic to see, you know, incredible plays like Double-Lift being able to completely smurf it here on the stage once again.
Back to our prime, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Back to the good old days, right, Kobe?
The good old days are now, buddy. We just won 5 games against HLE.
Damn right.
The present really isn't that bad with the top 3 for North America recently. But back to this game, it is really fun because there are so many titles between the different players on these teams, and we're talking about all these different combinations. Also, the coveted feat of getting 1 each of First Stand, MSI, and Worlds is up for grabs here because of the earlier HLE where they won the first Stand. Zeus, Zeka, and Viper all on that team. So both teams here have the opportunity, which means somebody's going to do it and collect all 3, even though it's not in the same year.
Infinity Stones will be complete.
Indeed. But not. It could be double the amount of Infinity Stones completed if it is HLE that managed to take that one over the line. But Viper being able to do it whilst also continuing down the golden road and ticking over that 50% mark towards getting everything for the year. It's kind of crazy. Like, we've had League of Legends Esports for so long, but a team has never been dominant enough to win the entire year long.
I mean, it speaks to how ridiculously difficult it is. The game is shifting all the time. There's multiple metas throughout the year. Just because you're the best in one does not guarantee that you will be the best in another. And even if you're looking that way, there's just so many tough teams to get past.
And, more recent one where we did have a pretty close golden road was that JDG team that had Kanavi and Knight on it. And now Kanavi's on the other side trying to stop Knight in his endeavors. And last time around, Zeus and Guma were there, and T1 were the ones to put a stop to it at Worlds. The large brick at the end of the road was definitely a heavy one.
That is a tough one to remove.
It's also kind of interesting, talking about Viper, in his road a little bit. Oh, Kanavi maybe going to look here.
Yeah, Ben is going to look to get himself out of the way. Public Execution is going to pick up the Crocodile. Dominus is running, but there is the kick back. The flash out, though. Zeus follows him up, and Kanavi gets another.
Kanavi is having a good game, and you know what that means. HLE are on fire. Goes to Zeus's lane. They hit the ultimate, and that's all you need to guarantee the gap close there. Zeus and Kanavi are able to combine for another Kanavi kill, getting Lee Sin fed early. We have seen this before.
We absolutely have, and I just love this from Kanavi. As soon as he completed the Eclipse, just goes straight up towards top with that Eclipse reveal. Bin needed to flash that, but he thought he had the ability to sidestep and just couldn't quite get out.
Yeah, I like the way Zeus plays it. He goes point blank onto you. Double dashes and slows Bin. He's like, I am right on your face. Now we're going to be able to hit this. And they set it up, and then Kanavi can close. And Kanavi still has his flash, while both top laners exchange theirs.
And it's always just difficult when you are playing one of these early game bully matchups and you're getting preyed on by the enemy jungler, because your time of power kind of gets whittled away at very, very quickly. And now, we're 11 minutes in. He does have that little CS advantage, but the couple assists for Zeus have kept them basically dead even in gold in this matchup where Zeus will outscale and, in theory, should be more valuable in the 5v5s.
Not to mention the fact that Shun is getting less and less valuable, right? Like, being these more damage-focused junglers can make things difficult, but he is up towards his top side of the map, and he's got friends, as you say, Kobe. Let's see whether Zeus can survive this one. Doesn't have the public execution, but he doesn't want this to be public. That is going to be the first kill for BLG, and it goes to Knight.
The cost is going to be hefty on the bottom side. The Caitlyn Karma had already been doing a lot of work on turret plates, pushing in, using that range, using the double poke, and so they're going to get quite close to the first turret bonus gold, but BLG make the call, hey, yeah, we are also worried about Ambessa getting out of control, so try and get that extra kill.
Yep, going to be able to get up there and get that. Guma getting a lot of gold, though, here. 800 gold ahead of Viper, who did slow down the push a little bit with that cross-map Ezreal ult to clear out the wave, but Guma's already on his first completed item, has the Hex Optics done, and you can see some of these first items really coming in across the board. We have double Eclipse on the top side for HLE, we've got the Cyclosword in the Eclipse, and first item also done now for Knight. Hasn't been too much talk about Dragons, but it is HLE with the first 2, even though they weren't contested. Also, big bonus when you make big plays like that up to this side of the map is they leave behind extra vision because they just overloaded with 4 people. And so then when you're retaking there as On is under attack, then it gives up your next jungle clear. And so they have really good timing estimations now on Kanavi. So BLG do also have the extra information after the play. HLE, though, continue to stack their Dragons, continue to execute their game plan nicely.
Yep, 3.5 minutes, and then we have Soul Point on the cards here for HLE. A 1,000 gold lead is not the end of the world, not to mention the fact that BLG are getting towards the 2-item spike for Viper, right? Wanting to play around, I think, probably closer to 2 items here in this game rather than anything else. So the mid game could be very, very scary from this squad. And HLE going to have to stay on their toes if they want to make this one work. But so far, so good, and definitely much better than before, as Kanavi possibly jumped on here, as On takes a very short magical journey and gets the flash out of Kanavi.
Good little bit of pressure, taking the flash off Lee Sin. The Fed member here on HLE is going to be pretty valuable, but On just trying to harass him as much as he can, seeing if there's a way to actually stop that recall, and Zeus just barely gets out on that recall.
Yeah, the Q actually tags him momentarily, but he is able to get back home once again. 25 CS is going to be the lead here, a little bit above that here for Bin. So actually, despite the fact that he died a couple of times in lane, hasn't really changed how this matchup has been going in the 1v1.
Yeah, not too much, and I think one of the critical things about it is that he was always pushing, so it's not as though he lost a big wave at his tower on any of these deaths, right? He had actually already claimed the CS, pushed it up, and then when Zeus died, it was at his tower. He was 4-man dove, so lost some CS there. Bin was able to get some plate gold, and that has kept him in a pretty comfortable spot thus far in the 1v1, but still, I think all things considered, HLE super happy with how this game is going. Guma and Kanavi super accelerated. You use that bot pressure to get the early dragons. It's an infernal soul that will be available this game, and they would love to continue stacking.
Oh, Kanavi has found his old friend here as Knight blast cones his way up. There's the resonating strike to follow from the Lee Sin. Kicks him into the wall, and he'll just find the kill. Zeka grabs an assist with a command protect, but that was all Kanavi.
Everything done so well from Kanavi there. You know, dashed out of the gravity field, lands a Q, autos the Gromp to get his energy back, takes it over the wall after the blast cone.
Gumiyushi gonna have to get out of the way of Shun here. We'll see whether that flash is going to be enough here as they turn it. He's on a trap, and Shun is able to flip his way out, but Kanavi is going to get there, and it's actually Zeka that locks up the kill. Turret goes down in the bottom lane, but HLE are off to the races in mid.
They absolutely are, and they're gonna go for the Herald Q as well, with already so much damage dealt to these towers from this Caitlyn, but they don't want to give this up. They're actually TPing back in. They do have double TP available. Bin not coming just yet. Knight is there, though.
Yeah, Kanavi going to see whether he can get this smite down. Is going to be able to land it there as the gravity well has been able to hold him in somewhat position. Safeguard gets him over the wall. Tempered Fate holds him in place. But he's got the ball. It's actually going to be the Death Ray that does it from Knight. So they do manage to get that shutdown. Kanavi's still incredibly far ahead.
That's a big one to get, though. And I believe that went into the hands of Knight, correct? So that is exactly where they want their money. You know, BLG, so many of their games, it's always when Knight is fed. When Knight is fed, they are able to retake control. But let's take a look at how it happened.
Yeah, Guma just 90 caliber nets in aggressively for the trade, has to flash out when he sees Shun, and then Shun flashes, goes in with the ult, but the early tether from Delight roots him up. Kanavi arrives very quickly. Zeka TP's in, they get that kill, and then this is afterwards. You can see Bin had his TP, but decides, you know what, the Dragon, or rather the Herald is already going to be gone. I'm just going to walk bot. Knight TP's up, but him and On are able to actually combine to take down the Lee Sin. The Karma Shields expired during that Bard ult, and they're able to burst him right when he comes out of it.
Looks like the Ezreal got the shutdown there. I believe from the kill call out.
Oh, Kanavi is a little bit upset about that last death, and he is just going to come out of a replay and absolutely destroy Shun. Now Shelly's getting to work in this outer turret, and this snowball is starting to roll. Still only about 1,000 gold, given the fact that that tower fell down towards the bottom side. But that's Kanavi on the Dragon immediately afterwards. That's Soul Point, and HLE will definitely be able to make use of this Infernal Soul as Zeus goes in with the public execution. Been taking a fair bit of damage here, but doesn't look too perturbed.
Zeka's rotating over as well as the bottom lane, so Bin's going to have some visitors soon.
Yeah, the orb is now on him. Shockwave picks up the Crocodile. He doesn't really know who he wants to fight, and the answer is there's no good choice. He is going to be taken down here once again in the top lane.
HLE have set the pace for this game all game long. Kanavi, three camp gank onto the top side, and then consecutive plays here. Even after he gave up the shutdown, and Viper's able to cash in on that, they make the Herald play while taking Dragon. and catch BLG a little bit off guard. And then after that, the domino effect. You can transition your pressure from the mid lane up to Bin's lane and get another kill.
And I just love how this is buying time for Guma as well, right? Caitlyn very strong at the early levels, then kind of needs some time to get some items completed. Guma has all of the parts for the IE. He is rushing in towards that 2-item power spike and is going to have a very expensive 2 items here done pretty soon. And then once he hits 3, 4, 5, it just kind of goes up and to the right. Caitlyn becomes such a beast in the later stages.
Well, there are 2 more beasts on the map right now, thanks to our Coinbase Gold Grind for highlighting Kanavi and Shun. And this is the biggest difference from the last time these 2 teams faced off. I felt like Shun was everywhere, suffocating HLE in that first game last time. This time, it is Shu on the other foot. Is Kanavi going to demonstrate it right now? Gets the magical journey out of On, and Knight is able to walk it off.
Yeah, I mean, 2 full completed items. This is definitely a very big difference at the moment with the extra Sundered Sky too, and the steel caps being completed. It's just so much tankiness, this early on into the game. Into a Nefiri, Renekton, and Ezreal here. Very, very high value out of those.
Yeah, they're super strong. And I mean, you talked about the difference between last series and this series between these 2 junglers. A lot of it is, we saw On and how he was able to get out on the map. This time it was hard because Guma and Delight were perma pushing on bot side. It allowed them to stack dragons, put that pressure on.
Oh, Zeka finds the shockwave, tries the dash cannon out of the Tempered Fate, but he is held into position. Cosmic Binding doesn't quite do it, but there's the Arcane Storm, and the shutdown goes over to Viper yet again. Bin now trying to get on top of Kanavi, who does get himself out of the way. And HLE without their mid laner now, facing down a 3 versus 3 here towards this top side. But there are 5 people from BLG that can arrive at a moment's notice, Bin being one of them, but he does back away.
And meanwhile, they've got Caitlyn just pushing on bottom side there. Gumayushi playing PvE out in the mid lane. He's going to get the rest of that turret too.
Hang on. Okay, well, can BLG actually find something out of this? As Shun looking for an angle here, doesn't get the Darkened Daggers in. As Zeus trying to soften them up as they go for the dive. The Arcane Storm goes down yet again. Public Execution comes in, and Shun in maybe a little bit of trouble, but they haven't been able to lock down the kills just yet. True Shot Barrage comes in, and Viper locks down 2. Knight grabbing kill credit as Zeka will finally come back from the Death Chamber and grabs the shutdown onto Bin. Now he's dashing forward, looking for Shun, and Guma is looking to just maybe win the game. You were talking about PvE, yeah, he's forgotten that there are other people on the map, and he is just killing those structures.
I mean, this is fantastic for HLE. There was 5 members from BLG. Yes, they killed the tower. Yes, they got a couple kills, but HLE got one back, and they were in a 3v5. Now the IE is complete. Guma's just farming plates across the map here, and BLG just committed so heavily here. They knew they had to make something happen. Bin comes back. He pops the ult. They go in, but look at Zeus chunking down Viper, taking down On, getting those minions low, making it difficult.
They do try and delay, try and make it difficult. You can tell from the beginning of this replay, the tower was full health in mid lane. Viper is continually cashing in though.
Oh,
we got the shutdown and then this as well. Much more money into this Ezreal, and they're on the Baron.
They are. It's down to 50% health so far. On just playing some defense here as Delight trying to get some vision down, but he is spotted. They know exactly what's going on, but can they do anything about it? The answer is absolutely not. And HLE's gold lead is starting to dwindle now, and it might be even more at risk as this Baron buff plays out.
Yeah, that's a pretty big play there from BLG. I will say they're not that strong this season, but still it is a big deal. Big injection of gold. We'll see if they can actually use some of this Baron power to maybe set up for this next dragon, because that is where it feels like things will be decided. If HLE gets the Infernal Soul, I feel like they have a stranglehold on this game.
It's critical to me though, BLG with no flash on that Victor for Knight could be critical. No flash on him or Viper. So there is going to be a difference in safety for the backline carries here.
Yeah, it's going to be so much harder again on Guma and Zeka, as you're saying. They both have their flash, so a lot of those key playmaking abilities.
Kanavi's going in. Wow, half of his health bar with a Dissonance Resonating Strike. And that's the jungler. They're going to require him in 6-second time when this dragon does spawn. Control vision does go over. Zeus does find Shun one more time. He's got the defense of his bottom lane alongside him. We're still waiting for Knight to make his way over, and HLE have started off this Drake. Zeus now slips off into the fog of war, and there is the trap line. Bin gonna have to try and break it open, but he's taking so much damage. It's gonna be Viper that takes it! He's taken everything so far this game as Bin goes in, looks for the angle. Zeus does the same thing though, public execution, and they take down Viper! Their former AD carry now lying on the floor, Shun going untargetable, and they do get rid of Zeus. Now gets the kickback onto Shun, and now he is in amongst it. And HLE wipe them off the rift. It's a triple for Guma.
That is massive. And remember, the mid lane is so softened up, so Knight actually has to try to clear out these waves as fast as he can. Kanavi with a huge kick there on Shun, out of his ult in onto Guma. When Guma was low, he kicked him out of the air, protected his AD carry.
Yeah, BLG, they're looking to deny his soul first thing here, and so they go for on trying to Bard ult the large clump of champions up at the top side so they can get the Dragon. Good combo with Viper and Shun to get that, but then look at the fight as they turn.
Exactly. Guma was very well protected, and Zeus created so much space here for the team. Gets in, the Shockwave connects as well onto Viper. They delete him. Then you can see Shun goes back over the wall, but Bin is getting in onto Guma, and this is where the kick comes in. Goes for the ult in onto him. Kanavi says, "You shall not pass, buddy." Guma stays safe, kicks him away from his AD carry, and Guma cleans up.
A much better looking fight this time around for HLE here in game number 1. 11-6 is the kill score, and only one Baron remains. The Rebel Baron power play not exactly looking fantastic, as my goodness, those damage numbers for Gumayusi. There's a reason why his Caitlyn has been feared all these years, and he's now got 3 items put together, just looking for some armor penetration to finish off the 4th, and he is just going to be a raid boss.
Zeus has been insane for HLE, and his targeting and their team's targeting on Viper, having said, oh, Viper had just gotten 2 shutdowns and a bunch of extra kills on the Ezreal, and so they just annihilate him at the beginning of the fight. That was extremely well done on the turn from HLE, and they have the luxury of being able to have more chances at Dragon Souls in just under 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, because the beginning of the fight was looking like BLG might have had the better positioning, but Zeus just gets in the backline with that Shockwave 2 over the top, and Viper, who had been running this game and having a great tournament, just gets deleted, and it flips the fight on its head.
Bit of a flank angle here potentially for Bin as the net gets Gumayusi out of the Tempered Fate. See where this Crocodile is lurking, though. That's the question. His public execution gets Zeus into the backline again. Bin might be too late this time, but Viper does create some distance and takes down Zeus. Gumayusi pushed out of the fight, though, as Bin is massive, looking for the angle, but Kanavi's another carry, and he's just wiping them out where they stand. Bin flashes in. He'll find the Culver Meek to take out the Caitlyn, but the rest of his teammates are dead.
Dude, they nerfed their best ult to make it harder to hit on people.
You can nerf the champ, but you can't nerf the player. Zeus is going crazy, finds Viper again.
It is so worth. I mean, even though he's the first one to go down on this side of the map, you'll see the rest of the team winning the team fight because of all this pressure. Look, both carries are running from Zeus here away. He flashes and does so much damage, puts so much pressure, the rest of the team just deletes Shun.
Exactly, and look how low Guma was. Imagine if he's not putting that pressure on the backline. Any damage from Knight, any damage from Viper, Guma would have been dead so early. And look how much health Bin loses there. Tether into Trap, into the reset with that E to get even more headshots, and Bin almost got 1 shot, but at least got 1 kill back. HLE, though, on Soul Point, 5K lead, taking away camps. HLE starting to run away with this one, and Guma very close to the LDR. That's going to mean 100% crit for this Caitlyn, who's already been so hard to deal with.
I don't think Bin is going to last that long next time around. I think you're exactly right there, Azael. It's going to be a tough one for BLG to come back in, but man, if they manage to do so, this series could really get difficult for HLE, because mentally rebounding from a series like that can be tough.
I like it, Atlas. You're covering your bases. You're like preemptively, you know, already prepping.
No curses from me today, Kobe.
Heartbreak. And I feel like this is such a necessary first game, too, with how the upper bracket finals went and how handily BLG were able to take it and how good they looked in their first game, you know, versus them. So really nice resurgence here and strong look in game number 1 for HLE.
Kanavi going for the Endless Hunger, trying to snowball a little bit here, so he's not going to go GA.
Oh, he's hungry, all right.
He is looking to just kill everybody.
He already went first item Eclipse, which is not necessarily the most normal. This is kind of crazy. Tempered Fate connects onto 2 as the Gravity Well goes down at the same time. Kanavi not taking too much damage just yet, and now Zeus has made his way in. That big shield from the teleport on him now. It's 1 second until that dragon does come up, and Kanavi is already there. And he's looking to try and take that one down while everybody else is fighting over the mid lane. We do have Bin making his way in, looking for an angle towards that dragon pit. And BLG should be able to get over here, but there is the Q landing. Kanavi obviously is going in. Zeus holds the Dragon aggro. And as we can see, that Dragon's so incredibly low, it's stolen by Shun! He just bounces in immediately to try and take it down, and then gets the cooldown back, and he's over once more!
Oh, Shun, that is insane, brother! The steal, it's perfect because the observers had the vision toggled. You could tell he didn't have vision until like, it was like 1700 health, and it's like, oh, I have to jump in now, and just full send.
I think I saw it down to 1390. He just hops over and insta smites.
That's a pretty good smite.
So let's see this. I think it was
17.
1390. Yep, 1390 goes over. Perfect smite instantly there from Shun. HLE could have played a little bit slower, try to keep it higher health, see if they could bait him in, then push him back out. Instead, HLE just made the call. We're just going to burn it down. We'll finish it before he gets here. They are not successful in that. Viper took the last one. Shun takes this one. Back-to-back soul denials by BLG. Keep their hopes alive.
Okay. Not to be that guy, but if you're looking back and you're like, the damage lost by Kanavi taking the Q outside the pit onto Bin when they're coming over
that guy, but I'm about to be that guy.
Yeah.
Did that damage loss mean the timing that Shun needed to get in there? Because it was so close at the end. Regardless, though, it makes the game so much more exciting that they don't have the Dragon Soul yet. And BLG, they keep them in this. I mean, Shun keeps them in this with that smite.
Well, the Baron up and available, maybe something that HLE could look for their next sort of objective to go for, but it looks like they're not all that interested. Maybe they're on your side of the fence. There's Zale saying that it's not exactly all that important to pick up the Baron, and maybe starting it and tempting them to go for a contest is what HLE have on the mind.
Yeah, they're going to look for the turn. I mean, just committing to Baron is so dangerous. The risk versus reward can be quite difficult. They will be spotted, and Goom.
Really intelligent call.
Yeah, really just nice macro plays, right? They're not going to commit to the Baron. They're not going to do anything crazy. There's no opportunity to turn, but they get the edge on mid lane. The earlier pushing from Guma paying off there. And Viper going for the Serpent's Fang tech here against the Karma. There's obviously Safeguard shields. There's Orianna shields. There's shields as well with the Drakehound step from Mbessa. So is going to get some value on this. But it's interesting that the Ezreal does it instead of Shun, because you do get less from a range champion on that shield reduction.
Yeah, and then you look over at the mobile turret that is Guma with the 4-item Caitlyn here. Those headshots are certainly going to leave a mark.
Yeah, he is definitely not leaving anything out when it comes to damage. He's just building as much of it as he possibly can. Might be stopping by for like a Guardian Angel for his next one, or maybe he just goes BT or something like that and just tries to keep up the pace. Is it Kanavi, once again, looking to try and be frustrating here in the enemy jungle, denying yet another blue buff could be coming in, but he decides against it.
I will say, as good of a position as HLE are in, if they cannot get Soul, it's not a dominating position. I mean, Kanavi does have this big lead, but he is not on a Guardian Angel. If he makes a misstep, if he gets caught, and he could get burst down, right? This is not that more standard defensive build that he is playing. And you look over at Viper, he's on 4 items too. You look at Knight, he's relatively strong here, 3 items on the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Because Kanavi is also level 17, and so you get a lot of health from base stats too, especially the later levels have more packed. So level 17 Lee Sin here is the same level as both solo laners on his team, and the extra shield, with the Hex Drinker.
I mean, he's strong. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I'd be a lot more scared if Zeus had that gold, right?
Yeah.
Lee Sin with that gold, very powerful, but Lee Sin is not the same kind of scaling champion that some of these other ones on the map are. So, if there was a place you'd want that gold to be in your BLG, well, it's probably there.
Well, HLE now just going to push out that mid lane. They've got supers moving their way down. And at this point, you've got Zeus in the top lane trying to get that wave pushed in at the same time. And HLE just trying to get them away from this Baron pit once again. But with this game slowing down, like you guys are talking about, it's giving time for Knight to get more and more damage. And HLE, I think, are going to have to try and find an angle for a battle here. 8 seconds on the Dragon. There's a teleport in from Zeus, looking for an angle towards Knight as Kanavi doesn't get the Q. That's a blast cone, though, as Public Execution is not going to land this time. Knight takes the ace in the hole, though, and there's the Q from Kanavi. Knight going to get pushed away, but the stun comes in from the Gravity Well, and Knight will survive. BLG now just trying to rush down this Dragon, and it is going to be secured. Both teams now with 3 Dragons as HLE just didn't quite have a plan for taking the buff.
It's a complete heist, Atlas. I mean, Knight barely lives. Zeus finally doesn't hit an Mbessa ultimate. And BLG, they stop another soul.
I mean, Knight played that very well to get out, and also credit to On. On had to run over to the wall to get in range for that heal. Otherwise, he is dead. Gets the heal, barely is in range. Zeus trying to force here.
Yeah, they're going in. On takes a magical journey to get himself out. As my goodness, that was orbital strike landing onto Shun there in the jungle, but he does survive for the moment and is looking to go back. But this might be HLE's chance to grab themselves a Baron.
What do you do about this Caitlyn that does so much damage? Guma now on the Baron currently and Bin looking, but they can't get in. Zeka zoning them here. The Orianna doing so much.
She didn't even need to use the Shockwave in order to do all of that damage with the command attack dissonance combo. So the Baron will be taken here by HLE. Finally, actually getting themselves an objective here on this map. I feel like it's been about 15 minutes since we've seen them really take anything outside of that inhibitor.
And we'll have to see how much they can get done with it. Obviously, great sieging power here with the Orianna, zoning with the ball, with Caitlyn pushing forward. But there is also powerful wave clear on the other side with Knight. So, you know, Bin is going mid, trying to push this out before they Baron buff up those super minions. And Viper kind of just threatening with poke on the side, while Knight is just trying to thin that wave as best as he can.
Yeah, Bin doing what he can in the mid lane as well, dealing with those super minions that are making their way down. Guma gets a shield from Delight.
Teleport for the shield.
Yeah, Bin looking to make his way in level 19 on the Crocodile. Zeus could be in so much trouble. The ulti comes down, he flashes, but it's Shun that locks it up. And now the Tempered Fate going to be avoided here, but the net's now on cooldown. Gumayushi in so much trouble. Bin gets on top of him. Zeka's taken out as well, as they do kill On, but they don't really care about it. Now Gumayushi, he's going to have to be the one to make this one work. Gets the flash taken out, and he's taken down. Delight is now trying to keep them at bay, but he is just a support with only a hope and a prayer, and at least BLG can't get a Baron or a Dragon because they're not on the map anymore.
We've had our Zeus highlights so far this game, and it's time for some Bin highlights. He teleports a short distance, but for the shield and for the boost, and he gets the flank off. They burst down Zeus, they make the flank, they make the collapse just when then they need it to crush the siege of HLE.
And it was such a good team play because it was set up earlier by Viper getting poke onto Zeus, who was on that side. Viper was playing the angle so intelligently, not just playing from the base, playing on the side, landing Q after Q, getting poked down time and time again, softening up some of these members, and then it's Viper flashing away from Kanavi as he goes in. Zeka's Shockwave only connected onto the Bard as well, and here is that TP you're talking about, Kobe.
Here he comes. He's boosted up, coming in. Renekton finds Zeus, and there's the combo you're talking about. So much damage, they instantly delete him. Viper and Shun follow him, and then finishes behind you. The giant crocodile flashes on your carries. He goes for Guma first. I was like, what are they going to do about this Caitlyn? He creates so much space, and then Bin, the follow here as well. He's got the minions to work with. Slice, dice, finds another stun onto him. Just engage after engage after engage from the crocodile. And he's able to pull it off and set up the team to take all these kills.
It's just so well played there from Bin, and now Bin has a GA, and that is a big problem. This guy is going to be tough to deal with. He's level 20 at this point in the game, and that gold lead for Kanavi feeling like it means less and less.
I mean, Bin has been the lone gold lead on his team for the majority of this game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if BLG can utilize it for the next Dragon Soul fight. If BLG end up getting Dragon Soul in this game, it's actually going to be crazy.
Yeah.
They've denied so many here from HLE, and you'd be thinking about all of them. The Smite that came through, the Steal, the Sneak that BLG were able to have. If they can complete this comeback to Atlas's earlier attempt at anti-caster cursing, it would be devastating, buddy.
Yeah, maybe it was a prediction. I'm getting a little bit worried now.
It was the reverse anti-caster curse.
Oh, no!
And it would also be Infernal Soul if BLG take it, but 4 Infernal Dragon Infernal Soul, which is so much additional damage coming out from a team that is already really difficult to deal with here. And now the pressure feels like it is on HLE. This Dragon means soul for either side, but
oh, the Shockwave doesn't actually connect, but there's a kick flash into the public execution. Viper should be taken out. It takes a little bit of time. Kanavi's traded, but he's just holding them in position as Knight flashes over the wall. Bin just wasn't there. He finally shows up, but the party's over.
Yeah, he wasn't there because Kanavi started the party. He hosted the party in mid lane. He saw Viper. He went before BLG can react. HLE, they take the fight to them.
But the question is, can they even get the dragon? Because they have no jungler. Shun is still alive here, and they're going to try to fight this.
A little bit early into the pit here. Shun is not alive anymore. Bin is now going to get himself in there. Slicing and dicing. Gumayusi trying to get these autos down. And there's the GA procced from the Renekton. Zeus and Zeka still with a lot of damage available, and Bin not with a whole lot when he makes his way back. Gets the stun, but then gets taken down by this Orianna. And Knight just going to have to get out of there as HLE will finally get a soul.
That trap from Guma was game-changing. He had traps along the edge of the wall, predicting where Shun would go over. And it looked to me like Shun just hopped straight into one of those traps, lost all his health, could not do anything in that moment. And finally, as you say, they claim the Infernal Soul.
They are making him work for it, though. HLE, they finally claim it. The last dragon, they do pick it up. Here's another look at Kanavi starting it, though. He sees Viper, he hits the Q, and he's like, we are full sending. They go in with the shockwave here. Viper's going to be able to get away from it, but Kanavi just follows, uses the ward hop into kick flash into Zeus, and even with the attempted denial on the Bard ult, they just kill him as soon as they get out.
But buying that little bit of time was pretty critical because it allowed them to kill the jungler back, allowed them to get into a spot where you thought maybe they could actually contest this. They had that jungle advantage even though they were down a man, but HLE played it well, played it smart, killed off Shun, and took that dragon.
That's why these games are so fun to watch. Both these teams with that killer instinct of just full send it. They see the opportunity, they strike, and it is game-changing. Dragon's Soul now for HLE. And guess what? Guma's almost full 7 items here. Just need to upgrade one more, assuming it's the GA instead of the Death Stance.
And look at Bin, picked up a QSS, so really worried about that potential tether, about the traps. There's not that much CC, but Delight and Guma have been making his life very, very difficult. Always Delight is in position, lands the tether, he gets trapped, he loses all his health in that combo, so has decided to go for that QSS, and we'll see if it makes a difference in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, it feels like a lot just for traps. It's basically just for the traps, otherwise most things are just holds. Yeah, exactly, the tether to come through as well from the Karma. So Bin knows his job. He needs to kill the bottom lane. What tools does the bottom lane have? They've got a trap and a tether, and I need to deal with it. He's at least able to do that. Problem is, things are getting more and more difficult. The GA has just come in. That is full build. Gumayusi, at least for BLG fans, he is not going to get stronger than this. However, he is exceptionally strong.
Yeah, the problem is he probably doesn't need to be stronger than this.
No! All right, well, the Baron back up and available once again. It's Kanavi and Shun just playing with one another. Knight trying to find these death races. Of course, Kanavi goes in, but out again once more. Tempered Fate, my God! On basically takes his whole health bar in damage. As HLE just fishing for angles. And yeah, they're looking to take another inhibitor. Remember, there is only a naked inhibitor in the mid lane. They could take all 3 while HLE also takes the Baron.
BLG are sending 3 for Zeus. They're going to lose the Baron. They have to get this kill.
Well, can they actually do it as the public execution gets Zeus in there? He is likely to fall down, but they take the Baron as a response. And now BLG need to buy as much time as they can.
The inhibitors are exposed, and HLE want to come abuse that fact. BLG with the extra person here, gonna try and defend. Bin coming over. As you said, his job last time, all he had to do was flank, kill multiple people, and burn Guma's summoner spells, and then flash on him and kill him as well.
I wonder if BLG are gonna try to wait for the GA on Bin. Will they decide to send it without it? Whoa. HLE are just forcing the issue. They're taking all of these inhibitors. They're not allowing them that luxury of waiting for the GA.
Zeus is going to have his teleport when he revives.
Every auto attack from Gumayusi is hurting so much. Has now been on that flank angle once again. Guma playing so far up as Bin gets in there. Guma gets a huge shield. The flash is flashed by Gumayusi. Now Shun's in trouble. And maybe that man advantage doesn't mean too much at all. As Guma is just finding headshot after headshot. Knight now getting involved as they get him down to the GA. Kanavi still at full health. Wants to take down this Ezreal. The net to get Guma out. Viper! But he's popped like a balloon. Kanavi trying to bounce around the fight, needs another cooldown as Viper tries to find the Q and doesn't quite get there. Zeka puts him down, and now Knight is running away from the battlefield because Zeus has teleported in. in, and he will not connect that public execution, but Knight is not there to defend the base. The Nexus is exposed, and HLE will not let the past repeat itself. They take down BLG in game 1.
What a start to the MSI Finals. That game was incredible. Desk, what do you got?
I got an HLE 3-1 on the books right here.
What a start to this finals. Completely controlled early game from HLE, and then things go completely off the rails with BLG going back. Guys, what do we think?
Kanavi is a god! What the hell did this man just do? That Lee Sin just tore BLG apart.
Not only did he run the early game, he then failed to secure 3 Drakes in a row, but then he absolutely won the game with this pick.
I mean, just such an incredible play to find this in the clutch moment. Remember that BLG managed to fight their way, scrap their way back into this game, but Viper was such a key part of that. Even after a difficult early game, he was always just throwing down damage, gives his own life to make this play happen, and it feels like this play is the final moment where finally HLE ceded or took full control of this game. You said, Kanavi, look, this was the dominant early game we wanted to see from this player, but it goes all the way back into draft. The trust in him. You saw the hover on the Nefiri. We're all like, uh-oh, we're not so sure about this one. The Lee Sin, a huge confidence pick, and he absolutely delivered.
And you saw it in our HyperX Reflex replay, how strong he was on that Lee Sin. And look at the difference it made when this man isn't under pressure from Shun and on what he's able to achieve. Gank after gank in the top lane, play after play to kill the back line of BLG. This man has just put nightmares into the LPL fans.
He completely broke the gentleman agreement that was set on the top lane. 1v1 here, stepping in, helping Zeus as much as he can. But I do want to praise the improvements on the side of HLE, because Zeus was talking about the fact that what didn't work out last time were the drafts, the fact that they couldn't read BLG. I love the way they stepped in here and adapted onto this one.
And I thought the drafts were such an interesting mind game, because we were trying to predict these picks coming through based off of the previous series, and we're like, this is a Ziggs angler, this is a Mel angle, and they kept going back. So like the early Ezreal pick was potentially a denial from Guma trying to neutralize mage bots, but no mage bots, scaling mid lanes, meta top lane picks. It was a very 2 months ago draft.
This to me felt very arrogant from BLG. This is not what they won within the last time these two teams faced up against each other. They took that losing bot lane. They didn't have the matchup that they wanted against the Orianna in the mid lane, trying to go for this 1-3-1. I think they have to go back to that style, that work that you were just talking about with those mages in the bottom lane.
I completely agree. I don't think they gave themselves enough agency. When you look at that mid lane pick for Knight, Victor Orianna, you're just trading waves back and forth. And bot lane, again, we have to talk about the bot lane of HLE. We thought that this might be where we see the big difference, but they do exactly what you need to do with Caitlyn Karma. It was textbook League of Legends. The spice was Kanavi coming in, making those plays on the top side, but they get pushed. They get Drake. They move top side. They get Herald. They take every little early advantage away from BLG and stop any of these plays from ever happening. On just wandered around the map doing nothing for 12 minutes.
Guma Yushi was the egg on the ramen. He really was for this one, you know?
We wanted to see adaptation on the side of HLE, and it's amazing to see the difference that a couple days can make here, and that crowd cheering and roaring for them here in Daejeon. HLE is up 1-0 against BLG in our MSI Grand Finals. Let's see what happens next.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile. Where's my TFT Open? And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
they've combined into some sort of convergence fest. 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it? We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
자, 하나생명. 오케이, 와주세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 준비됐나요? 좋습니다. 자, 그러면 저길 보시고 같이 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go! Let's go! 좋아요 3단계! 성공하셨습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 선물로는 MSI 아주 특별한 마우스패드 드리도록 하겠습니다. 하나팬 한번 가볼까요? 준비됐나요? 좋습니다. 자, 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 오렌지 준비됐나요? 네! 자, 그럼 오렌지 팬분들 다 같이 응원 한번 보내주세요! 오케이, 문제 주세요! 좋아요! 렛츠 고! 와우! One more time! 와우! Congratulations! 좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 1세트 팬 이벤트는 마무리하겠습니다. 2세트 때는 더욱 재밌는 이벤트로 찾아오도록 하겠습니다. 이따 뵙겠습니다.
Now slips off into the fog of war, and there's the trap line. Bin gonna have to try and break it open, but he's taking so much damage. It's gonna be Viper that takes it. He's taken everything so far this game as Bin goes in, looks for the angles. Zeus does the same thing though, public execution, and they take down Viper. Their former AD carry now lying on the floor. Shun going untargetable, and they do get rid of Zeus. Now Kanavi gets the kickback onto Shun, and now he is in amongst it. And HLE wipe them off the rift, and HLE will not let the past repeat itself. They take down BLG in game one.
What a start to the MSI finals. That game was incredible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI 2026 Grand Final, where we do have a different team up 1-0 this time around in this matchup between Life Esports and BLG. BLG seeing whether they can pick themselves back up and bring this to a best of 3.
So Atlas, are you on the team of it's time for mages for Viper? You know, was him getting hit with all the Ambessa ultimates, Zeus is so good, or Viper, you need to be able to dodge those?
I think if he was on a mage, he would get hit by them more because he was on Ezreal, and you shouldn't get hit by them as much.
I feel like his Ezreal was really nice too, and I will say, as much as they are down a game, they were coming back pretty hard multiple times. That game looked like it was going to be a stomp, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were, at one point, 3 dragons on HLE and 0 on the other team. We got down to maximum elemental drakes as we get into pick and ban here for game number 2. Last time, the games were much shorter though, much more one-sided and much more decisive, but I felt like when HLE were able to win, it did take that extra time. I feel like BLG's ability to ride a snowball is the difference between these two squads, and if they can get off to a good start once again, then this could be the difference maker.
And I do think that's why it's so important that HLE actually did get it across the finish line, won that game, was able to secure Soul. Because if you lose a game like that when you are that far ahead, that is a tilter for sure. And we are seeing early Vayne ban, Poppy ban, Jace ban, no Camille ban just yet.
I always think, oh, they want to pick Gnar or something if they ban the Vayne, because we have
the tanks, probably.
Yeah, Jace and Vayne both out.
Yeah, the Jace feels like a pretty understandable ban just into Zeus, but it's actually, HLE that do ban it against Bin this time around, as HLE will be on our blue side to start this one off, as the Vi has been a bit of an obligatory ban. We did see it come through the last time these two teams met, and even though HLE didn't quite find the victory, the Vi was a problem.
So Camille is still up and available. We'll see if they do want to ban it out. Has been getting banned quite a lot. It would open up, for that possibility of the Camille bot lane. if it does, in fact, not get banned here. And they're taking a lot of time, HLE, trying to decide what they want to take out.
Okay.
And they had the same read you did, Kobe, of, you know, the Vayne ban is indicating that they are going to be trying to go for a Gnar. So instead, they leave up Camille. They do take away that Gnar.
Have you guys been fans of the Cassiopeia and trying to combo it with, you know, other AOE stuff like Jarvan, where you Cataclysm and Miasma in there? Or have you been worried about mid laners that don't have their own safety of dashes and stuff?
I personally really like it, but I do think it's also based on how safe the other team is, right? If they have low mobility carries and you throw in a Jarvan and then Miasma comes over the top, then it's usually just lights out, right?
Yeah.
So I think I don't love it just as like slamming it down, but I do really think it is quite powerful based on what your opponents have.
I love picking it away from Viper so he doesn't pull those shenanigans again. And so maybe Zeka could consider it for that reason, but picking it into a Jarvan doesn't feel fantastic. I think the Camille's got to be at the forefront of HLE's minds right now.
But what I was going to say is that Viper brought out the Taliyah as the answer, and I've been loving the bot lanes that attack the Camille and not the Camille pairing, right?
Yeah.
And so if you do go Camille, you can go things like Taliyah Leona that we have seen before and really just attack that Camille. Anytime she hookshots Unraveled Earth, you get stunned up by the Leona. Leona much more tanky than the Camille, and you can just kind of focus on making Delight's life really, really difficult. And so that's kind of what I'm expecting again, because Viper was fantastic on the Taliyah when he brought it out last time, and I just felt like Delight never really got to play.
My favorite thing to do then, you know, if you're the Camille support, we leave bottom lane. You know, if they pick the Taliyah and they put Taliyah in bottom lane, all right, I'm out. I'm going to go play with Kanavi. So that's what I will expect, you know, depending on what Kanavi's champion is. I'm pretty sure we'll see it imminently here. But if you get Kanavi good pairing with the Camille, that is the way to take over games right now, is jungle support. And that's that Cassiopeia with Jarvan Cataclysm I was talking about. Yep. It is a really good combo.
And it could be bot or mid, right? That's the thing, because this is another champion that is fantastic into the Camille. Shen support also very good into the Camille. I love these drafts that are attacking the Camille. Exactly. Taunt, and then also, yeah, Miasma comes down, and you have the parry zone during Hail of Blades, and also the empowered Q that comes out from Camille. Shen can answer so much of what you can do, and like you said, people's answer is then going to be, all right, well, I'm just going to roam. Well, guess what? Shen has Stand United. Shen can match that pressure on the map, so I feel like when the tournament started, I was thinking Camille is insanely OP, but as the tournament has evolved and people have drafted better and better answers, I'm less on the side of the Camille.
There's also so much flexibility from BLG. So we're looking at this. The Cassiopeia Shen could just be a bottom lane. It could also be mid lane, top lane. There could be a jungle for Shun there as well, although the Jarvan support hasn't come out for a while. I just think that having that level of flexibility in draft really does make things so difficult for your opposition.
Speaking of difficult, and I was talking about pairings of jungle with a support. The Kiana, I always like it into Jarvan. You have so much mobility and you have so much burst damage to play into it. Kiana and Camille, that is a recipe for death. They will delete someone instantly. So we'll see. You have to be very quick with your Stand United to protect that person if they do find them. But adding the Camille onto the roams early with the Kiana, I do like the game plan again from HLE. And so we'll have to look at, you know, what are they going to be able to get for their mid lane? They are currently respecting the super flexibility of mages that does exist as well for Viper and Knight, and so also banning the Syndra again this time around. Last time it was banned in the first three, but they're still going to answer it here.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, if they are going to go Cassio bot, then BLG needs to get AD somewhere, right? And Jace is banned, Nara is banned, Renekton was played, Ambessa was played, Vayne is banned. A lot of the meta AD tops are already out. There are always angles to go like Yone and things along those lines. You can get AD elsewhere, but it is getting a lot harder as we go further into the draft to find AD pairings elsewhere.
Yeah,
and,
the Tristana
really
is an
assuming.
option, I guess.
Well, Lissandra banned out, yeah.
Yeah, they feel like that Cassiopeia should be going towards the bottom side of the map. There's one more ban here from Daney as the mid lane is getting very thin.
Yeah, that being said, you know, if you're going to spend all these mid lane bans for HLE, Knight could just play the Cassio mid, and that's not really a problem, and you could just play an AD carry. But, of course, you know, that Cassio-Shen combo really built to make the Camille's life very difficult, so it could be a little bit tougher in that 1v1 on the boss side, but clearly a lot of playmaking potential here for HLE. the Ahri gets locked in, you have Ahri, Camille, you have the Kiana, you have so much mobility, and you have that follow-up from the Ziggs, throwing that Mega Inferno Bomb into the backline. Guma was devastating on this pick against Lion yesterday, was just killing it, got very far ahead, and his ults were doing 50, 60, 70% of people's health.
Yeah, the HLE plan here, again, lots of playmaking to put pressure on low mobility champions. So the Cassiopeia may be under attack fairly early on. Definitely expect the early support roams there at level 3 from bottom lane. Jarvan with Rumble, the classic combination there, and so they're just going to pick that up for Bin.
Oh, that'd be an interesting one, as they are considering some AD carry options for Viper. Try and get some of that AD damage like you were talking about. As soon as the Rumble was hovered,
yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be something to do some AD.
There's your Tristana, Atlas.
Yeah, well, there's that one. That means that things could get weird, but I don't know whether we're playing Rumble Shen in the bottom lane. That would be strange. So there is a Lucian to be locked in, so Lucian Shen down there on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I think they were kind of forced into it by the fact that there were so many of these AD top laners are already banned out. You don't really have as many good options up there for Bin, so it is just going to be Lucian Shen and York as the answer. Fantastic into that Rumble. Allows you to play towards side lanes where you have great ability to roam as the Light, as Zeka and Kanavi to move around the map and try to play through those sides, because there's not necessarily a great 1v1 answer to the York split push if he gets accelerated.
And speaking of accelerated, I think if this game is going to move in HLE's direction, I'm going to request that team fights are actually slowed down to half speed. Because I have a feeling they're going to be over extraordinarily quickly. There is so much burst damage out of this squad, and if they don't manage to kill their opposition, they basically die immediately, which could be a little bit of a frightening prospect here. Bit of an all-or-nothing draft coming out for HLE.
And honestly, I really am going to have such a huge magnifying glass on these supports. I feel like this game is going to be similar to the first game of the series that we saw in the upper bracket finals. Whichever support does have the bigger effect early on the map is just going to fully accelerate their team and boost them to success.
It's going to be interesting, you know, and it's also one of these things where HLE, when you draft for these types of compositions that are so good with that one punch, just deleting someone, Camille ult, Kiana ult, Ziggs ult, everything thrown into the backline, they really do excel around a couple items. But when you get to later and later stages and the luxury items start coming through and all of a sudden there's Azonia's on Cassio, there's Azonia's on Rumble, there's, you know, a GA on Lucian, there's all of these additional tools, it can become really, really difficult to actually find that correct target and still be able to win out on the fight. So BLG will be looking for that.
Hearing the fans, there is not an empty seat here in the Daejeon Convention Center as the Whitings and the Gyos go at it once again. HLE seeing whether they can get to match point. BLG wanting to settle in and stretch this series to be only a best of 3 from here. Could be their opportunity to do so, as Knight is now moving over. Zeka dealing with some of that bone plating. Does have the Foxfire there, so evens out the trade.
Yeah, nice use of his Deathfire touch and his bone plating there to go in, get the extra tick damage onto Zeka. But another Foxfire trade, as you say, and we're going to have opposite starts for the jungles again. So going to be very interesting because the York into Rumble matchup, if they do have Kanavi applying extra pressure up there and get Zeus into a very good spot for his split pushing later on, then that could be another avenue to try and pull them across the map. You want to open up the map here, and then it gives you all these chances for Camille to just jump out of Fog of War and have Ahri and Kiana burst damage and get those picks that you're looking for on HLE.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and it's just such a good matchup. York into Rumble really does favor the York in the 1v1 pretty heavily. Then you have all these great enablers, people who can attack, and you have Ziggs who can hold.
A 3-camp gank again, topside, and this time it's Shun going to disrupt the top matchup.
Yeah, Bin was taking a fair bit of damage, but Zeus now gets the bad news that there is a Jarvan up here. The flash to try and get him out, but he still gets tagged by the knockup. He's going to need a big old army of ghouls to make this happen, and he finds it! First blood goes to Zeus! Shun will be able to get the revenge, but that is not what BLG wanted.
That is not what they wanted at all, but imagine if he actually flashed through that flag and drag. He could have had the 1v2, I think.
I mean, all the minion damage. Look how many minions there are. Zeus has the massive, massive minion wave here. And so, yes, he does try and go over the EQ here and gets it with the knockup, but still is able to turn it. All the minion damage and those ghouls onto Bin.
Yeah, and Ben was not able to flash the Morning Mist. He flashed after he was hit by that E, and once that hit tags you, all the ghouls are going on you. He had a bunch summoned up, all of the minion damage you talked about as well, Kobe. You know, not a good flash from either top laner, but Zeus fighting in those minions gets first blood in the 1v2.
And the bonus money from a first blood here makes it super, super not worth for them.
This is the hunt for the Grand Slam we were talking about last game. These three players are that one.
Oh, flash in from Zeka gets the charm, and they execute Knight.
I love the acting there, too, as Kanavi is like, just passing through here, don't mind me, jungle on the way to the Scuttle Crab.
Remember when I used to do this when we were hanging out? Yeah, it's fine. Well, there's a taunt flash from On. They do manage to get the knock up on a Kanavi as the favor is returned as the teleport comes in from Knight, makes his way back.
It's so fun to watch. Punch right back here. Another flash invested. On is able to sit him down. So during the celebration, immediately get the counter kill onto Kanavi, which results in counter jungling on top of it. And does mean that Shun himself is going to have a big advantage. 2 kills plus the extra little steal away here on Raptors, and he should be able to secure his. And you see, walking back out onto the Rift now, Kanavi, his jungle is very light on camp, so has to get this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just such a good punish from On. You see this brilliant play from HLE, but double flash were committed, and they instantly punish it here. And On now hanging around, knowing there could be a possibility of a dive. 3 members from both teams moving up.
Yeah, On doesn't quite know, does now find out that Delight is in the area. Kanavi spotted moving towards that top side. There's the flag and drag and the taunt as Delight keeps himself alive for now. Hookshot comes out. Delight doesn't quite find the angle as now On just looking for his target. The Morning Mist will connect once again as Ben has eyes only for Zeus. He's looking to lock him down. He silences himself. The drill goes in and they lock up the kill. Kanavi's dead at the same time, but now it's Delight and Zeka trying to get this fight to work as Delight has to flash to get himself out of the way as Knight turns up.
Yeah, Ben says, you're not getting out of this one. I don't care if you have Zeka roaming up first. He forces the play. They get the extra kill on BLG, and they push them off the tower.
Exactly. They get those extra rewards because not only do they get the kills, they deny the wave. The wave is going to push away from the Yorick. They get a plate. They push them out of their own jungle here, and that is fantastic for BLG.
Just a slight advantage on money, but let's have a look at this again.
And again, you're going to see the cancel on recall here on the minimap. So Ari's going to be the first one to roam up. So they make the call here for HLE. They're like, yeah, we're going to scrap it out, even though BLG got the early damage on us.
But then Ben has this overheat, just goes in onto Zeus. Kanavi clearly trying to help him out, but Kanavi's getting focused down by On and Shun. And I thought for a second with the scrap shield that Zeka might not even be able to finish off Ben. And when Knight arrives, another flash has to be forced. They push it in, they deny it. And that man is locked in.
Yeah, he is.
He does that, you know you're in trouble. When Ben starts vibrating.
Oh, On, speaking of which, is just going to be backing away. Hextech sweep just to try and soften him up there as man. Speaking of armies, there are a lot of things here in this top lane as Zeka is going to show off as well. They're looking for the rumble and they will be able to grab the kill. Zeus walks it off at the same time, but the rest of BLG looking to turn up. Zeus going to have to employ his maiden to try and help out his teammates as he is going home looking a little worse for wear.
Atlas, if you lose round 1 of the top lane fight, you just enact round 2. They go right back there. They started themselves again, first of the play this time, and HLE do get the kill unanswered.
And it was so costly because Ben wasn't able to actually fight that wave, thin it out at all. He couldn't get 6, right? So the earlier 6 there from Zeus, he has the push. Ben had to wait at his tower. The fact that you get dove with a fat wave at your tower, he's 27 CS at 6.5 minutes.
Oh man, yeah, and all of those minions got wiped out, so there's no way that he can really get himself back. It's not like, oh, well, I'll pick up this fat wave that's coming up. No, well, that's all you're really getting, as we see right here, as Zeka sidesteps the flag and drag. Nicely done, doesn't quite find the charm there, but getting himself out of danger is the most important thing. And the amount that HLE have done prior to Stand United, prior to the equalizer, and these ways to manipulate side lanes and create advantages for yourself has been very important, because it's from now on that things get more difficult when that level 6 comes in from On and when Ben is able to just wipe out waves with the equalizer.
And it's just funny to see how much of a battleground top lane has become. It is bot lane that is the island this game. They're just peacefully farming, chilling out down there, because both teams know how critical this top lane matchup is. If Zeus gets ahead, it's so problematic for Ben.
Oh, Gumiushi just going to push Viper back and gets himself over the wall. That is going to be first rate going over to BLG, though.
Plus, we've had this discussion, too, and I really like talking about the the reason why we have so much support roaming now. And we saw it again.
Helen gets the flash. Gumayushi struggling a little bit here in this 1v1.
You get it super early on, of course, you know, because the mages can be self-sufficient on the bottom lane. But also, I feel like the support role quest is the fakest of quests. Literally at 3 minutes, it turns off the minus 25% golden experience from minions in other lanes. And so at level 3, you're like, great, I've got my ticket. Let's go on the map. You know, let's go top lane. Let's make these plays. And then it's also the role that is best suited to abuse comeback experience. You know, look, Delight and On are level 4 right now, but as soon as the average levels of the minions of your opponents hit level 6, you start getting big comeback experience since you're the lowest level and so far behind.
Well, now looking for some angles here as the Supreme Display of Talent finds nothing at all. On is going to get that follow-up as Knight, petrifying gaze! But it's not quite doing enough here as Zeka just gets himself out with that Spirit Rush. Shun getting a nice knock up there as Zeus running out of buttons and Bin turns up! That Flame Spitter is hitting everything, but he goes down! Knight finds a Twin Fang to answer it, but it's rumble for Camille so far. Shun looking a little worse for wear, and Gumayushi is now here to throw these bouncing bombs forward. The grubs should be taken here as On is the one that actually finishes off that second one.
It's huge for BLG. I mean, they've got an unanswered Lucian on bottom side, still pushing. Viper got another minion wave there and almost was able to get the second turret plate.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to just soak up that golden experience on that bottom side is going to be able to base here. BLG had so many members of HLE low, but not the damage to finish them off. It didn't feel like the damage was coming in at the same time, largely because Lucian is bought. This Petrifying Gaze looked like it was going to be so impactful, getting a multi-man stun, but Bin is very weak, Viper is not there, and they just didn't really have anything behind it.
Yeah, they don't get their Kiana, you know, ult to land there, so goes down immediately afterwards, but then fighting right back out here, and BLG, Shun with the EQ back inside.
And I gotta say, Bin's equalizer basically did nothing. He used it after the Petrifying Gaze ended and put it in between everyone there. So if he had the equalizer then flashed in, I think he could get 2-3 kills potentially. If he had been a little bit closer to the fight, obviously he had to move down from top lane and could have had that equalizer during the Petrifying Gaze. Also could have been a couple more kills, but just not there. Right place, right time.
Could have even got it in that corridor as they were trying to escape as well. And I was expecting Bin to just kind of kill everyone in that moment. Wasn't quite able to do so. It was just Delight that did fall down. But 3 deaths for Kanavi. It's not the same game as we saw in the last one. He's going to have to try and get himself back out onto a good position on this rift. Maybe this is an opportunity to do so as he blast cones over looking for Shun, who's 3-0-3, 100% kill contribution, and has been everywhere here in this game. This is a really impressive bounce back here for the BLG jungler. Just shows that that first game didn't really tell the whole story.
And while Shun is, 3-0-3, you look over on the other side, it's 0-3-2 in jungler. They have basically the same XP and the same gold. So Bin in trouble again.
Yeah, put into that goalie wall as the equalizer goes down and Kanavi does not care. Zeus tanks up the turret just enough once again as Shun looks to get in there. The Cataclysm goes down and does shut down Zeus once again.
How many times have we seen you dying for a turret plate money? There you go. Shun's able to get in range for the dunk. Wait a second. Another culling comes out. Viper trying to keep that pressure on the bottom side.
Yeah, Zeka looking for an angle towards On here, or is maybe On looking for an angle towards him as the charm goes wide. Nicely played by this Shen, actually, as the Aftershock does get proc. Nice stun coming out from Kanavi defensively. As we look here towards this bottom side, things still remaining difficult for Gumayushi. Does not quite have his first item completed just yet. Shun getting himself out of the way. And BLG might actually get some free time with this outer turret in mid lane. Look at all that crystalline overgrowth that has already built up.
Yeah, Knight going to get a little bit of gold there, but the item completion looking pretty grim for Bin up in the top lane. He rushed the steel caps. Triforce is now done for Yorick, and this is such a huge spike for this champion in the 1v1. It's already been very, very difficult for Bin. At the very least, the Maiden's on cooldown for a while because he did die, so that's a little relief of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at what is still going well for HLE, it is the solo lanes. It is Zeus and it is also Zeka, because Zeka, with the early Dark Seal and now completing Malignance here on Ahri, that could be the hope for them, is these solo lanes. Because BLG, they've got their gold lead, they have their first dragon, and it feels quite strong for them, but we'll see what Zeus and Zeka have to say about it this time around.
And Kanavi's gone for an interesting build to start this one off as well. Not too perturbed for about the 0-3 start that he did have.
No, not at all. I mean, you are going this item. It's kind of the same thing as Viper. It's almost like they're expecting it to be, you know, a really aggressive game. The Gluttonous Greaves coming through for Viper, but they've just been peacefully farming in the bot lane. This item is very good if you can get all the stacks, but in pro games, in my experience, almost always when the pivotal fight happens, they have like no stacks. And I just feel like in those cases, it's not very valuable. Whereas there's tons of offensive pressure, he might need something like steel caps to survive.
Well, second Drake now being taken here by BLG. As Delight looking for a bit of an angle. Miasma now on cooldown here as Knight gets back to his teammates. They look for Kanavi. Supreme display of talent onto Shun. Mega Inferno Bomb finds absolutely nothing, and Shun locks down that second dragon. It's an Ocean Soul this game. BLG still thinking about trying to find an angle here as HLE pretty healthy as they look to try and respond. But Gumayusi moving on over. Should be able to get some damage on this turret at least.
So it's interesting. They're going to trade mid prow for bot prow. Viper's like, fine, I will just go push bottom lane down here and over the wall.
Petrifying Gaze is going to connect onto the Camille. The charm lands onto Onno. He'll be going down first as now Shun's in trouble. Kanavi trying to find that stun, but doesn't quite get there. Don't, I believe, had the water picked up as now Zeus, Morning Mist. He seemed to be magnetized to Bin so far in this lane.
Absolutely has. I mean, it's just that 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Knight definitely hoping to get more members, and ends up being that trade. The Protoplasm Rush, Zeka run away, he should be okay. The Protoplasm Rush there is now complete for On, which obviously is a very effective item, but against these kind of teams, I always really think you should be going Locket.
Oh, Kanavi gonna have to flash to get out of the way of Bin, and Shun does quite find the stun, but it's not quite going to work as they're stand united from On as he joins the party. Flash out of the way of the taunt there from Zeus. And has to use that and loses his jungler. A fourth death here for Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi down. You're talking about, well, he can definitely get punished, and very, very squishy. Does have to burn the flash and still dies. Is very devastating for their playmaking ability, and they invest a lot of people on top side to do it though. BLG, you know, sending multiple people up onto the top side, and there's actually no response though. So it's very nicely done because Knight can just soak up the minion wave in the bottom lane. BLG for that play, they don't lose anything.
And Knight getting gold is just so problematic. This champion Cassio can get so damn tanky when you get a lot of early items, you get accelerated, the early Roa can build defensive items very, very easily, and Shun gotta be a bit careful.
Yeah, there's the flash in, and Shun's put inside the Hextech ultimatum. Supreme display of talent comes down there as well, but Gumayusi, the first one to die. On might be picked up as well, but even his able to get so far away from this fight. Knight gets in there, and now the grounding's on Kanavi. He tries to escape, bounces over the wall, but it does not matter. HLE running for the hills as Zeus trying to turn it towards Viper here. The dash over the wall, he's into the ghoulie wall as well as Shelly gets involved, but Viper will survive this one, and now Knight making his way over, and a teleport out from this Lucian to make sure that he's all right. Zeus lasting a long time, but I believe he's dead as well as Viper gets in there and helps Bin take the kill.
Yeah, Viper, I think, was just going for a little bit of a TP flank there as HLE committed in, but Viper had such a good angle just to lead it. Guma, but Guma's back.
Okay, just blows him up. Petrifying Gaze is going to connect. Gets a stun onto Delight as now the poison's ticking down. And Knight having to avoid that bouncing bomb. Gumayusi finds a third.
The teleport right back to mid lane, and then against the wall, you can't dodge that. Guma blows him up. Does have to flash away though, because Knight was waiting in the brush on the control ward as well, and the action just continues here.
I mean, Guma quietly now is 1.6k up. This guy is getting so fed. He's done his Shadow Flame, his Ludens, and just kind of sitting on that tier as Ziggs players love to do. He's going to be pumping out so much damage. He's been going for these fully offensive builds. I'm assuming he's going to be going straight in towards the death cap once again. And that is so frightening. We can see this fight. The initial engage from HLE looks pretty good, but look at Viper on the side. This culling just destroyed Guma. He basically soloed Guma down, knocks him out of the air.
Yeah, Guma down, so they get the shutdown there. Traded for the Jarvan, but I mean, the Shen is honestly fairly tanky there with the Protoplasm, and so BLG are able to run them down with the Cassio DPS, just continual uptime, and now we're right back at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you got the Hextech minefield down here from Gumayusi just to try and make sure it's as difficult as possible to get in. You can see it's pretty difficult. These bouncing bombs hitting 2 people every single time. And BLG have had enough. They're getting out of here. Shelly is theirs.
I mean, that's just one by Guma. Guma hits 3 bombs in a row on On. On goes down to 20-30%. He's just got to leave.
Yeah, the poke damage, I mean, the extra range and the poke damage here is what's going to be very dangerous. If if they can't get like a good Lucian culling or something from the side of BLG, and Guma's able to get a couple of those to land, that is going to be free objectives. And so push on the top side here from Zeus. He wants to get in for the turret plating again.
We'll see whether On actually decides to go for anything, but you can see in our Coinbase gold grind, Gumayushi incredibly far ahead of Viper here, who was actually doing a lot of work in the laning phase. It's just a couple of these fights that have gone the Ziggs' way.
And I just worry with On not going for, this more supportive itemization, not going Locket, champions like Viper, like Knight. There's so much AoE coming through, from Kanavi, from Guma, and I feel like you need every tool possible to keep Viper alive if he's the one getting dove on.
Yeah, Guma literally told Keijo, I hate Mage's bottom, but Ziggs is the mage that he smashes with, and we'll see how much of an effect this damage is going to have, because Dragon started up and they're pulling him over.
It's catch-22. He hates mages, but he loves winning.
Yeah, and he also, the 80 carries that he's best at are kind of like mages as well, like Jhin and Varus, right? You're mainly doing skill shots and all that business. So I think it's somewhat strange that he's so good at it, even if he may not necessarily like it, is okay. Zeka getting culled momentarily, down to almost 50% here, as this would be sole point for BLG if they're able to get this Dragon. Minefield does go down. It's in an annoying position, but BLG haven't taken damage just yet. And yeah, HLE is just getting some work done here in this mid lane. And the poke damage onto Shun is starting to add up. It's going to be the Dragon secured by BLG, but they cannot keep Shun alive, and now the rest of BLG are running for the hills. Zeus just flashes on top of Knight, puts him into the goalie wall, and the Noxious Blasts are coming down, but Zeus looks to be ignoring it completely. The taunt does come down as finally some damage is coming in. Bin gets in there with the flash, but the Q comes down from Zeus to keep him alive. They take out this Rumble yet again as Kanavi overextends a little, and now On taking a fair bit of damage, the bouncing bombs, and now the ghouls to chase him down. And not going to be enough to take down the Shen here, as the bouncing bomb will be avoided.
It's a bloodbath, and in the end, HLE are able to chase them down afterwards. BLG got to Dragon Soul point, but at what cost?
Yeah, cost them a lot here as they do focus this down. I mean, they were going for this mid lane play with the Herald. They got multiple charges. Shun goes in, but didn't have his flag and drag to get back out. And then Zeus knows he has the TP shield. He just full sends it, creates space for his team to be able to move forward constantly throughout these bombs.
Yeah, I mean, it's good coordination for BLG to get Knight out of the cage very quickly. Then Bin actually full sending in here and can't finish off Zeus.
And Bin TP'd in the middle of that. I think an accidental press, and maybe he was trying to go for the TP shield, but it looked rough.
But then Kanavi also tries to go in and is not able to land his Q, so he doesn't get the damage, and he goes down too. So players on both teams feeling the bloodlust and trying to chase for those kills, and in the end, it's the safe people like Guma with the bombs that do the most damage.
Exactly. Everyone's just fighting like crazy people, and Guma's just sitting there just lobbing over and over again, getting all this damage down. Yeah, he's right here. All right, Delight now moving in towards this mid lane, and I feel like this game, it's just all about Zeus and Gumayushi and what they can do. Zeus just a brick wall in this front line, flashing on top of people, and there just doesn't seem to be enough of an answer when this Yorick gets this far ahead. And he did this in the LCK. He's one of these players that makes the Yorick look completely broken if he gets any sort of lead like this.
Yeah, when he is teleported in, he has created a lot of space for them and presence here with the Yorick, but they actually didn't even finish the recall from Zeka.
Oh, Shun gonna have to flash. The flag and drag was interrupted as Zeka looking for an angle. Doesn't find it.
Not gonna be able to find too much there. And HLE in control. They do have this 3K lead, and they have a super fed Ziggs who almost has a death cap, but BLG are on Soul Point, and Ocean Soul, some people love it, some people hate it, but it is still a lot of value here, especially against the poke that's going to be coming out from Guma. And we can see Viper now on 4 stacks of the Gut and the Screes. If you get an Ocean Soul too, maybe you can start to shrug off more of this poke. And so that is kind of the goal here for BLG, is just continue playing for the Dragons, playing for the Soul. And it's going to be up to HLE to try to deny it, because last time they were trying to do kind of both, right? They had the double charge with the Herald. Zeus was farming plates mid. They weren't really set up early enough to contest the Dragon itself. They were playing for the towers and the fight after.
All right, now Delight just getting a little bit of homework done, getting some vision around that Baron pit that has now spawned. It's been up for a couple of minutes time here, as On taking a lot of damage. The Shen, you're talking like Protoplasm Harness is really good for like efficient stats, but he's still a support, so he's not as tanky as Shen's can be. And that poke damage coming on through from this Ahri as he looks for a bit of an angle from the Fog of War is pretty scary.
Yeah, all the lethality.
Oh dear, the charming Zeka is going to land onto Knight here. He does find the petrifying gaze though, as Kanavi is taken out once again, and both of them just fall down on. I mean, he might be a bit squishy, but he's got an R button.
Beautiful stand united. It makes the difference, Atlas. They don't have enough damage to get through it to kill Knight. Knight survives, he flashes, and he returns the favor with damage.
Very fast stand united and the heal coming through, and Knight is building quite a bit of HP, has the upgraded Merc Treads. He is not easy to knock down. BLG, we're thinking about it, going towards Baron, and then you realize, all right, well, Guma is still alive. This is going to be very difficult to do it in his face.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see their thinking, though, for HLE. They're like, all right, both of us, perfect position here to get the jump with a Kiana and an Ahri onto him, but the save comes in for BLG.
Now it's HLE starting this up, and York can actually do Baron quite quickly because of the additional minions. They are going to have to pull off, though. Guma now completes his death cap, and I will say, it does get a little concerning if in a pretty ideal situation like that, you still can't kill Knight, because Knight is going to keep building more defensively. In comes the Seekers now, which is just going to make things that much more difficult, and On now finally has his Locket.
One thing is, though, also, you know, kills are one thing and getting the gold. If you don't have to flash on Cassiopeia and it actually is punished now,
True.
then maybe you still call worth, right? If you actually can kill Knight this time around in the team fight and deny a Dragon Soul.
Oh, On taking a bit of damage here. Stand United, we are still waiting a little while for it as he's down to 50%. Fish in a barrel.
Check Guma's BC. He's scripting for sure.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think I've seen this guy miss a Q in 20 minutes.
Apart from that last one. It did go a little bit wide.
I closed my eyes for that one, buddy.
Yeah, that one hit the dragon. That one hit the dragon. That was just fine. As the rest of HLE not starting the fight just yet. The poke damage needs to rein in first before they do commit to anything. There's Viper in the back of the pit, not exactly where he wants to be. As the Supreme Display of Talent goes over, Zeka finds the charm onto Viper and will be able to take him down. But now the Soul still on the table. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, and it is going to be Kanavi falling down. The Soul is picked up as On. Let's see whether he can find it. The taunt connects onto Zeka, but he will go down. Gumayushi still at full health. Here as Knight is trying to get out of there. Shun as well, down very, very low, finds a knock-up onto the Camille, but he does go into the sky, finds his way out, utilizing the ultimate. Bin is going to die, though, as Gumayushi just needs another short fuse, but the flash gets out, the blast cone's there as well, and Bin is going to survive. BLG, the heist is successful.
Yeah, Zeka's hunting for him, but it looks like he is going to get out. They got the dragon. I loved how Kanavi played in this moment. He's so calm in these really panicking situations. You know, Kanavi was trying to get in there, but Shun is back, and he's going for Zeus.
All right, yeah, they definitely need more than two people. The teleport is going to bring Gumayushi over here at the same time as these ghouls onto Shun, almost taking him down. Now Knight in that ghoulie wall, but goes golden, utilizing that arm guard that he did have. Another mine would have been enough to take down Knight there, but he's able to get himself out. And that is just the Yorick falling down.
Oh, the healing, the value of his arm guard there too. Knight able to slither away from it in the end. And while HLE, they take the fight to Viper and they jump over the back of the wall and they kill Delusion, that gives the opening there, and BLG do get that Ocean Drake, and now with all of this healing, it is going to help so much. So look at them all jumping over the back of the pit to go for Viper, but then look at the focus on Dragon.
Exactly, they commit to that. I like that decisiveness, but then On and Shun turning here onto Kanavi and the Miasma. He is grounded. He can't get out of there at all. So they have full eyes on the objective. HLE started the fight off well. They killed off that carry, but it is Soul going to BLG, and even though HLE are picking up some kills, BLG are able to kite out. Enough of them survive. They keep that Soul, and they're going to be feeling so good about that fight.
Yeah, incredible work in the priceless moment of the game here for BLG. They lock themselves down the Soul, and now Elder is going to be spawning so incredibly quickly in this game, as it was only about at minute 25 that we got our fourth and final Elemental Drake. And so we could have some very interesting fights.
Look at Guma's damage. He did as much as BLG combined on the Ziggs. 8K in one fight. That is one fight. That is insane. But Knight just completed his Zonias now. So he used the Seekers, immediately has enough gold to get the Zonias, which is such a big purchase. And that flash you talked about earlier, Kobe, it's almost back up as well.
Important item, though. Oblivion Orb is done for the Ziggs as well, and he's the one that's been landing everything. And he's going to need to keep doing so if they want to fight against this Ocean Soul.
And Atlas, if you can 100-0 someone, then the Ocean Soul, Yeah, it's not going to have a lot of time to take over, so
Yeah.
I do like that angle you're talking about. The thing is, with the Stand United 2, maybe that buys enough time for them, so it really is kind of close there.
Yeah, I mean, now they have the Stand United, they have the heal on, they have the locket. Viper went Cleaver for a little bit of HP. They have Zhonya's done on Knight. You can see the Shred has been purchased up for Bin with a double AP soul lanes. He's going to be going Zhonya's next, and things are going to get more difficult, so HLE trying to see if there's an angle on this Baron, but BLG are aware of it. Knight's TPing, and they're going to contest.
All right, they get another control ward over that wall. As Gumayushi has to flash. The flag and drag comes in from Shun. They're not out of the woods just yet, as the Ghoulie wall actually is set up to make sure that they're unable to get into the river.
There's a trade of flashes there. Jarvan did go for that EQ flash, but Guma flashed early.
Yeah, no flash on the Ziggs. Maybe that is the hope here for BLG.
It's not a massive gold advantage, though, for HLE. And as you guys were talking about, this is about BLG building up the tools to make the late game incredibly difficult for Hanwha Life Esports. And maybe in 2 minutes' time, that will have enough of them to make sure that this Elder goes their way.
So much is going to depend on if the pick is successful. You know, if this big burst damage comp from HLE is going to be able to successfully execute their kill. You know, Shun here with his Guardian Angel feels very secure. So secure, in fact, that they are going to start up this Baron with their vision control. And they've got the Scuttle Crab to pop here, too, to make sure they have full coverage.
And with Ocean Soul, so they're going to stay high on HP, but they're looking to turn on this TP, maybe.
Yeah, teleport comes in from Zeus as well to join this fight as Shun is over the other side of it. The Maiden getting involved as well as Bin gets into the fog of war. You've got Viper. Oh, Zeka finds an angle here towards this top side of Shun, waiting in that brush. And Delight wanting to get on top of him. Shun down to 50%, looking to try and turn it. As Gumayushi's in trouble, springs to play talent. He at least gets the ulti off, but he's gonna go down. Viper finds the angle onto his former support, and Zeus trying to deal with 4 people here in this top lane as On is marking the rest of the targets. It's a double for Viper, and BLG have found their moment. They found the team fight, and now they can grab a Baron.
Shun traded flashes with Guma earlier, and then it's on the taunt flash onto the Ziggs. Knight there to follow it up. They take him out, and in these extended fights, Ocean Soul so powerful. They are still incredibly healthy. Right back to the Baron. That is going to be theirs, and they're going to have this Baron during the Elder spawn to try to take full control over this.
Guma's got to go into overtime now, trying to clear all these minion waves into a Baron-empowered minion. So here's a look at it. With the Shen Stand United, as you say, on the bottom side, boom, they instantly kill off the Ziggs. So much of the damage of HLE is lost, and the team fight is instantly lost.
And I just love the communication there. You know, Shun using the Cataclysm to close the gap.
Oh dear, he's grounded. He is very, very dead. Shun gonna be the one to lock down that kill. And Kanavi, his 9th death of the game. A little bit of a difference from what we saw in game number 1 here, as this one has not been his favorite.
And that is Elder gone now. You have no jungler unless there's heroics to be played by Guma, maybe some sort of a try at an alt steal or something, but this is Ocean Soul. This is now a gold lead for BLG. The gold lead completely gone, and it is Elder. We'll see if Guma can maybe make some magic happen, but doesn't feel like he's even in range.
I mean, this is Exodia. They've got absolutely everything right now. Has the teleport to bring Zeka over there, but he is just going to watch as this Elder is going to die.
Go for Cassio.
Yep, looking for a bit of an angle here as Gumayushi underneath this turret. Knight is just fine, though, as Viper looking for a flank. No Charm comes in. He knows that that's his angle, his opportunity to get on forward. The Cataclysm goes down. The Dragon's Wrath will be wrought all over HLE. And that is 2 kills, a double for Viper, and they will just proceed with these minions towards this bottom lane and destroy the base.
BLG strike back in game number 2. They're inside the base, and I don't think there's a lot that HLE can do to stop them.
These empowered minions, there is no Gumayushi to get through them. And yes, Zeus had a decent start to this game, but I don't think he can do anything. There is Elder, there is Baron. His Maiden is going to be taken down here as well as BLG with this army of siege minions from this bottom lane. They are playing it pretty slowly here as Knight looking for some of these noxious blasts as the equalizer will finally be thrown down. There's Zeus being eaten by a dragon. Kanavi with the world's smallest supreme display of talent. And Bin is just going to burn him to the ground. Delight taken out. And Zeka the last man standing, but not standing for long as Gumayushi gets back up again just to watch his Nexus be destroyed. And the series is evened out, and it's a best of 3 from here.
All tied up, back and forth, just how you'd want it at the MSI Finals. Who's got the edge, Desk?
It's hard to tell, honestly, after this second game here, because a completely different look on the side of HLE, a completely different look on the side of the jungler of HLE as well, but we're going to come back to that a bit later. BLG fights back. The only thing that I want to state here is the fact that both top laners lied. We promised a 1v1.
Yes.
It turned into an open house on the top lane where the only ones not invited are the AD carries.
That's true. They were left alone on their devices. They might have been sad to miss out, but watching that top side, my God. The absolute disrespect. Does their word mean nothing?
It does mean absolutely nothing. In game one, Kanavi did a three-man or three-camp and into gank top. This game, we saw a gank into top after 3 camps. And my God, after that, they just kept bringing more and more people.
But it became an arms race in that top lane. It was in the game one, okay, Kanavi's up there a few times. Then it kind of moves on to, all right, you know what, I'm going to bring my support. Okay, well, I'm going to bring my mid laner. Okay, we're bringing the AD carries. Everyone was moving up that top lane. And it was actually the fact that Zeus was able to turn around this kill in the 2v1 that really started everyone moving up there.
Okay, and I got to throw some shade because game one, Bin enemy jungler comes up, Bin dies. Game 2, allied jungler comes up, Bin dies. This man needs to chill out. Now this play, there's nothing that can be done. But there were a number of bad deaths. And my man was feeling himself, but he needs to calm down.
Chill.
He needs to chill out.
It's a rivalry for a reason, you know?
4 out of 5 on both sides. It felt like calm, cool, collected. Then you've got Kanavi and Bin just like, just like screaming.
Watch
and
me.
running. Kanavi literally built hubris.
Exactly.
You cannot write this down. You have to show people the clip. They won't believe you that the greedy feeding jungler built hubris.
For what it's worth, he's
2
like,
on the nose.
There's a lot of takedowns in the early game. Maybe it'll stay bloody. Maybe it's a way back in. I don't agree.
And it did, to be fair, stay incredibly bloody.
It was a pretty bloody game.
Do you know what solo laner didn't let us down though? It was nice. This man was absolutely insane, and he's in our every second counts thanks to reliable Cisco network replay. Because holy moly, he was absolutely insane. This guy was a beast. His KDA, the goal difference. This was the matchup that you expect. Knight, when he started his career, was a Cassiopeia one trick. This guy has had Zeka's number, and in this play, he does so well alongside his team to keep himself alive.
Really crucially, the Kiana ultimate actually moved him out of the REQ return, and that bought time for the cavalry to arrive. The Shen ult, the Jarvan flying over the wall, and the double
Keep
kill.
flaming Kanavi. That's the no. It was a really rough game. Other than the hubris, I think there are good deaths mixed in. But this is like, okay, back to the drawing board. Let's calm down a little bit. And the thing is, we finally got to see Mage's bot lane, and we got to see the value of Viper's champion pool, because it's what set Knight up. He got double mid lane bans because they weren't anticipating the Cassio to be flexed back into the mid lane. That is the value of that additional champion pit. Really setting you up for success, and with the Lucian also doing well, it's feeling like BLG are one step ahead in draft as we initially expected.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because they played 0 mage bots, and that was kind of their calling card going into this. But I do feel like Danny is just continuing to try and stay unpredictable. Earlier on in the tournament, it was unpredictable to throw mage's bot lane. Now he's getting it the unpredictable way of flexing the bot mage back to mid to get the advantageous matchups, which I find really fascinating.
It's also taking a lot of those AD carries answers out of the pool, right? Like Lucian we've seen as an answer into the mages. So if we are now going to be pushing for a game 4, a game 5, you don't have those picks left for Gumayushi. So unless he's been able to pick up a few more, I think he's in a little bit of trouble.
And that's the issue. Are they going to be able to bring the attention back to AD carries, or can they find solution in game? Because they had the upper hand in game 1. I'm just wondering if they have it in the tank to bring it back here now that BLG is fighting back.
I'm a little bit nervous for them. I think draft is still so incredibly important. After you lose, you obviously get right of first selection. You can optimize your draft a little bit, but it is only getting trickier as we get deeper in. That's the one mage we expect from Guma, right? Now it's kind of liability central.
Based off what I've seen, it's 1-1. I'm going to still favor HLE in the series. I feel like they're looking much better than they did the first time around. I don't feel like they're getting outdrafted the same way they were in the first series, and I do feel like Zeus versus Bin is going in the favor of Zeus in these games, and I'm just hoping that Kanavi continues to flip a coin and land head more often.
Yeah, because it was just Grand Slam in Lee Sin, Ints completely in game 2. The good news is that he cannot play Kiana anymore, and Bin cannot play Rumble, so things should get better.
Shout
right?
out to Fearless. Big
Right?
up Riot Games
Shout
and
out
LoL
to
Esports.
Fearless.
Just really keeping the LPL strong by stopping Bin from playing Rumble again. We love to see it.
Shout out to the meta that we have had so far as it keeps everything open. BLG fights back. Let's see if HLE can find an answer in Game 3.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
구마유 씨와 하나에게 이렇게 응원을 보내주셨습니다. 다음 분 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 준비되셨나요? 좋습니다. 자, 그럼 다음엔 트로피를 오늘 하나가 가져갈 수 있을지 뜨거운 응원 보내주시기 바랍니다. 리듬 게임 주세요. 자, 팬분들 성공하셨기에 선물 드리도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 그럼 한 분 더 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 준비되셨나요? BLG 준비됐나요? 오케이. 자, 그럼 가보도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요.
라이언 사이언 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 라이언 사이언 라이언 사이언 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 라이언 사이언 라이언 사이언 라이언.
와, 이거 정말 어려웠는데 성공하셨습니다. 큰 박수 주세요. 마지막 한 분 더 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 준비되셨나요? 준비됐어요? 오케이, 렛츠고. 자, 그럼 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 문제 주세요.
어떻게?
떨지 말고 자신 있게. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷.
제우스 제카.
좋았어. 한 번 더.
제카
Keep going.
제우스 카나빅.
So hard. 하지만 잘하셨어요. 선물 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 그럼 저희는 3세트 때 찾아오도록 하겠습니다. 계속 뜨거운 응원 보내주세요.
war. You've got Viper. Oh, Zeka finds an angle here towards this top side of Shun, waiting in that brush. And Delight wanting to get on top of him. Shun down to 50%, looking to try and turn it. As Gumayushi's in trouble, Sprint's play talent. He at least gets the ulti off, but he's gonna go down. Viper finds the angle onto his former support, and Zeus trying to deal with 4 people here in this top lane as On is marking the rest of the targets. It's a double for Viper, and BLG have found their moment. They found the team fight.
All tied up, back and forth, just how you'd want it at the MSI Finals.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is a tied-up series here for the MSI Finals for 2026, and we'll see who can reach match point after this game 3.
I mean, with the last one, too, we had a lot of variance.
I would say so.
In the individual players. I mean, Kanavi was racking up some deaths on that Kiana. I liked what you were saying, Atlas, when we are off screen, and you're like, well, did you lose your Kiana card when you leave the LPL?
Yes, you definitely do.
It kind of looked like it.
Unfortunately, you get the LCK Kiana card, which has not ever been all that good.
It's okay, we're gonna give him a pass. He's had some really good games.
Yep. You know what? We're never going to see him play it again this series.
It's fearlessly banned.
That is the case. So
True.
At least there is that. But I think that was definitely a bit of a thorn in their side. I think he may have had a little too much hubris in that game.
And once again, I always like Sean on this Shen. I thought he had a really good performance again, you know, having a big effect as far as the support comparisons that we have had in controlling the map and controlling the other lanes. And they kept Knight in a very good position until Knight was able to take over again.
And I really like their draft just in general. I just think, yes, Kanavi had some oopsies, but at the same time, I feel like compositionally it was very, very difficult with Miasma, with Shenton, with the CC from the Jarvan. You're playing a very squishy character. If you get caught at all, you just die. And so I feel like they thought, hey, we're probably going to get outscaled, so you kind of just keep sending it, right? You know, you don't really have much recourse. They were losing all the dragons. They had to just try to fight their way out. It did not work. BLG looked more cohesive for sure. Vayne remaining on the bans, and an early Syndra ban with that Gnar gonna give you the response as soon as that Vayne was banned.
So I feel like I, at least personally, have a pretty high Rise priority, especially with the Syndra ban.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have been playing it into it. I mean, it's a very good, you know, flex ban versus BLG in general. That's why they keep on doing it. But it also does even raise more priority on the Rise.
Yeah, I think Rise can be really good. You know, we'll see what else gets banned out. But if someone does go Rise, I do always like, you know, any Wukong or any Pantheon, kind of like aggressive answers, allow you to really, you know, start fights, attack pretty heavily in that mid lane too.
Yeah, you can go the Annie route or the Talia route. I feel like the other two good answers into it still up right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Talia has started really becoming a popular option into it. I feel like Annie has found not all that much success so far this MSI. This last ban, I think, should go over to the Vi, because then you'd be contesting Vi or Rise for that first pick, but the Pantheon will be taken away instead. And will BLG just leave both of them up and take whatever is not taken here by HLE?
Yeah, exactly. You could go for a trade, and I mean, there is still Nocturne up and available as well, if you want to use that to kind of counter plays and looking and have that pressure as well.
Yeah, let's see. Because then I guess, yeah, if you go over the Rise and you go like Talia and Vi combination, and you have point and click set up too. A lot of discussion though.
Yeah, let's
There's
figure it out.
the Vi, okay.
The Vi just going to be banned away. They don't want to take that risk. Kanavi was pretty powerful on that champion last time, and so the Rise just going to be freely picked up. The Anivia still up and available, but no Cassiopeia for the counter.
Yeah, you can go in towards the Anivia. You can go, you know, the Annie answer that some players do really enjoy. There is also some players are really a fan of Nocturne plus Aurora and those types of kind of like aggressive angles, because Nocturne obviously is still up and available even though Ori is gone. Varus, a champion that has been receiving a lot of bans, can still work as Poke Varus, can work pretty well as on hit, and does have that possibility to be flexed up to the top lane, though we haven't really been seeing it much at MSI.
Not so much anymore. One more pick to come through from Shun, and the Nocturne going to be picked up. You were talking about the the Aurora Nocturne, and you don't need to worry about Aurora being picked in theory unless Zeus is going to play that top lane.
And I just also like Nocturne in general for later in the game too versus Rise, because Rise is always looking to get some split push advantage so they can realm warp first and stuff, and Nocturne's always going to keep them in check a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Knight did decide to go for that Aurora. You know, can be a little bit tougher in that 1v1, but they're just expecting dive, right? You're seeing Nocturne, you're expecting there to be dive drafted alongside it. If you are going to see Xayah Rakan, then maybe that dissuades them a little bit, but the thing is, Nocturne doesn't really have a backup plan. Like, you know, you ult, you go in, that's really all there is to it. So Annie, another option. We discussed about, you know, Annie, Wukong, Annie, Pantheon, those kind of angles. And they might just go Annie Nocturne as well. It's a similar principle to the Aurora. I think it is a bit better in the 1v1 against the Ryze, but you turn off the lights, you come from a surprising angle, all of a sudden Timber's on your head.
Exactly. It has effectiveness in these team fights, you know? You can get into a very good position there for a split second, and sometimes you can just beat out the Xayah and, you know, burst her before she has a chance to react.
Yeah, and there was one thing that I kind of forgot about the Annie. This is also Knight's Annie. This guy has been ridiculous on this champion throughout his entire career. And so maybe he is going to be the difference maker. It didn't work for Zeko when he was facing off against him, but Knight, he's going to be the one piloting her this time.
That was his most played in the LPL. I don't think he's played it yet at MSI, so he is going to be bringing that out. And the other thing you always have to remember with Nocturne versus Xayah, obviously Xayah great at absorbing the dive, but when the fear tether is on you and you go up in the air, the fear tether does not break. You get feared as you come down, which can make things pretty difficult thereafter for the rest of the fight.
Not having to worry about it, yeah.
Because they don't want to get poked out.
Yeah, and also not having to worry about the Cataclysm is going to be a good thing here as well for the Xayah. Gumayushi has been pretty phenomenal on this champion.
I think if you're going to be banning Seraphine, then you also kind of have to ban Nico. I feel like Nico does kind of fit the theme of what BLG is going for
Nico
anyway.
Nocturne, pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly. And Nico plus Varus is a strong 2v2, so that would kind of be my expected ban. The Trundle does make me think that Bin is considering a top lane tank to go alongside this, and instead they're going to ban the Lulu. So I would expect that we would get a Nico. It's interesting that they are more worried about those potential enchanters. Maybe their read is that it's going to be like on hit Varus and that sort of style, but I feel like there's not really anyone tanky on the other side yet, so you could just play that safer, poke Varus with Nico, play for the 2v2 dominance. Nico plus Nocturne plus Annie, very, very good engage, very good burst.
All right.
And maybe Zeus is thinking that he wants to play a melee carry too, and they don't want to have to deal with Polymorph either for some of these team fights.
Okay.
All right, it's just going to be an Alistar locked in here for On. A lot more playmaking available for him as well. How's, you know, the blind Silas top here for Zeus? Could be an angle. Every time I see the Alistar, I just assume that we're looking for a Silas angle. That the Olaf is a consideration here.
Yeah, Olaf, when you're looking over at what they have, you know, could be potentially strong, but of course, a lot more risk associated with it. Xin Zhao still up and available. Is good at absorbing a lot of this engage with the Crescent Guard, making it difficult to actually fight through him, to reach that back line, as they are obviously going to be trying to dive in onto Guma.
Is it just a Scion? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think it's possible. I think that Bin definitely is considering going towards the tank with the Trundle ban.
Well, biding our time here, waiting to see what Zeus is going to play, and that Olaf comes back once again and will be locked in. All right, what does Bin have for us as an answer to the Viking?
I feel like you just pop with the Counter-Strike and you're able to absorb so much of that, right? You just leave the Counter-Strike running full.
Also, I think the Jax is better versus the Xin, too. You know, if jungle's going to be up there and ganking you, it is very, very good. You know, obviously, the dodging auto attacks, and you're always thinking about the top and jungle duo because they're probably going to force up there when you do pick the Olaf and you want the Olaf carry.
And Jax, you know, not that meta these days, but when you think of Bin, you think of Jax.
Oh, yeah.
This guy
the Bin
has
meta.
been, you know,
I also think of Gwen, but
yeah,
that's from some old wounds, but might come back sometime in this series as well. We have seen sprinklings of Gwen so far.
Some people think of Gangplank, you know.
Yeah,
some people might have trauma.
Bin has definitely done some stuff throughout his career so far, but those are your drafts. A blind Olaf from Zeus going to be punished by the Jax here towards this top side of the map. And Bin so far hasn't necessarily had the most fun in lane. I think the Renekton did a pretty good job, but outside of that, Zeus did manage to get the upper hand. This time, it might be the Bin show.
It is so interesting that the blind Olaf has come in a couple times now. Doran also played it in their series against G2. Not a pick that you pretty much ever see blinded in pro play, but it has now come out twice from the LCK teams. And I do think when you are going up against this Jax as the Olaf, the pressure is on you to make things happen early. The Counter-Strike obviously is a fantastic tool to deal with it, but if you can force that Counter-Strike out, there are opportunities to potentially look for that all in. But if you do not make that happen, Jax is going to become very difficult to deal with, and Bin is even going Ignite. So this is going to be a spicy top lane. And Zeus is not playing Flash, so it's actually Bin with the double combat summoner advantage. It is just Ghost TP here from Zeus, so a much more conservative approach where Bin is going to be looking to actually just try to dominate that 1v1.
That is very frightening here for Zeus. Let's see whether he can actually play defensively, as the rest of BLG wondering when they can go in to clear out this vision. HLE do get information about the 3 people moving over.
And again, if you're looking to dominate the top lane, you need to dominate jungle.
Yeah, Zeka waiting for his moment to make his way in as Kanavi still wants to get back through. There is the flash out of the Counter-Strike. And already, things not going HLE's way.
Jungle dominated, Atlas.
Yep.
They push him out on the Raptors. Nocturne is so good at doing that, and the full support of BLG in their efforts splits the map for the Flash Ignite Jax here, really trying to get advantage after advantage and keep the Olaf on low economy in this game.
And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that HLE even tried to contest it when Annie walks in with a prep stun. Nocturne is incredible on the Raptors, and you have an Ignite Jax that has Counter-Strike at level 1. That is just a tough 3v3 to actually ever win out in.
And, you know, as good as Xin is, you know, in kind of like fair duels with people, when you don't have Flash, it is easy to pick that champion. It's hard to make escapes. You have to have like enemy minions or jungle camps or something around to be able to dash to. So you have to be a little bit careful if your opponents try and close some traps on you. And On is kind of watching at the moment, and maybe one of those traps is about to be sprung.
Shun making his way in. The Dustbringer is going to connect as Kanavi doesn't have Flash, remember, from the earlier play. And he'll be taken down. The Umbral Glaives will take him out. And the red buff going to be claimed there as well. So it's camps on top of everything. This Nocturne is going to be so big.
It is beautiful, Atlas. I love the jungle game of chess, and the trap snaps shut on Kanavi. They kill him. They know with no Flash, I can easily come defend my bottom quadrant. And On makes the difference. Look at this. They've got vision. They have everything. You're playing right into their hands.
And Shun took an early base, bought boots, so he could get out there even faster. So he's coming out of base with the boots, arrives to this fight, and On, like you said, just sets it up beautifully. Kanavi still level 2 against the level 3 Nocturne with boots, with an Alistar, no way out.
I'm telling you, man, On is my favorite support in the world. He plays so well for jungle. And BLG, they're going to reap the rewards now. You talk about Shun being ahead, Nocturne a full level ahead, and Nocturne's topside.
Oh dear, Zeus in a lot of trouble, gets stunned up by the Counter-Strike. And in goes the Nocturne, getting very scared as this Viking, and then taken out.
And that is the danger of playing Ghost TP. Yes, Bin did have to give up a big wave, though, for that. He lost a lot of minions at that tower. But they didn't even need the Ignite to kill Zeus, and Zeus realizes he can't break the Fear Tether.
Camp him, camp him!
Well, that's exactly what they're doing, as Bin just gets back to work once again. And Zeus not going to be able to get out of this one. The Ignite ticking down, the Fear tethers once more. And the Alcove will not save you, Zeus. He falls a second time in a row.
Okay, jungle diff. How do we measure the jungle difference in this game, Atlas?
I don't think we have anything very long in the area.
14-hour flight.
We'll use kilometers and miles.
Man, that is tough. That is so tough.
Oh, look at this minion wave just going by the wayside as well.
And I just love it. I mean, Ghost scales better for Olaf, you know, later on into the game. It is really, really valuable if you're going to go one or the other. You love having Ghost when you pop the Ragnarok, you're sprinting in. But if you do not have Flash, it is so hard to get away from these ganks. He can't break any of the Fear Tethers, and they just held the Ignite for the repeat gank. Now Bin already has his steel caps. He is off to the races. It is physical damage, auto attackers, both of those topsiders that could attack him, and Bin is just going to be in a dream scenario.
I really want to compliment BLG for their game plans that they have shown, because we always compliment them for their mechanics and their insane solo laners, but they have had really good game plans and executed on them very effectively to get a lot of their leads. and this is another very nice case of it. Mid lane is a scrap.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulverize does come in. There's a double knockoff from Delight, though, on this Rakan. Gets the flash out of On, and will be able to make his way out. And one thing does need to be mentioned, this is Delight's signature champion, right? This Rakan is something that he's really made magic on, even when he was on Bro. This guy has been a phenomenal Rakan player. The problem is, he has to dig them out of this massive hole.
Yeah, I mean, he can be an absolute game changer. Watching him on the Blitzcrank break the hearts of the LCS yesterday in that pivotal Game 5. This guy is crazy good on anything that can engage, anything that can go. He will find the angle. He will be able to turn around a fight, and he's going to have to in a game like this, as Zeus is looking for a proxy angle.
Yeah, he is just going to walk past the turret. Doesn't take a turret shot, which is going to be very, very handy, as Shun and On making their way in to try and take this dragon, and they just steal it. The paranoia comes in. It's level 4 to level 6 in the jungle. And Shun is going to chase the Rakan out of there. The hail of arrows will pierce Kanavi. And Viper will just wander back to lane.
Yep, and I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure it's also a smite upgrade difference. When you've got that much experience lead and you've been countered, it is brutal, man. Jungle diff all the way.
Oh, Chains of Corruption just barely. Just need a little bit of an extra link in there. They would have been able to lock down Gumayusi before he gets that Featherstorm, but not to be this time around. As Zekra and Knight are fighting. Zekra dealing with a bear as well as the Annie, as that Pyroblast doing a lot of work. But no kills to happen just yet.
I mean, that is just so devastating there, you know, for HLE. You're already behind, and then you're way down experience, way down camps. You spend so much time trying to kill off this dragon. He comes in, and it is that upgraded smite diff that you're calling out from 755. Yeah. It's still that 600 smite over on the other side. He can't even contest it. It's not a 50-50. And then you waste all your time doing the dragon, lose your flash, don't get the dragon, die after, and you are just so far behind.
This game is literally the poster for why the meta is jungle support, man. And you can really leverage so many advantages out of playing for jungle. These incremental breakpoints, smite upgrades, big levels. I mean, obviously at level 6 versus level 4 is just like, holy moly, he's going to beat 2 people over the head. But also, as you said, you invested all your work taking this dragon to low health, and then he beats you up and takes your lunch money, and they kill you too.
Yeah.
It could not get very much worse. It could not get very much worse. You saw there in our list of experience. That was not a very fun one. And having a look here, the first time Kanavi has ever gone 10 deaths in a game.
Yeah, and that was previous game. So this game, we'll
see whether he can break the record. Currently on to 2, but it is still very early days. Still, I mean, 1.7K, it's very early in the game, so that is a large lead, but as this game gets later, it's going to mean less, and there are late-game win conditions here for HLE this time around. I feel like as far as the draft is concerned, it's not the same as game number 2. However, BLG didn't get off to this kind of lead in game number 2 either. So Headbutt gets Kanavi out of there. He's back over once again as the Chains of Corruption are going to come down. Viper not going to be able to hit him as Kanavi did manage to hit level 6.
Zeka's moving down, so they're threatening the dive here.
Yep. Delight only level 5 here, but should be able to get the knockup. Does find it there onto the cow. They should be able to get this kill for the first one of the game, and Gumayusi is the one to claim it. Kanavi's definitely dead, but he's used to that so far this game. And so BLG, a 1-for-1 in that bottom lane, but plates to go over to Guma could be a big deal.
Honestly, I like the call from On. He's like, okay, yes, you guys do have the extra power here, but I will sacrifice myself under tower to make sure it's going to delay Kanavi even more. Viper?
Yeah, there is the quickness towards that bottom side of the map as Delight gets himself out of there. Gumayusi gonna need to finish this one off, and he does do so. A 1-for-1 under the turret as a teleport gets Knight in, but a little bit late.
Yeah, Guma just never used his ult, so I was kind of surprised. Maybe he made the read that I'm dead no matter what, but it wasn't the read that I had from that position. I felt like he could have used the ult a little bit earlier and maybe been able to actually pull off an escape thereafter. At the end of the day, it is that 1-for-1, and Guma does create a nice little lead for himself, but Viper got 2 kills in this series of plays as well, so even though he lost a lot of farm, he's not as far down as you think.
Shun can move in. He's got a blast cone to work with.
Oh dear. Kanavi this time is going to back away, and the Sentinel loses his patience.
Going top.
Let's see whether this Rise can make a difference up there, as in the meantime, we've got another battle, and that is just going to be the secure by Shun. dominating in this jungle matchup still, as Zeka makes his way back towards this mid lane, not going to find an angle towards Bin on the top side of the map. One good bit of information here is that Zeus has really been able to close the gap towards that top side as far as farm. It is still 1,000 gold, but the Olaf hasn't been zoned away from everything.
And that is one good bit of information, but if you're a BLG fan, there's a lot of bits of it good information, you know?
There's an entire book of good information.
Take your choice. You can look here. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, that looks pretty good over there.
Yeah, personally, I'll start with the title page, and that is our Nocturne that has a 1.5k gold lead. And look at that, the Hex Tech plate right there. So those Nocturne ultimates are going to be fired off very quickly.
Kanavi's got a tunneler, and now a
Dig his
little
own
hammer
grave.
as well.
He can
definitely can.
Tunnel into the ground and hide.
The Coinbase Gold Grind comes in. That is going to be the cleanse to get out of the chains of corruption as Knight's moving in. Bear lands on top of Delight, but he's not dead just yet. Just barely able to get himself out of the way as a teleport flies on through. Zeus turns up, takes the 50 gold as he kills the bear, and will just wander up the river.
Knight thought he was dead to rights. I think he could have finished him with an auto attack maybe even, but thought he was dead for sure to the tippers. Does not finish him off, so Delight does escape, but this means free time for Bin on the top side. You can see Zeka's moving up there to try to answer, but Bin is farming plates.
Nocturne ult for Dragon maybe? Do they see them? Oh, they're not going to contest the Dragon right now.
Oh, it's going to be secured. All right, so HLE on the board as far as the Drakes are concerned. A second Ocean Soul this series, back-to-back here. But it was pretty important in the last game, so I hope that HLE are able to give it a little bit more priority this time around.
Well, they got one of the early dragons, so they're in a much better spot already for delaying that soul. But the triple grubs we never really talked about. Shun was able to trade a play on top side when they were going for all those bot lane shenanigans, looking for those dives. So we got all 3 grubs. Bin has a winning side lane. You have this Jax who is going to be set up for success in the 1v1 later on in the game anyway, now enabled by those grubs. And that is just going to make things even more difficult. But Guma and Delight feel like the hope right now.
Oh no, only level 5 here for On as he has to flash to get out of the way with the grand entrance. And that is going to be a dead cow mincemeat on the Rift as HLE will try and get another plate, but they run out of minions. And behind the turret goes Gumayushi. At least the bottom side is going well here for Humble Life Esports.
Yeah, Atlas, some support experience difference there. Having the ult there, the charm from Delight, it's easy to pick up the kill on their On, and they also get his flash and a bunch of extra money into Guma's Xayah.
Okay, so ulti's traded here towards the top side, but a ghost going to be used from Zeus as well. Flash Ignite still up for Bin as Shun.
They want to fight this.
Yeah, he's on this red buff. Navi kind of sick of giving these away, but he is nowhere near. And Zeus going to have to wander on over, eat some honey fruit before he gets there as the turret is taken towards his bottom side. And it is once again in Gumayushi we trust on the HLE side.
I feel like it's a good place to trust. I thought he had a really good Ziggs game, and now he is so far ahead.
Headbutt back onto Delight, but the battle dance towards Zeus will be able to nullify all of that.
I mean, holy, he's got 2 items at 13 minutes. Guma is ridiculously fed, and Viper has been getting starved because Viper, you know, to no real fault of his own, has just been getting zoned off the tower constantly by good play from HLE. Zeka threatening roams, Kanavi realizing, all right, the game's not about me. I'm not going to be able to farm. I'm going bot. I'm playing for Guma, and that is the right choice in a game like this. You can't just sit back and try to farm because Shun is going to push you off everything. You have to find a win condition, and HLE have done that now with Guma being hugely fed.
So Bin's really frightening as well, though. He's moved up to a 1.3k gold advantage. It's pretty close to what Guma has on the other side, but they also have an extraordinarily fed jungler. And the BLG gold lead has fallen down to about 700, but I do feel like that game plan that you guys were talking about, what they've been playing around so well so far, this MSI, to be perfectly honest, is still well and truly moving towards later in the game.
Yeah, we need to see if Shun can actually really win these side lanes even more. You know, if they are able to get to the next stage of the game, which is when outer towers start dropping, they're fairly low right now in the side lanes, and the first one already taken on the bottom side. But when you start to open up that map, if the Nocturne does not put the influence of this lead into effect in the mid game, then you give a lot of room for HLE and Guma to retake control.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, they really want to get those outer towers down because you make it a long lane for Zeus or Zeka, and you're up against this strong Zax and the threat of that Nocturne. All of a sudden, it becomes pretty easy to chase you down. With that tower behind them, these aren't easy characters to actually kill off. Yeah. They're relatively tanky. They have the ability to survive and escape. And They are playing it defensively because they know the game is not about us right now. It is about Guma. That's where the action is going to be for HLE. And if you are Zeus or Zeka, your job is survive, farm, clear waves, and scale.
Yep. Zeus does have his Stride Breaker as well, which, as we just saw in that last exchange, use it when he leaps onto you, and then you can walk out of the Counter-Strike a little bit more effectively. You mentioned, Isaac, that making sure you keep up the Counter-Strike is very important into the Olaf, so if he ends it early, that's also a good thing. And so this Stride Breaker going to be very, very helpful here for Zeus in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the stun's obviously always great from the Counter-Strike, but in these auto attack based matchups, just letting it run full against champions like Xin Zhao and Olaf, it just cuts their damage down so heavily. It makes it very, very difficult. BLG trying to force around this Herald here. Guma, though, as we said, has his 2 items, and Delight has Exhaust ready, has a Locket ready, so they have tools to keep Guma protected, though he has been poked a bit by Viper, and I think that's going to make them just give it up.
Yeah, Zeka was thinking about moving from that top side of the map, but they are just going to give it up. And a bit of a fadeaway arrow there to help Shun out as he picks up the eye. This Nocturne still running the Rift right now with one of the largest individual leads on it. And in fact, his individual lead is actually the BLG advantage, as Bin and Gumayushi are kind of canceling each other out right now.
Yeah, we got a comparison. Top side of the map versus bottom side of the map. And if you can land some poke damage ahead of time onto Guma, then they can really put the pressure to him. He is running, of course, the cleanse with his flash and his ultimate, so has a lot of buttons still to press, but even if one spell lands, it gets kind of dangerous.
Well, the Rift Herald, bit of a battle herald here for BLG if they'd like to grab this second dragon for themselves. As in goes on, could be a knock-up into a pulverize, as Shelly is avoided quite well. It's only Zeus that gets put up towards the sky, but in that, it is going to be the Drake secured by Shun. Immediately, though, Viper just dies. The quickness to grab Shun at the same time as he has to flash to get out of the way. BLG, they only sacrifice 1, though, and getting that second Drake, a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal grabbing that second Drake.
Oh, Kanavi going to get a little bit scared here in this brush, but no, is able to break the tether just in time. Shun down to 50%. Gumayushi may be in a little bit of trouble as the bear drops from the sky. As an Australian, quite aware of that. As now Kanavi moving on over, the bear falls down, and BLG do back away. The defense finishes.
Bin does get that tower down on the bot side. I was pretty surprised by where Knight actually TP'd. He TP'd straight to the mid lane tower when they were already on the dragon. So he TP'd so far away from the team. And that is kind of what allowed HLE to go for the fight after the dragon was taken, is that Knight wasn't really with his team whatsoever until much later. You know, he had been up on that top side with Zeka, and I thought he was going to use the TP. There was a deep ward over, by that side lane, and I thought he was going to maybe be looking for something like that, looking for an angle, but instead TP'd very conservatively.
Oh, Delight going to get comboed here, but will be able to make his way out to relative safety. Gets a ward down, spots Shun. It's Kanavi. Going to get him with the Wind Becomes Lightning there as well, as they didn't quite factor in Bin being here. There's a knock-up from the 3-Talon Strike, though. That saves Delight as he carries the Ignite with him. Blast goes to get back in, eats some Honey Fruit to get that health bar back again. And that's HLE with a successful defense.
And that's a necessary defense here on the red buff. They got to keep this economy up for Kanavi. I mean, the danger of the Jax in the brush was very real. I thought that was actually going to explode in a fight, but they haven't left the area, and BLG still forcing for the top tower.
Yeah, there's the paranoia coming down as the Crescent Guard comes in, uses Shun as a taxi to get up towards that top side, but the Grand Entrance doesn't do it, and down goes Kanavi. Gumayushi now to show up as Bin just immediately jumps on top of him. Zeus into that back line. Can he actually get a target, though? Stridebreaker helps him out, and he takes down the jungler. Delight trying to get in there, but the quickness is denied entirely. And Guma still alive, but it's not quite working. Featherstorm comes down. Down goes the Olaf as well, as On is going to get swept up by the razor-sharp feathers, but it's still a BLG team fight.
And Bin came up huge in that fight. Massive chunk onto Guma, pushed him back, and then they just sacrifice Shun. They wait out Zeus's ult. When that expires, they can go back in for the re-engage. Look at this. Full send as On flashes in. They land the fear. Shun is just chasing down this jungler, and then Knight arrives, flashes in, gets a kill. They know Shun is dead, so the rest of them just kind of back off as the Olaf pops his ult, sacrifice their jungler, kite it out, and as that ulti does eventually expire, you can see Viper hitting a Chains of Corruption over onto Delight. Zeus has no ult, they re-engage.
Exactly, and then On is going to create the space there. He goes on the backside carries while the rest of BLG take down Olaf. He thought he was going to be able to survive there, but the Blade Caller, enough little bit of extra damage with the tower shot to take him down. And so it actually only ended up being +1 kills for them in the end. Of course, they also bulldozed over the top tower.
Yeah, exactly. They get that tower, and you can see how much damage Bin got down. It really is just a battle of these two carries. It's going to be Guma versus Bin. Who can get the most value? Guma working in towards that Infinity Edge. Bin has his Thundered Sky. He's on 2 items. Both these guys are monstrously strong. Bin definitely can threaten Guma, but he's going to have to play well, because if you go too far, you get charmed up, you get rooted up, you get blade collared. There's so many tools that they can have to lock him down, and while the Counter-Strike is a window of safety, it doesn't last forever.
Yeah, and I do think that if Viper just hits Chains of Corruption on Delight every single team fight, BLG will win every single one. As Delight goes in, finds an angle towards On, trying to use that ultimate effectively here as the Chains of Corruption do come down once again. Gumayusi getting himself to relative safety as Zeka gets in to try and defend in that backline. Grand exit here for Delight as he makes his way out. No one dead just yet, but the Baron is up. BLG's health bars are kind of looking okay, but they are just going to back off, and it looks like a reset.
Yeah, they didn't quite get enough in cooldowns out of HLE, so HLE do defend the play for now. The vision is still in BLG's control, though, so that's dangerous.
Oh, dear. Zeka is just going to ghost away from BLG, but it's not going to be enough. Just bonked on the head with a lamppost, and Bin is going to claim his 5th of the game.
Yeah, it's the first death there for Zeka, but it's a pretty big one. Didn't have his flash. They're going to lose that tier 2 tower very likely. Kanavi in the area, but could be tough to fight this.
The constant pressure from BLG in this top quadrant of the map up here has really rewarded them. You know, the vision coverage completely in their control again, even after the fight, and they're able to find the extra pick. Dragon is available with still 12 seconds left on Zeka.
Yeah, Shun making his way out of base. 7 seconds on the Paranoia, though. He can turn up in a moment's notice. Unbreakable Will not quite there for On, as it looks like HLE are going to back away from this Dragon Pit. BLG will say, well, thank you very much for the leash. I know it's not a very big one, but we're happy to do so. That is going to be soul point over to them if they're able to lock this one down. And I think even though an Ocean Soul is good for anyone, denying it from HLE is going to be the important point when you have the Poke Varus, and they've been able to do that every single time.
And making Bin that much tankier, if they do get the Ocean Soul, it's going to be tough too. He's working towards that 3rd item, Zonia's, which bridges the gap between those Counter-Strikes. That is why it is such a popular item. You jump in, Leap Strike onto Guma, you pop the Counter-Strike, and then you're supposed to be in this danger zone, but you go into the Seekers, it resets the cooldowns, you get that Counter-Strike coming back up, and that is where Jackson becomes so dangerous later on into the game, when you have all of these max rank abilities, such short cooldowns.
Well, On looking for an angle here as the Paranoia comes down once again. Let's see whether they can keep Guma safe. The Blade Caller and Shun gonna have to flash to get out, but Kanavi is just dead in the blink of an eye. Zeus looking for an angle towards Bin, but On just throws him up into the air. Ragnarok still hasn't been proc just yet, so Zeus is still pretty scary, as Tibbers is going for a little bit of a scouting mission in the HLE jungle. But without their jungler, BLG might have an opportunity to go towards the Baron now. No Smite to worry about. And Shun, honestly, he's at Kanavi's number on that front anyway throughout this series.
Yeah, these 2-part engages with On Alistar comboing the Xayah every time to get Guma an early ultimate, and then Shun going in with the Nocturne is rewarding them. But again, this one's still just going to be one more kill, not the actual objective that is fully going to claim the game for BLG. So HLE, they still hold on for now. The next Dragon Soul appointment is going to be 3.5 minutes in the future, so they have something to look forward to.
They absolutely do. I mean, Guma has the IE now, so he has the damage. He just needs the time to actually deal it, but that is going to be very, very difficult. Zeka on 2 items. He's not going to have Actualizer by the time we get to that Soul fight. You know, we might have Knight on his 3rd item. Viper's working towards his 3rd item, so BLG definitely going to be very, very strong.
Well, On might be in a little bit of trouble here, as 5 seconds on the ulti. He's going to have to use the flash to get out of there instead. So HLE choosing their moment quite well.
That's pretty big, because that means no flash on for this pivotal fight, this Dragon Soul fight. And that is going to make it much more difficult for him to access Guma. Obviously, he has Spellbook. He can use something else, but Guma has everything available, and HLE want to keep it that way for the next couple minutes.
Oh, Dustbrain comes out here from Shun, gives away his position towards these popcorn chickens, as there is the paranoia. The Realm Warp to get them underneath the turret as Guma takes it down first. The feathers have been laid as into the backline goes Zeus, and immediately he is taken down. And now it's BLG's turn to go on the offensive. Kanavi using the Crescent Guard to try and create some space, but it is once again a pick here for BLG, and summoner spells all over the place for Hanwha.
Another Rise Realm Warp delivers their own team death, Atlas. It is a solo dive mission there from Zeus on the other side. They were split directions, and he got bursted down by the Varus and the Nocturne, and now the Baron under attack.
Yeah, 25.5 minutes into the game, the Baron does do a fair bit of damage here, as we can see. Shun down to 50%. They are just going to be backing away, not wanting to risk it all on a Baron take.
Exactly. They realize it's not worth sending it here. Could still get taken away. The Dragon Soul available in 145. HLE maybe feeling a bit of pressure, thought that they had it to go for it. You know, they do Realm Warp in on the tower. The tower was very low, though, so went down quickly. But we saw as Zeus went into that backline, he just got focused down in a hurry, burst through his cooldowns, and just wasn't able to take out Viper.
Yeah, I mean, because BLG have constantly looked to pressure side lane and pressure top. It's not like he's a super fed Olaf that's going to be able to 1v9 on that side, and so good burst damage there on the side of BLG.
The one question, though, is can they capitalize on the missing flash from Viper? Because he did have to use that, and you look over at Delight, you see flash available, you see Guma and Zeka have flash available. Maybe they can try to catch Viper on this Varus, kill him off quick at the team fight. That could be a window in, because HLE are going to have to try to get creative, find an angle to deny this soul. I just think from this far behind, you cannot afford to give over an uncontested Ocean Soul.
Well, it's 50 seconds on the clock, and HLE are largely here towards the top side of the map. Teleport in hand here for Knight, and he can just join any sort of fight in that river anytime they would like. As Kanavi and Zeus are in position for now, but it looks like Zeus is just going to back off, clear out this wave.
You can see BLG are giving all their camps to Bin. So I think he's trying to rush towards Zonius. He's trying to get the last bit of gold, I have to assume, for that Zonius. He's taking the Krugs right now, you know, taking those jungle camps, and if he can get that, would be huge, but I don't know that he has time to base, so it looks like he won't be able to get there.
Well, Kanavi with a cute little steal becomes lightning. Finally, something going his way. A couple of items have been completed here for Xin Zhao as well.
I think he would love to get that level 16 too. He's so close to it there for Bin. If he could get some solo experience, if he could just soak up level 16 for another rank in the ulti.
Looking like it might be a little bit too late as far as that is concerned, but he is still extraordinarily strong here in this game. As Zek on a flank angle, Knight teleporting in, will join the rest of his teammates. 5 strong on BLG's side. The paranoia comes on through with Gumayushi not going to be able to help take this one down as Shun secures another soul. And Kanavi, he's trying to fight this one out, but he is just going to go down. Bin in that backline, able to escape very comfortably. And once again, BLG taking the lunch money. The Featherstorm has to be used by Gumayushi as they are going to try and take down this cow, but the bear comes from the sky, takes out the Rakan, and BLG will just cruise towards the Baron.
BLG just played it so beautifully. Bin on the side was threatening to flank the entire time, so Guma could never step up, because if he walks in, Bin will kill him, while the rest of the team just focus down Kanavi, and then on presses forward, forces out that ult. Just look at Bin on the top of your screen there, constantly threatening the ability to go in. They win this might, and then it just eyes on the jungler, fear into Chains of Corruption, and the combo, they kill him off. Bin survives on the side, and then they just chase forward, force out Guma's ult, and take out Delight.
And the rewards are huge, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. They also got the Baron, they also got some turret plate money, and it is a huge, huge swing here. That is going to be what pushes BLG over the edge.
A 5,000 gold lead now here for BLG as a result of that priceless moment. As Delight clears out the control wards, I just don't think it's going to be enough here from HLE's side. We've seen magic from Rakans in the LCK and from Delight in particular, but it is getting more and more difficult. Yes, there's 4 items on Gumayushi, but is that going to really make the difference here?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be extremely tough, you know, but there is always a chance. The problem is, though, when you are the team behind and you look over and you see all these luxury items come through, it gets so tough. You realize fully completed Zonias after that, fully completed GA after that, Knight's Vow for On, all of these tools to make the carries that much more difficult to take down, and Kanavi could be in a bit of trouble.
Level 14 to level 16 here, as Shun with the last level in that Paranoia. He's feeling very, very good on this Nocturne. It's a long sword in comparison to a Guardian Angel between the junglers. It's a lot of extra money this Nocturne does have, as HLE just trying to defend these Baroned up minions. On looking for an angle, you can see it. He was ready for a headbutt pulverize, but does not go in.
And the side lane's very dangerous. Bin's got his level lead, he's got his 3-item power spike, and he's got a Nocturne on his team who is also fed, as you're highlighting, with another 3-item power spike. So BLG, they play the 4-1 split push, and
ooh, max range. That is going to be the cleanse coming on through here. Gets Gumayushi out of dodge, but that is still going to be this turret falling down. The outer turret taking a long time to go, 30 minutes into the game, but still, they managed to get through it, and now Bin knocking on the back door here at the same time. Light gets himself out of the way. Gumayushi in a lot of trouble. He's just trying to get through these minions. As in goes Kanavi, but out he goes immediately with the headbutt, and they dive on top of Zeus and wipe him off the rift. BLG have found their opening, and they're going to take even more after.
great call. On defends on the left with the headbutt, and Shun attacks on the right with the ulti.
BLG are just playing it so well, so patiently. Guma keeps getting poked. He went for the Gluttonous Greaves, but only 2 stacks, and the game may be already over. He's not getting that much lifesteal from it, and Viper is just staying at range, constantly poking and prodding and targeting Guma, making his life difficult. And now it's a full court press. 3 waves being Baron buffed up. They already take out that mid inhib. They're on the towers in top, and Bin is going to be threatening through bot lane as well. HLE have maybe got one more fight left in them, but they've got to wait for Zeus, and you're hoping for a miracle.
I'll see whether they can make that one work, because now Delight trying to get himself out of the way of On. Bin with that counter-strike running will be able to leap strike over the wall. As there's an exhaust. They really want to commit on this one. Is the Chains of Corruption going to be instantly cleansed? They might be able to get the Jax, but never mind, they will not. Down goes the Zyre Rakan. Into the backline they go. Bin goes golden though, and now he's looking to escape from Zeus. He does manage to get one of the kills onto Viper. Delight tries to get in, and it does not work out. Bin survives, and BLG will knock down these towers and move to match point in the MSI Finals.
Bin is dancing on him in and out with these leap strikes, man. What a game plan from BLG, well crafted. They have the Nocturne early, Bin gets his Jax carry top, they split the jungle for him, they split the map, and Shun is able to bring it home. Analyst Des, are BLG gonna win again?
Is the jungle gap going to stay this big? Because I feel like that'll answer the question. Holy crap!
Don't do him like this. You know what? We said at the beginning of the day that BLG had the upper hand and that they were favorites in this matchup. Turns out they're back to what made them good. Kanavi aside, dude, you have to step it up. Like, come on, you can't do this to your teammates. But the way they stepped in...
No, Kanavi aside.
I have to get this out of the way. I thought Kanavi had switched to the LCK, but clearly he's still playing for the LPL.
Double agents.
It's just everyone on Griffin is just playing for the LPL. We got Viper, we got Tarzan, we got Kanavi. It all works out.
Okay, I wasn't gonna go that far, but respect. I mean, kind of a fair call out, as savage as that was. But I think like that early game was disgusting.
And it's the same thing that happened last time with actually Kanavi. Hello, once again invading. It doesn't go well, and it's that early game plays that actually set up Shun for the amazing early game that he had.
I wanted to go through it here so we can actually take a quick look at it, because I want to pause it just here, because basically there's a couple things that I want you to take note of. What we first off have is going to be hang on 1 second. There we go. First off, we've got the sweeper that came through from Knight to get rid of all vision that's in this area. It's making it so much more difficult for Kanavi to actually try and contest this in any way, shape, or form. The other thing that I want you to notice as well is going to be, not that one, but the ward.
Beautiful hands.
Thank you.
Yes,
the ward that's just right the way down here, just at the back of the Red Bull. Really small, really tiny, really good though. And basically now, as we can start to play it out, you're going to get this invade that comes through. As BLG go for this, all they want to do is force Kanavi away. This is what we've seen traditionally from a lot of the top LPL teams, especially when they get Nocturne, is playing heavily for this invade style. We can speed this up a little bit now, as Shun is going to fully clear out this topside camps and then look to reset. The crucial thing, though, that I want to point out is going to be how you end up catching Kanavi on that ward. Because he's now, as you can see on the minimap, just moving across. And I'm going to pause it now just as we start to go through this reset as well, because there's going to be 2 things to notice. Obviously, Kanavi caught in the ward. The second thing is going to be the buy from Shun. As Shun spots Kanavi in his jungle, he doesn't go for the traditional longsword, he goes for boots. This man wants to get into his jungle as quick as humanly possible to make sure that he can bully Kanavi once again. And also, you've already got this rotation that's coming through from On as well. He's going to start to shift over into this bottom side and just hide on this bush. But because he ends up hiding in the bush there, the red buff aggroes to him in the bush. It looks like the red buff is aggroing as per usual. So as we play it out, Kanavi doesn't suspect anything. Kanavi thinks he's basically gotten away with this, and he's going to be able to get the red camp, answer for some of the pressure that's already there. But here, boots on Shun, he gets out fast enough, On is already in position to cover, and from this point as well, now Shun is thinking, okay, what's the only way that Kanavi can try and get back into this is trying to make some sort of play, or by moving into his top side. But Shun instead just goes, right, I'm going to beeline it straight to the top side of the map and look to turn this top lane around. Ignore basically the camps that I could go for in the blue and the Gromp and just get the kill top lane. It sets up Shun massively in the early stages to get this kill and set Bin up and then win out completely in the jungle. There is zero that Kanavi can do from this position.
And then the fact that Zeus died, TP'd back, died again. Kanavi started Drake when his smite was on 600 damage, Shun was on 1,000, so he stole it. This is the type of game that 95% of pro teams ask for a remake if it's a script. Like, that's how disastrous that beginning was, because it just all went in the favor of BLG. Then it did kind of get close. Just the cherry on top, another smite win for BLG.
It's been a mental breaker, I feel like, for HLE here. They're back against the wall with BLG on the match point. Gigabin on Jax, impossible to stop them. Danny really happy about this boys backstage, but they're making it happen again. They're making it happen the same way they did last time. Empowering jungle, empowering top lane. I'm just wondering, what can HLE fight here with? Because they only have one game to do it.
The only good news, again, is you're not going to have to handle this problem again. He gets one game on Jax, and then we can look ahead, right? It was the Gigabin performance, but I don't think that that was the biggest issue, right? The Olaf going south was a lot of jungle intervention. It was a bit of disrespect to the potential Jax pick, but I want to highlight two things. One, the jungler. That's the elephant in the room. We'll acknowledge him. He's over there. His name is Kanavi. He's struggling to play League of Legends, probably because he doesn't have hands anymore. He has like hooves or whatever elephants have. But he's going to get his hands back. I believe that. The rest, it's the bottom side of the map. Delight and Kuma have been good. They've been trying so hard. The signature recon felt like it might be enough, but they really need to clean up the rest of the map. I believe HLE have the tools, but it's the jungle's tough.
They have the tools, but on the other side, they have a player that used to stand alongside them once. Viper with BLG, one game away from the very first career Grand Slam, one game away from doing it here in Daejeon, in his hometown, in front of his audience. Bean wanted to prove that he can be better than this. He's doing it, but for me here, I'm looking at Viper and that man and what he's about to accomplish here today.
And he's done it with everything. He played mages to get here. Now he's played 380 carries so far in this tournament, or in this final. For me, if I'm looking about an HLE comeback, I just scrolled through side selection. I needed to see if I'm HLE, they have to give Zeus counterpick. Blind picking the Olaf there was so sketchy, and the later you get to Fearless, with how much these top laners want to throw down and how much the jungle has impacted early game, you have to put that guy in a favorable position.
Yeah, I do think, though, I want to hit back on that Viper piece because it is so important. Like, the fact that he has disappeared. He went to the LPL, got a world championship at EDG, came back to Hanwha. It was Viper Life Esports for so much of that. And now he's moved back over to the LPL, playing against his former team of BLG. He has to see if he can do it now in this game.
It might be an LCK crowd here in Daejeon, but it's Viper, the hometown boy, and BLG who lead the charge and take us to match point in this grand final. One game away from hosting the trophy. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI 2026 Grand Final. BLG waiting to put that last brick in this part of the road.
The middle of the golden road.
Indeed.
It's not just any road, it's a shiny golden road.
Exactly. And if you're paving it, once you get past the middle, you know, it feels like downhill from there, right? So this is going to be a tough one, but we'll see whether they can make it happen with match point in the bag. We're seeing some bans come on through as we jump immediately into Champion Select. The Na and the Jace being taken away from Zeus, and the Pantheon remaining on the ban list as well as that Vayne and Syndra.
Yeah, very, very similar bans thus far. So we'll have to see where the teams want to go. It feels like HLE, I want to see them draft for bot lane prio so Delight can get out there, play with Kanavi. I feel like On and Shun have been such difference makers for this team. They have been dominating the last 2 games, putting Kanavi way far down. And it is going to be Ashe Seraphine pretty much guaranteed, but BLG has the opportunity to split the duo if they want.
I've actually seen like Ashe Lulu be pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Lulu hasn't been banned or anything like that. They could go towards it if they'd like to, but instead a Mel bottom lane could be the option.
Yeah, just go for killing it. And Viper has been quite good, so many mages, so you get on some support that's going to have snap engages and try and punish what you assume is going to be some low mobility bottom laners on the side of HLE.
And we'll see if they want to go for the super aggressive option of the Pyke, or if they want to go, you know, something a bit more standard. You can still go Nautilus and along that line as well.
Interesting, interesting. Okay.
I mean, Nautilus is the guarantee, right? Like, if you feel like you can play Pyke at the absolute highest level, I think it is incredibly strong. I think if you're not playing Pyke like Keria is playing Pyke, then it's just always better to play Nautilus or something like that.
Yeah, or
because
like
the baseline
is playing Pyke.
I like Isles playing Pyke. That's true.
That's how he moves
Specifically in game 2.
Yeah.
Not like game 1.
No, the most recent game only.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, so they're going to keep us in anticipation, though. They're going to keep us in wait here. They go for the Cassante blind instead anyway.
I don't know about the Cassante blind because we're actually having a conversation off air about Kanavi needing something to, you know, get his mojo back, and his Trundle has given him that so far at this MSI.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we were mentioning and we were talking about, and Kanavi does get it. It's a good angle for it just because they've already got that tank top. So they complete the Ashe and Seraphine. And so do we also complete the Mel Pyke looking for the kills, playing on the edge? I feel like this just makes games exciting.
I think they're going to go for it. I mean, they've sat on it for so long, but...
Oh, shit! Again into Trundle!
Into Trundle again!
Another angle to counter a Trundle! You can dance around him. Last time he did it, he controlled the game so well. He invaded for bot side of the map. They split the map for jungle, and then he got jungle lead, experience advantage over the Trundle, and Shun just controlled the game. And this series, I hate to say it, Atlas, but Shun has controlled the jungle matchup. Kanavi has been limping through it.
And this is exactly what happened in Game 4 last time. And there was no way that HLE could actually get over the top. So I'm a little bit frightened. Hopefully they've done their homework and they know what they need to do into this. But the Trundle's already been locked in. And so Kanavi gonna have to try and make this matchup work.
Yeah, and I mean, it brings you an AD carry as well, right? Because you have that mage bot, so you have consistent damage there, you know, with the Shun Kindred. It is one of his most played champions all time, 4th most played, 42 games, 69% win rate. This guy is a demon on the Kindred.
And one of the earliest champions that he was known for. And it's so cool to see these players, you know, stick with some iconic champions in big tournaments, in big moments. And it's just nice to see Shun back with BLG, and this team is looking so good. Can they complete it, though? Because the Pyke has been banned in exchange. You did not lock in the rest of your bottom lane, so they're going to take away a couple of parts of it.
Yeah, and the Silas obviously so effective when there is Seraphine as well as Ashe, right? So they're going to have to ban that away. But you can go Nautilus, you can go Rel, you can go a lot of different pairings with it. Maybe not as explosive as something like the Pyke, but I do think it still works very well. There's also a chance that they completely pivot and they could always move the Mel towards mid lane,
Skana support.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot this tournament. Let's see it.
There it is. On gonna lock that one away. And so the Mel and Skana, this is something we have seen here in Korea, but hasn't been all that popular. We'll see what HLE are going to answer for. We're looking for a couple of solo lanes here.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner support can be strong. It is a playmaker, but honestly, I kind of prefer the Nautilus because I feel like unless you're going in with an instant flash, Seraphine and Ashe can disengage a Skarner way easier than they can disengage something like a Nautilus that is much more explosive. You can't do anything about the depth charge.
Swain.
Zeus did say in an interview he wanted to hide this for the finals, but Lion pushed them, and he felt he had to bring it out. So is moving back towards it, but I don't feel like it's as crazy of an angle at all compared to the game we had against them.
It's at least good for into Cassante and into Skarner here. So we'll see if it ends up becoming a problem, if the Kindred is able to get a bunch of marks early and get the extra range.
I'm also curious, will they flex the Mel mid and take another AD carry, or are they going to go something here for Knight? LeBlanc to answer the TF would be pretty spicy, but LeBlanc is a champion that is very bad into champions like Swain, so maybe looking for a bit more consistent DPS. I mean, if you go Zoe, you do set up yourself up with a really nice poke comp. You can set up for some pretty powerful combos. If you hit a sleep, you can solar snare out of that. You can combo that burst, but looks like it's LeBlanc.
And I think it's picking for, we're trying to think, what can we pick for the Kindred right now and have a really good mid and jungle synergy here. Interesting, they end up going for the Talia.
Oh, does that
going to
mean
swap them back? Yeah, let's see where they end up.
Yeah, Viper was pretty good on the Talia. This is something that he's practiced since 2019, although Griffin fans would prefer me to not talk about it. Looks like it is going to be the Mel, though, towards that bottom side, and this has been the very common pairing, the Mel and the Skarner down there, as Knight will be able to augment the rest of his lanes by being able to just build walls all the way over there.
Exactly. You can kind of match the roams here from the TF, so it's less about lane domination, more about getting the push, matching the roam, and it's also a champion that brings some very solid, consistent damage to help deal with this Trundle that's going to be amped up from stealing all these stats from Bin, as well as the Swain that's pretty difficult to actually punch through. So they have gotten themselves enough DPS to actually get through, and this is supposed to be the first ever Skarner support internationally, which is very cool to see that come out, though we had been seeing it some around the world coming into this tournament, and there had been the expectation that it would come out here, but it had really only been getting played jungle so far at MSI.
Yep, LCP and LPL. Now MSI, all right. I mean, BLG, they have HLE on the ropes right now. Can HLE revive this crowd here in Daejeon? Or are BLG gonna put another brick in their golden road?
It's match point. BLG win this one. They win it all, and we could get some silver scrapes here. We were talking about it yesterday with Zeka managing to win another Game 5. But we'll see whether he even has an opportunity to get there. As BLG, like you say, definitely have them on the ropes for now. As Zeka maybe in a little bit of trouble, as there is on getting the flash out of this Twisted Fate already.
That is really, really nice. They come from both sides, on and Shun collapse, and now they're trying to set up for a potential invade, but Shun sees the Trundle there, will back it up.
Yeah, you can tell how worried HLE are about the invade. Again, they don't want to let this Kindred get the invade going, so everybody was there to defend it, and they defend it twice, so Kanavi will at least get to keep his own side of the map.
That is pretty important. And Shun, you touched on it last time. He had already brought this out once in this matchup. But in that game, he got so many marks. It was absurd.
Yeah.
He was on 4 marks by, I want to say, 7-8 minutes.
I actually thought that the UI was broken. I was like, there's no way that that's even possible. Maybe that's a different kind of mark. But nope, Shun was just that fed.
Yeah, and it was very impressive to see. And you can see that Zach is going to be trying his best to get the push here. With Kanavi, obviously a lot of the ganks are about the slows. The Ashe has slows as well. Zeus is probably going to go Rylai's. So Knight has gone Storm Raider Surge, just a little bit of a tech to try to escape from those Trundle pillars and the ganks and slows that are going to be really coming in from pretty much all angles.
Well, Hawkshot gets them a bit of information here as we're having a look at the international finals between these two teams. It's quite a trophy case.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, 7 international finals appearances there for Bin. Has the 2 trophies to his name. Guma as well on 7. So Bin could match his trophy case if he can win this one. Though, of course, Guma has all the world championships, which are the most prized by far.
Yep. Viper as well. looking pretty good with 4 in his, as Zeus, using those Sith lightning hands pretty effectively here against Bin, who did take the short end of the stick this time around with the blind pick Cassante. Not going to have a great time in the early stage.
Okay, so it's been calm farming, straight from top down to bottom this time around. Of course, when BLG did it versus T1, they kind of clutched it up. As you say, Shun got very ahead very early on. He's going to cross back to the top side mark of the Scuttle Crab up here.
And that is actually such a big deal. The RNG on the first Scuttle spawn can really dictate sometimes the basic game. Sometimes it feels like you just keep getting bad RNG. It's always on a side of the map you can't go to. And if you look, HLE had bot lane push. So if that Scuttle mark spawned down there, they would not have been able to do anything. Kanavi trying to turn this into a gank, though.
Yeah, Viper could be in a bit of trouble. Has to flash immediately, but is that actually going to get him to safety as the Frost Shot comes in? It's decent work as the beat drops, and first blood to Guma. Immediately answered there as Kanavi goes down. But getting Guma fed has been a pretty good thing here for HLE so far this MSI.
That was critical that they are able to clutch that and focus down Viper there, because on trapping Kanavi against the wall, he was definitely dead to rights. And it goes 1 for 1 with the first blood bonus to Guma, to HLE.
Really well played there by BLG. You know, that stun into the wall, the solar snare in the tower. And had Viper survived, that would have been a disaster for HLE. But as you say, Guma, I feel like he's been having a really good series, but it hasn't always resulted in wins, right? You know, in the Ziggs game.
Whoa, flash in from Bin, looking for an angle towards Zeus, who flashes out of the way. Vision of Empire comes down, very short range that time. And so now both of our top laners without a flash, and Zeus especially without a lot of mobility.
Yeah, that was well played there by Bin. He knew he had the Pathmaker to actually immune that little root that was going to be coming in, but Kanavi is here.
Oh, never move, just barely dashed away from there by Bin. I don't think the troll has been spotted just yet, though.
It's interesting because you look at the support roam timer too. Skarner here for On is on the way up.
Yeah, I have a feeling there is a troll in that brush. As he dashes forward, Kanavi pops his head out. Let's see whether Zeus can keep himself alive. And the answer is absolutely he can. The never move comes in, Vision of Empire for the kill. And that is the second one for HLE.
That's some great patience here from Kanavi. Kanavi makes the early gank happen on the bot side, then gets a gank on the top side. That is critical because he has been struggling here against Shun these last couple games.
No. Delight roaming down. He's going to spot On here as Zeus in position. There is the Ixtal, and Delight in a lot of trouble. Vision of Empire is not going to help him, and Shun is going to grab another mark here. Kanavi moving up, trying to defend Zeus. He might be in trouble as well, as the never move is going to catch on to Shun, and Kanavi finds him. There is also the demonic ascension to keep Zeus alive. It's going to be another one here for HLE, and Zeus at 2-0-1.
I thought they were going to back off when they saw Zeus get level 6. When he gets level 6, he's too tanky, man. On thought he was going to have some burst damage with his hail of blades and drives him into Shun, but Zeus is happy to take that ride.
You can see this mark though. Shun just playing it so well, places the mark, and that's obviously going to tip the hand to Delight, but then he flashes in, and watch how he delays the third hit until the mark has actually fully switched over.
Yeah,
last second there, split second, waited for the mark to establish, gets that mark, then they go in here, but as you say, Kobe, that is a Swain that's level 6, and the never move was so critical because when you pull the soul, you get a large heal coming in. That, I think, really did make the difference, and it was just that unfortunate timing there for Shun as he goes forward, gets hit by the never move. On is already going in with Ishtal's impact, but he gets that heal, gets the ult off, and you're not killing him.
Yeah, that was a max range never move as well. That one was quite ridiculous. Out of Zeus, certainly showing that he's very practiced on this new tech towards that top side that he did have to use against Lion earlier on in the tournament. Still, things pretty even between Bin and Zeus as far as farm is concerned towards that top side, but HLE should be able to take down this dragon, and Kanavi claims his tribute as he gets that health bar filled up once again.
It is so problematic, though, having a Swain get this accelerated, because Swain rushing the Swifty boots, then going to go into the Rylai's. He goes faster, you go slower, you can't escape the demonic ascension, and as long as he is on top of someone, that thing does not expire. So Bin's lane is pretty cooked. Kanavi has had a really good early game. He's ahead of Shun. But Shun just did get another mark, I believe, on that top. Oh, no, so just a second.
Yeah,
actually,
still on
excuse
2.
me, yeah.
But they are looking topside still for an actual play, an actual kill. But Zeus, he's going to back off they make the call, hey, Talia is missing. They're in Fog of War right now, and Kindred has camps on the top side, so could be in the area as well. That's just good comms there, and they go for the swap. Bot lane here, recalling and going up top.
Yeah, Gumayushi galloping up towards that top side of the map. Now Zeus going to be lumbering his way down towards that bottom side. Bin should be able to clear out this wave before Guma does get here and into position. So Bin should be able to answer towards that bottom side. Teleport at the ready. Hopefully he doesn't have to use it. And there is Viper down there actually going to be catching the wave of this Swain.
Exactly. I think they're just going to leave Bin top, but that's always that bad situation where you're a tank, you're playing against magic damage, you rush the Negatron, and now you're playing against physical damage here. And so it is just going to be his job to try to defend this tower as best as he possibly can. Guma was accelerated by that first blood, and now they're looking for Zeus.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall comes in, no flash available. The Demonic Ascension does bring him up, and let's see, the Never Move connects on tonight, and that wall did not last long enough. On finally makes his way in. Zeus is still alive for a very long time, but will finally be taken down as the Grubs are there in trade.
They bring 4 people, and this time they can take him down. They do give up topside, though. That is Grubs, and Kanavi wants more.
Yeah, we'll see if he can actually pull off a dive. It's 4 top.
Yeah, Destiny Gate brings Zeka into the party as well, as Bin will at least try and pathmaker one of the positions. He goes all out, but goes all a little bit too far into the death chamber here, as HLE look for plates as well with this 4-stack top.
Yeah, not much of a chance there for Bin in the 1v4, but Shun got a mark off of the Swain, and now the mark spawns on the Scuttle down on bot side here.
That's 4 stacks already. Oh my goodness. Okay, that is going to be a very scary Kindred. Still, HLE in a good position. 1.5k going to be their advantage, as On will let the Trundle go home, and there is that 4th mark that we were talking about.
Yeah, and 4, we talk about 4 because it is a significant increase in the range on Kindred, which is why it is so important for the team fighting. And then after you get that first 4, every 3 thereafter do give you additional range, but it is less than that first burst of range you get. So Shun going to be having a much better time in the team fight now.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can use his Q to dodge the never moves, the critical ones, and not get locked up, because the chain CC from like Gold Card and never moves and Ashe and Seraphine, sometimes if you don't get to hit your ultimate before the CC lands, then you never get to hit it, and that can just make Kindred players look like fools. There is so much CC layering on HLE that he has to play into. It's not easy.
No, it's not easy at all. That's exactly what I was going to touch on. Is
Kanavi puts On in the kennel here as a Solar Snare not quite going to connect onto Gumayushi. Zeka's moving down. Delight's here as well. Everyone moves in as Kanavi, he might be falling, but instead it's going to be On going down. No turret to be hitting this Trundle as he turns his attention towards Viper. Delight just barely tanks this one up, but Gumayushi is taken down. Knight standing his ground as Zeka able to sidestep a few of these abilities, but Knight is still very scary. And the threaded volley is flying in, just barely out of range. Is Zeka on this Twisted Fate as Delight with the surround sound is able to get his teammates out of there.
Wow, the slimmest of margins there. Viper decided to play that so aggressive. He flashed in to get a rebuttal down to try to turn around that play, to try to keep On alive. On did go down though, and Bin now has Shun on this side of the map, but Shun looking for that recall, likely has his first item completed, and at the end of the day, it is still a huge advantage for HLE. Gold advantages in every single role for now.
Yeah, well worth a play here. They send everybody bottom, Twisted Fate and Seraphine roaming over, and with On and Viper trying to slip into the tower and defend at tower with the extra damage here, they just kind of cut them off and they section them off. So once Zeka gets here with the gold card to start it out, they go.
Look at this flash though. Flash rebuttal on the root there. Thought he could turn around by getting that root and the wild card reflected there onto Zeka, but ends up going down very quickly. And then Guma does such a good job with the Ghost of avoiding a lot of those threaded volleys. Zeka came back in, but his gold card expired, which made you think, hey, maybe Knight could turn this around.
And Guma used both summoner spells there as well. Here we go back to live.
Yeah, Knight down here towards this bottom side as HLE grouped up as 4. The Swain and Cassante are still towards that top side as the Weaver's Wall doesn't do a whole lot. Shun still looking for angles here as where Gonna see where the double dragon can be collected. Here's the flash gold card. He's going to connect. The arrow lands on top as well. Lamb's Respite is going to be there as the Impale doesn't do that much. The Lamb's Respite is late as Shun, I don't know whether it's gonna save him here, and he's just eaten by the Trundle. Revenge for Kanavi.
That's gonna be the dragon for HLE as well. They make the engage, flash gold card, and they're able to pull it off, even with On trying to peel for him and buy time.
And that's the problem with Kindred. The ult is nice, but if you're losing the fight, it doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't actually just immune you, it immunes them too. So when you come out and everyone is there, he can do nothing, and that's why I think he tried to hold it for so long to see if they could turn it around, burst someone down. But it's a CC chain you were talking about earlier, Kobe, and that is why you see Zeka flashing so aggressively, because he knows it's not just the gold card, it's everything coming after.
Yeah, they're spamming pings and they're threatening it, and that's why Shun flashes early here. And the arrow actually goes through. If not for On here trying to peel as well, then he would have had a quick death. He's still going to have a delayed death, though, as the ult does go down and they kill him after.
And Bin turns up with a teleport and he's like, well, no. It was a little bit of the Donald Glover scenario as the place was on fire. And so he is not going to commit to anything. Still, things are somewhat even, at least in farm towards that top side. But Gumayusi looking pretty good on this Ashe. I do want to say, a lot of his games on this champion, he's been playing painful weak side. I think one of the series that he won as like 0-7 Ashe in the bottom lane. They still won, though, because it creates space for the rest of the team. Zeka now going to get caught up by this Skarner, thrown back by Knight as well as the arrow gets flashed just gorgeously. Zeka's got a gold guard, though. There's nothing On can do about this as a hail of blades Skarner, and he will be taken out.
And I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because Guma is always looked at as that weak side player, but think about the Xayah game. It was non-stop ganks down there. This game as well, Kanavi's down there early. They are seeing that Guma has been their best player, I feel like, today, and they're trying to feed the hot hand.
I mean, after that Caitlyn performance, you would not blame them.
Another play turned around by HLE, and now they're the ones with the move. Kanavi here in with the extra ward, and they are going to see Shun and back off.
I feel like Kanavi is going to be such a problem. This Trundle is getting so accelerated, and
oh,
it's going to be even tankier.
Speak of the devil, the Impale is going to come through. Shun will arrive, but is it actually going to be enough as Kanavi just flashes on top of him, takes the King's Tribute. He will die, and the shutdown goes over to Shun. That could be very high value here, as BLG will be relying on this Kindred later on.
I'm not going to lie, I think that was horrible for Kanavi. You're spending your flash, your ult to kill a support, and give a shutdown to Shun and a mark as well. Whoa. Shun is on 6 stacks now. Kanavi kind of lost his mind on that one.
Also good reactions from On. Under pressure, you know, this Trundle is beating on you. He doesn't panic. He buys the time. Hits him with the ult, into the E, into the wall, around the corner here, so that he can get Shun that counter kill angle, and using his flash to kind of force that full commitment.
Yeah, and now they're going to get Herald off the back of this too, so the hits kind of keep on coming. Kanavi punished very heavily for that, and I was really worried for BLG in that Kanavi felt like he was running away with the game. He's getting ahead of the pace. You're going to be able to steal stats from Bin, and if he gets too strong, you just can't kill him. But now you give the shutdown to Shun, you give another mark to Shun, you give the Herald to Shun. This guy's going to be a problem.
It's some tunnel vision. You know, sometimes you decide ahead of time, all right, I'm killing this Skarner. Like, I can run him down, and then the rest of the team collapsing here and picking up extra gold. As you said, you know, HLE are still definitely ahead, but it is something to keep in mind. If there's the comeback for BLG in this game, it would be HLE's last.
Yeah, a lot of plates available on the map as well, so this Rift Herald could really do some damage to the gold lead that HLE put together and has stretched out to about 3,000. But one thing that BLG have been really impressive at is taking control of a losing game state and slowly eking back those advantages. And when you have this Kindred, it's going to be a great idea to do so, because she will get so much more powerful as this game goes on. HLE trying to set up for a pick, but they're not going to go for it just yet.
I mean, we had 8 members here across the map for a fight over a potential Raptors take there. Both teams ready to go, but BLG had read it. They play it defensively. They get the continued farm here for Shun. And he has been emphasizing the farm. Well, Kanavi had taken some opportunities to skip camps, to go for early ganks. And as a result, he's down almost 2 full levels, and he's lost the gold lead, and the Herald is still in pocket. So this has been a bad stretch of play for HLE, but their other members are still very strong.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a turret that should fall for Bin, as never mind, it takes him a little while longer. Finally, does come on through. The backdoor bonus not going to quite be enough to keep that turret alive. The Rylai's, though, you can see is becoming more and more annoying here in this lane, as Bin is just desperately trying to keep being able to walk.
Yeah, the team fights are going to make it hard for a lot of BLG to walk, because with the Ashe, with the Seraphine, and the Swain here, so much to inhibit everyone. We'll see about the grouping as they approach the Dragon, though. That's going to be the thing that does cause it. This one approaching in 10 seconds, and HLE already have control wards there.
One of the really nice things for Swain in these melee matchups, too, is how many soul stacks you get. He has 24 stacks already. There's a ton of additional health here for that Swain.
Yeah, he is going to be able to take this turret himself, so that minion wave is not going to go down this time around. Shun may be in an awkward spot, but Kanavi is going to respect him this time. On throwing rocks around, but otherwise not too much going to come of it. As Zeka towards the bottom side of this fight, waiting on teleports, waiting on a reset here for Zeus as well. He might have Leandri's off this back, which would be absolutely massive. Gets that back interrupted, though, by Bin towards the top side of the map. And now BLG thinking that this might be an opportunity to go for some sort of fight. Rocks flying through, but the poke isn't necessarily landing, as now the Rift Herald is going to pop out. A teleport in from the Swain as the Weaver's Wall comes on through. Zeus just gets over the top of the Wizard of Empire, the never move! My God, the damage! And everyone is going to explode. Shun is in that Lamb's Respite as On gets into the backline. They take down Gumayushi, but it's this Swain that's the problem, and you are never moving if Zeus has you in his sights. Now BLG trying to escape, and Zeka will just hold on in position. Kanavi gonna hit him with a bat, and down goes the Skarner again.
And I have seen this game before, back-to-back days. Down a game, 1-2 for HLE. The Swain comes out from Zeus, and it is heroics from the top laner against Lion, and again over here against BLG. That never move changed the game, gets them soul point, and if you get a Cloud Soul on Swain, good luck ever getting away from this guy.
Yeah, BLG, they're trying to keep the, the Mel in front of the Ashe Seraphine here, looking for the rebuttal, but the teleport from Zeus, that arrival is going to be devastating. So here's the look at it, and once he does, it doesn't matter what else happens.
Lord.
Huge never move, ultimate, and nobody can get out.
Just beautifully played. They get that pull onto Viper and Knight. Zeka chases down Knight. Even though Bin and On do a good job taking out the Ashe, it just doesn't matter because you're never going to have enough damage to kill off Zeus. The pull is big for the CC, and it's huge for the healing that comes through as well. They just can't take him out.
Oh, arrow connects on tonight. The Vision of Empire is going to do a fair bit of damage, but Kanavi turning up, that's going to be the biggest problem. Zeus with some lightning hands takes out the Skarner. Now the rest of HLE are moving forward. Gumayushi going to use the flick back in order to close distance. That's kind of funny, as Delight is going to get taken down. Ulti from Viper still doing a whole lot of work. As Knight at about 200 health, it's a double kill for Viper. The flick back comes in, and they've overextended. Zeus still trying to chase them down because there's Zeka moving in. But HLE, I think they just need to, cut their losses at this point, as Zeka is going to try and get on top of Knight. He finds it as there's a demonic ascension, but he ascends a little too far. And now Zeka needs to find this angle. Viper with the rebuttal, but it's a double. The wildcards takes out Shun, but Viper is going to be there, and he is going to take him out.
Insane fight. Shun had the ult, but didn't think he was going to get hit by the wildcards there, but it was Delight who started the snowballs. He flashed forward, whiffed on the skills, and allowed BLG to turn around what was a fight that looked like it was HLE's.
It's actually crazy, yeah, because you see the Trundle walking down, and you think immediately, all right, Zeus and Kanavi are going to be able to turn this. Guma and Delight have the inside route. The teleport from Viper, though, is huge. Look at Viper around the corner on the Mel is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, that flash from Delight, he thought he had him, but he whiffs, and then Shun just takes him down for free. And look at the Seraphine ultimate cooldown. It was only a couple seconds away. If he just slow played it, it would be such a different fight, such a different game. But he does not. He goes forward, and they have enough damage to get more and more kills. HLE lucky that Shun didn't get that ult off, or it would have been even worse, because he would have been able to survive without Zeka getting that kill.
That looked kind of like Danny forgot which team he was coaching, because I thought it went pretty well for BLG, but he's not exactly psyched about it. 3,000 gold, the advantage for HLE right now. So we have a look at the Coinbase gold grind. Zeka doing a pretty decent job cheating money out of Summoner's Rift, as On might be in trouble. Zeka does have that gold card locked in. But BLG, I mean, with Viper, if he has rebuttal, you cannot hit him with a gold cut, so that is not going to be an option here for HLE. I think Viper's Mel is going to be very important as this game goes on. Him and Shun going to be pivotal.
Yeah, I mean, Shun, he's definitely kicking himself for not dodging the wild cards. There's so many ways you can dodge those. Walk dodging them, Q a different angle dodging them, or ult even like you're talking about, but maybe that counter kill is going to be a big difference because Dragon's Soul is coming up in just 1 minute again.
And we got to track summoners. No flashes up for anyone right now. And the summoners that do come back in time for this Dragon are going to be really big. One just came back up for On. They're going to go straight onto the Baron. It does get spotted there. And BLG will have to pull off for now, you'd think, but they're right back on it.
All right. Kanavi clearing out vision where he can. On is going down exceptionally low to this Baron. He's going to have to go for a reset as the Hawkshot does spot him out. Out of turret going to be taken here by HLE as BLG a little bit optimistic on the Baron call.
On needs to sit by some minions to even get catch-up experience. He is so low level in this game. You need to abuse that catch-up experience and just sit by minions that are dying.
I mean, he's level 7. You're looking over at Zeus at 15.
Oh my goodness.
Zeka, 15. This guy is...
Sit by some minions.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to just start soaking some XP. They're going to go right back for it. This is warded out, but they just feel they don't have the setup at the Dragon, so they're trying to force HLE to come to them.
Well, let's see whether HLE can actually get here in time. Azaeus just moving into the pit. Kanavi going to join him. The Weaver's Wall just to block them off. Azeka walking around the side. On in a lot of trouble as he's pulled back by the Never Move. It's Delight that grabs that one. The arrow straight into Bin as Gumushi raining down the arrows, and the AoE is just revolting. HLE have routed them, and they'll take the free Baron and look to set up Silver Scrapes.
They're going to take the Baron. They're going to take the fight. They're going to take the game. It feels like it is a Game 5 in Daejeon.
The crowd erupts here as they know they're going to get some more entertainment. Zeus had teleport to the bottom side to get more work done on the towers, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, On shows up, thankfully level 7, so was able to get back out onto the map exceptionally quickly and soaks up some minions that were joining the bottom lane via Zeus. But that is going to be Soul as well for Humble Life Esports. And this is a TF Ashe composition, right? You can never surprise them. They press Destiny, you know, you can see everyone on the map. Hawkshot just sails by, you can see everyone on the map. And the priceless moment of the game will be a free Cloud Drake setting up all of that movement speed for a Swain.
And this Weaver's Wall, I mean, it just blocks Shun, or rather on the other side. On tries to flash over, but he gets pillared out of his Ishtal's impact. He dies for free. The anti-synergy there, and then look at that Seraphine all through the whole team.
Exactly. They bounce it off Swain's head, and it hits everybody on BLG. They crush BLG against the Baron wall there. And that is going to be HLE taking the massive, massive lead in this game.
Not over just yet, but certainly feeling like that was the masterstroke here by HLE. Yeah. Using the Baron now, they'll see whether they can break open the base. And one inner turret is up and available in that mid lane. Kanavi is now moving that one forward. The BLG, to say that they're on the ropes feels like a bit of an understatement here. As On, yeah, he's just not going to get over that wall, unfortunately. And level 9 now at least as Kanavi throws down the kennel. The arrow is going to sail by. The flick back doesn't quite work now. Zeus just going gold and buying all of that space. But Bin throws him into the wall. The Swain is taken down. And Viper is able to grab that kill. Even On is able to survive. That takes a Baron off the map and really slows down HLE.
Very risky move, but a good aggressive one there from BLG. It looked like most of BLG were saying, okay, kite back, let it expire. Bin goes in, though, and helps him take him out. Shun in trouble.
Yeah, Gumushi looking for an angle there, but doesn't quite get it. Solar Snare not going to quite land either, but BLG still with some fight left in them as this Siege minion just kind of being babysat, and the inner turret will fall. Now, Rebel Baron power play does push above that 800 that you get from just killing it, but it is not the most impactful we've seen so far this tournament.
Critical defense from BLG there. Being able to take down Zeus means you're able to stop this game-ending possibility right in its tracks. HLE have to call it at just getting the outer towers there, and BLG buy themselves some more time.
The Viper just bought 2 large rods, so he just got paid. And is going to be close to that death cap now. Is really the only one with a significant lead on his team. Overall, down a massive amount of gold plus the Cloud Soul. This game feels like it's 99% in HLE's hands. but BLG are searching for that 1% chance, searching for that miracle. And it's going to have to be a miracle. It's going to have to be a multi-man impale into a seismic shove or a multi-man solar snare. It has to be something where you catch more than just one.
And they have to avoid being picked off by Twisted Fate with ash arrows flying down the map too. There's not a lot of safe territory for BLG to set up in or create a surprise play from.
Well, Kanavi is now just going to run towards the enemy jungle, as he does like to do. I do like Gumyushi's build here as well. He's got so much damage. It's like he said, well, I'm basically playing Caitlyn. I'm going to build a Phantom Dancer instead of a Rapid Fire. It's not going to be the Kraken Slayers that we have seen. It's just going to be that big damage to come through from this Ashe. It's Coinbase Gold Grind once again. Delight, yeah, is very far ahead of On, who is still definitely on struggle street. The arrow is not going to quite find the mark here. Neither does the beat drop. So HLE will have to back away. Shun just taking a little bit of poke damage.
Yeah, going to take some poke damage. Can't really get access to his jungle at this point of the game. I mean, look at all the wards from HLE on that top side here. Shun just trying to get whatever gold he can. They know they have to scrounge up as much golden experience as possible to have any chance in a game like this, but they want to make HLE work for it.
Navi's just moving so incredibly quickly. It's Cloud Soul working out, not to mention the Cloud Rift there as well. So HLE overloading everywhere is what it feels like. Inhibitor turret going to get taken down relatively low, but BLG doing a decent job in defending for now. But this inhibitor turret towards the bottom side has already been taken, and Zeka just wanting to deal with this inhib if he can. Bin still here on the defense, as another wave is going to conga line in. HLE not wanting to take too many risks here as they look for the end of the game. But the Baron has worn off, and the siege becomes a lot more difficult now with all of these minions basically dying as they turn up. As On looking for an angle, but immediately turns that car around. Does not want anything to do with it, as it turns out.
Again, it's going to be difficult for them to move. The pressure from bottom side is relentless. You know, Zeka, they finish off, open up the inhibitor on bottom, so the super minions will be flooding in as the Baron is spawning. So good reset timer here from HLE. They can just use the super minion pressure bottom side, go set up around that Baron. And again, they've got Ashe Hawk Shot, they have Twisted Fate Ultimate, and many tools to turn off the Baron and make picks.
I'll teleport in. Shun wanted to take down that Gromp, but immediately he's followed by everyone on HLE. The Lamb's Respite comes in. The Never Move connects. But Shun is going to live for the moment. No Lamb's Respite, though, for the next fight, if it is going to be around this Baron in 17 seconds' time.
That is actually so critical that he survived, though. Otherwise, that would have been the Baron gone for sure. Going to be a difficult fight, though, as he has lost his flash, has lost his ult. And they were already in a really tough spot. Knight also used the Weaver's Wall there, trying to help him out.
Should be a little bit of an ult advantage, though, here for HLE as Kanavi getting to work on this Baron alongside Gumyushi. This will not last very long, but BLG in position. Shun still making his way in, as Zeka could be in a little bit of trouble, getting danced on by Shun right now. As the Solar Snare only landing onto one. Zeus happy to tank that one up, as now BLG trying to walk the tightrope of this team fight. And Zeus just walking forward into them. Still it's going to be the pushback. Viper takes down Guma to start this fight off, as Zeus goes golden. They've gotten rid of Shun, who didn't have that Lamb's Respite from before. And Delight looks for the angle towards Knight. He's trying to dance away from them, but it's not going to work. Ben falls. Kanavi is going to aid him, and Zeus finds the angle onto Knight. On just fighting against Zeka, but he will be going down. And HLE, they're just looking to finish off the game now as Kanavi completes the ace and sets up Silver Scrapes here at the MSI final.
HLE run them over in the final fight and take us to that game 5.
What an incredible performance. The bounce back from HLE. It is not going to be that 3-1 once again, as they will take down the Nexus and make us go the distance here in Daejeon. We'll take a short break. When we get back, this one's going to get broken down. Into the pit, Kanabi going to join him, the Weaver's Wall just to block them off. Azeka walking around the side, on in a lot of trouble as he's pulled back by the Never Move. It's Delight that grabs that one, the arrow straight into Bin as Gumiushi raining down the arrows, and the AoE is just revolting. HLE have routed them, and they'll take the free Baron and look to set up Silver Scrapes.
They're going to take the Baron, they're going to take the fight, they're going to take the game. It feels like it is a Game 5 in Daejeon.
We're going all the way here in Daejeon one last time. Silver Scrapes, League Classic, Silver Scrapes, BLG, HLE, we're eating good.
LCK versus LPL as well.
Man.
Zeus, Raid Boss, Birdman gets paid. Game 4 Swain, 2 days in a row to keep them alive.
3 titles on the line. You've got back and forth between Knight and Zeus and Gumiushi, and oh my word, this series keeps delivering.
And how hard did BLG fight to try to keep it close? But you're so right, that Swain, unkillable. They tried everything. They were bouncing around, pulling him in, knocking it back out again, hitting him with sun, hitting him with rocks. Nothing could kill him.
Dare I say my unkillable top lane king?
Yeah.
Look, I said it'd be hard to find the drafts, but he found the draft.
Zeus said it. Those draft is what mattered here against BLG, and they made it happen. They kept on fighting, and they're taking us to Game 5 here. And Jad, I want to ask you, you were one of the first ones to believe in them. What are we looking at here on the side of HLE? Champion-wise, we know that when it comes to this Game 5, this is what it comes down to. How much they're going to be able to innovate here.
I think it's fascinating what's happened so far in this series. So the reason we have so many top lane champions still available is Gnar and Jace have basically been permabanned along with the Vayne, but then at the same time, we thought we were going to have a lot of mage bots, which we didn't end up getting, I think for reasons like we just saw. If there's not enough sustained damage to kill a hyper scaler in the top lane, you end up losing the game. So with that being said, that means this Game 5 draft can have a lot of familiar favorites. Jace and Gnar, I think, are permanently gone. But Sion Mundo, you can't leave angles for that. You need to make sure you have enough damage in your team comp to prevent Zeus from doing that again. Zeus.
My biggest worry is that Anivia for Zeus. I think he's been absolutely fantastic on it this entire tournament. And as well, we already had that ban going towards it in that second rotation of the last game. I think it's a very clear worry for BLG that this bird could be the word here for HLE.
And we set it up at the beginning of the day. Whatever HLE can do, BLG can do better. Now, what else do they have, Didi?
I mean, I'm looking back at it. They got to worry about the Kog'Maw Lulu on the opposite side, but you still have so many of these proactive early supports. I didn't even know there was an Anivia support. I missed that one. I sincerely hope we do not see that. But look, I still think they have tons of playmaking tools, a lot of champions left who allow On to get out of lane. But that last game, really can't afford to get tilted after something like that. Have to stay composed because they fought so well to come back in it. And really, again, the Giga picks from Zeus, I wasn't a believer at the start of the day, but setting Bin up feels like it's been so important, partially because it's been a bit of a rough series for him overall. He's been super aggressive, and if he's in another matchup that is so volatile, where if he makes a single mistake, I can see Game 5 falling apart.
But Knight staples are still up and available, right? You look towards the LeBlanc, the Syndra, the Akali, still there as well. And it feels like he's been one of the players that we've been keeping our eye on to make the difference across the course of this series. And I think this is where it's going to come down to. Like, there's been several breaks on either side as to who has been stepping up, and now it's going to come down to how do you enable them in that draft.
And I wonder what Danny's cooking, because he really wants first pick in this Game 5, which also means he's going to have to blind pick Bin's top laner. So they're putting a lot of eggs in being able to secure like strong early games, set up a power pick with their bans. He's been the best drafter average at this tournament, so I trust, but I find that really fascinating that they're going to be setting up for a Zeus counter pick.
When you look at Bin, you look at something volatile, potentially, especially when you do that matchup against Zeus. But if you want to have stability on the side of BLG, you said it, Dagda. I'm looking at Knight and I'm looking at Shun as well. They're the two players who brought success, especially again in those HLE matchups.
Yeah, they have been the standouts for me a lot here today. We've had on supporting Shun, but Shun has been doing so much work on the Jarvan, flashing away from some of these engages from the Kiana, having these incredible performances. Unfortunately, his pocket pick of the Kindred did not work out for him in that last game, but when BLG have succeeded, it has been off the back of him finding success in the jungle, leading that gold in towards Knight, and Knight being able to perform on these control mages. It has to happen here again if BLG want to try and pick up that win.
Look, I just want some melee picks in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Give me the Zeka Yone, give me the Akalis, give me the Silases. I want to see these two duke it out because, again, all day we've been talking about where we thought we'd see the focus. Jungle has turned out to be the most pivotal role. Top lane remains that, but oftentimes we've just been looking time and time again at mid lane, coming back to Knight on the Talia, who was so desperately trying to bail the team out. And if he had that champion with all that individual agency, he just might have been able to do it.
And on the other side, you're going to have different strength when it comes to HLE. And we've talked about it at the beginning of the day, the fact that you have Zeus and Gumayushi reunited together, trying to find that success that they had in other teams, trying to get this other international title together. They're still yet to get an MSI, and they're one game away from doing it together here in Daejeon.
It would be such a legendary moment for them if they come back and win Game 4 and 5 in lower final and final. And those two, I think, have also been their top performers. I think Kanavi has been extremely inconsistent. It makes me really pay attention to the early game here, because if the team's going to blow it wide open, I do feel like it's going to be BLG.
And look, it has to be HLE finding those individual performers again. Gumayushi has gotten the better of Viper every single game thus far. This is his 5th MSI in a row. If there was ever a moment to do it, this is his chance to step up. And Zeus has made Bin look like a fraud. Bin has not shown up today at all. He has bodied him. Bin has not matched Zeus at any point. And now it could be Zeus who marches forward to take that triple title you've been talking about, Lo.
And this is where you see the impact of an ego matchup on the top lane. It was always Bin with the strong words saying, Zeus, he might have the titles, I have the strength on the Rift, and I'm gonna show it again. And he did today. Zeus got the best of his matchup. I'm just wondering, who has more fuel in the tank between these two teams, because they kept on fighting. BLG came in as the best team, but HLE showed us that especially in finals, they had the strength to fight back.
I'm gonna keep it real simple. The bot lane got mages, mid lane is completely cracked, the golden road is alive, it's Billy in 5, baby! It's not going any other way!
It has been a banger rematch between these two teams, and even if BLG came in as the favorite here today, HLE showed that here in Daejeon, with their crowd, with their audience, they had the strength to fight. They had the strength to put up a fight against the LPL and showcase in front of the LCK fans that they can be the team bringing back glory and making sure that MSI belongs to the LCK here today. Is it going to be the golden left hand on the side of BLG, or can HLE actually make the best out of this situation? We have Shox standing by in the co-streamer pit with Kajol, so let's send it over to her.
Yeah, I'm here with Mark, and I'm going to get his thoughts as well. Mark, Kajol, and I'm going to get his thoughts as well. Kanavi woke up.
Kanavi really did woke up. Game 2 and 3 combined, he was 116.
And now in this game 4, a couple mistakes, but I think he's back. This draft is going to be really everything. Hanwha Life has so many good champions open. BLG has good champions open. There's Yone Flex, Akali Sylas. You've got Zeus as a Nivea. You've got things like Pantheon, which should maybe go through. If it does, it's going to be OP. AD jungle pool is pinched. Wukong is like a good champ, but I think Kanavi's not super comfortable on the Wukong. Bans has to be things like Vi, Jace, Gnar, Syndra, Vayne. And the last thing I've got down that I saw in solo queue is Viper's been playing a lot of Serath bot lane. So maybe we get that. Guma still has things like MF though, but I think this is going to be anyone's game. Kanavi's woke up, early game plans, top counter break, and jungle matchups where my eyes are.
Okay, what an insane MSI final, by the way. Like Korea versus the LPL, it always delivers. What does your gut tell you? Who's taking the trophy?
I think BLG is going to finish it. Yeah. I really do. I think their fundamental gameplay this series is just a little bit better.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go game 5!
Thank you very much, Kadriel and Shox, and here we are for game number 5. We have gone the distance here in Daejeon, and let's see who has the energy left in the tank to lift this trophy. It's uncharted territory, gentlemen. We haven't seen a fifth between these two squads so far. It was almost history repeating itself in the last one with Shun on the Kindred, but this time HLE were able to get over the top, and this draft, as Kadriel said, really is going to mean so much.
It's perfect. Number 1 LCK versus number 1 LPL, down to the 5th and final game here at MSI. Everything on the line now. And let's get into the draft.
Let's see what is going to be banned away. I imagine things are going to look relatively similar as HLE going to choose the red side after BLG chose first pick in the 5th game.
Sometimes people will change up their bans though, leave multiple OPs, try to go for trades that they think could be beneficial to them. When you're thinking about the jungle pool, though, I'm thinking about Wukong, I'm thinking about Pantheon, which has been getting banned a lot. You know, there are a lot less of these champions kind of outside of that that you can really go towards as far as these kind of like standard AD junglers that have just been dominating the meta. You can get into the more weird stuff like Aatrox jungle or Zehen jungle and those types of angles, but I feel like they are outclassed pretty hard by the Pantheon and Wukong type champs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you're going to have to think about the synergies with your mid laner too, of course, with your jungle picks. And so, like you're saying, if you go a little bit outside the standard AD ones and you want to dip into some of the tank ones that are still available, then you also have to adjust some of the rest of your draft.
I think Vi still needs to be banned though. I don't think they're going to let Shun get his hands on that as far as the first pick is concerned. And so does it have to be Vi Pantheon? Is like that's what you have to do in order to make sure that this jungle matchup works? Instead, the Syndra needs to be banned.
Trade, right? That's the thing. Like that's the other option is if you think you can trade OPs, you can do that. But I think if it is Vi and Pantheon getting banned, then Wukong becomes pretty high prio unless people want to get a little bit more creative. We haven't seen Poppy played yet, so you can go towards tank angles like Poppy as well, which are great denial-style champions.
Also, Sylas and Akali both up for both these mid laners.
Yone.
Ooh.
The Anivia not going to be played by Zeus here.
So the junglers are up, right? So it's at least one of Pantheon or Vi are going to be up, and then even if you ban one of them, you can grab the other with like something like a Wukong. If we expect that Vi will be banned out, you could go Pantheon Wukong as potential trades. And thinking about bot lane, I think we're kind of at the point where we're looking at supportive AD carries, things like MF and Jhin, or you're looking at hyper carries and enchanter pairings. And it's going to be interesting to see where the two teams want to take us. But Vi is up, so it feels like they're kind of asking you to take it, which makes me wonder if Kanavi wants to go for something like a Poppy answer, something that is more of a denial style pick to try to punish that, to try to answer the plays that we know Shun will be looking for.
And this Vi was a no-brainer. We are very much expecting that this will be the lock-in, and I'm very curious. HLE, they know that this is coming. So what is their plan to take this down? Neferi is not available. And there are quite a few things that can do decently into the Vi, but I feel like it has to be a team composition answer.
Exactly. You can get counter-engaged from other roles as well. You can counter with support. You can counter with top lane and stuff as well.
Yeah. There's Lulu. There's lots of. I mean, I think for the junglers, it's going to be Pantheon Wukong, or maybe I could see Poppy angle, right? Yeah. That's kind of my expectation based on where the pool is. You just don't really see AP junglers because there's the only AD champion mid is really the Yone. play. And so it is Lulu. Lulu Yunara could be a pretty easy one to go towards. Like I said, it's really supportive style AD carries, or it is hyper carry with Enchanter, right? So they're going to go hyper carry with Enchanter. Viper and On could go MF, they could go Jhin, they could go hyper carries of their own as well if they want to try to go that route.
Yeah, Aphelios had done pretty well into Yunara even when she was at her peak, so they've got a couple more options there. And this is the Aurora that we've kind of been waiting for. See if they do. It's, again, a lot of this dive. When you show the early Vi, you're going to need more dive on top of it.
If they go Aurora and then another aggressive champion, Poppy goes crazy, though. So I feel like that could be them trying to lay a trap a little bit here for BLG. If BLG overinvests in aggressive champions, 3 dash champions that could be coming through, the Poppy plus the Lulu, that could shut down so much. And I would really like to see it coming out here. I think that Poppy could be fine both in top and in jungle, depending upon the matchup. So to me, if you see the Nautilus come through on 3, it feels like a go button.
Wow, the Aatrox blind would be kind of crazy here. That will be locked in for Bin on the top side of the map, remembering what Zeus did to Lion yesterday. But that was an answer to the Shen.
Don't make me do that.
No, well, like, in their case, it was an answer to the Shen, right? It worked very well in that case. This time it's blind.
And it's their idea of like keeping these fights with the engage. Get the Aatrox in there. They're not going to be able to escape. All right, let's see. HLE, I feel like the entire time, they're going to know you're going to first pick the Vi, so you're going to go hard dive on us. And so they have to be sifting through some of these answers for the counter engage. And they end up with the global option here with the Pantheon instead.
I mean, this is so interesting now because now you're seeing kind of, different paths as far as the picks have taken. So you can be seeing bot lane bans here, for HLE. They could be targeting support or AD carry. And on the other side, I feel like it's protection bans for the Aatrox, right? So Nautilus is going to get banned out. That will be dropped. Something like Leona, if they're worried about hard engage, could be another one. Blitzcrank is always a possibility if On wants to pull a page out of Delight's book. So there are those style of champs. And then it's probably about trying to get a more beneficial matchup here for Bin and Knight. Are you more concerned about the blind Aatrox or the blind Aurora? Because that's what you're trying to throw protection bans for. And we know that Zeka has all the melee champions up and available. He could go Sylas, he could go Akali, he could go Yone. So he has all of those tools here, and they are going to try to thin the mid lane pool.
So the Yone is going to be taken away here, so Zeka doesn't get that extra layer of comfort. One last ban here for HLE. We'll see whether they keep their eyes towards that bottom side or whether it is going to, towards that support pool, or whether it's going to be an AD carry taken away here.
Yeah, keep bending away the hard engage because you're already going to face it, for sure.
Maybe the Blitzcrank is actually going to get banned.
The thing is, it's like, can you thin the pool enough? Because I was going to say, there's Blitz, there's Rel, there's Leona, and there's a lot of different champions. So it's just kind of like, which are you most worried about? By banning the Rel, to me, that says they're expecting MF. And I feel like they banned the 2 best MF pairings that I see left in the pool right now. Because, yeah, you could go Blitz MF, but it doesn't feel like as strong to me compared to Rel MF or Nautilus MF, which have such beautiful setup, both for the Aurora as well as a possible bullet time. Obviously, MF Aurora, great combo there too. So it is going to be interesting.
All right,
and now
Beta Aatrox going to be banned away.
I also think, though, by getting the Aatrox early, we still have options to go deep into that Viper pool that we've been talking about for so long. If it's not now, then when is it going to be? Because this is the last game of MSI.
Are you telling me it's Teemo time?
This is the last game. I mean, Atlas, the door is wide open. Keiichiro was talking about the Xerath bottom and solo queue and stuff like that, but his pool goes so deep, and this is the literal last game of MSI, so it has to be now.
The blind, the Sylas into the Aurora
into the
is
Aurora.
the consideration here, and that will be the lock-in for Zeka. A difficult matchup, though.
I mean, he was the world champion during the Sylas Akali meta. Let's see it.
And not the best ults this deal yet, right? I don't think that there's anything super inspiring. They're all fine. I mean, you can steal away the Vi ult, you can have a bit of engage, you can steal away the Aatrox ult, have some additional sustain. It's not bad, but it is kind of the MF that I'm expecting to come through. And then I'm just wondering, is it Leona? Is it something spicy like a Blitz? Where do you want to take us?
But the issue is both those ults are really good for Sylas, so is that what they're giving them pause to think about?
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, then you can go kind of like more off meta if you really want to try to go in there and you're worried about going toward those angles. I mean, Nico's still available, but Nico I feel like is even better.
Sylas. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, which is why I was kind of more on the Leona train or the Blitzcrank train, but
yeah, it's like you want a good engage ult from your support, but no matter which one you get, Sylas is also going to get.
I mean, I guess Blitz is probably the worst one to give to Sylas, so I definitely understand that, and it would be a super risky pick anyway.
Imagine if Zeus did this. Game 5, picking the Gwen into Bin. For the Aatrox-Gwen matchup there towards the top side of the map. This is what I was going to ask about, though. How is the Mundo matchup into the Aatrox? Because Zeus has been impossible to deal with on this champion.
I think it is quite bad, but I will say, Mundo, unlike a lot of other champions in top lane, when they have bad matchups, he can always farm because you can always cleaver farm. It's very hard to deny him experience, to deny him CS. You're not going to be winning any of these early fights against Bin by any means, but you can survive, you can scale, and you can become a menace in the late game. So I don't think it's as easy as the Renekton one, which is still difficult to navigate in the early levels, but I do like the angle here.
I also think you can kind of put a crack in BLG's comp if you mark this Nico, and Mundo is great for that. You just try and mark sides with either Mundo or Pantheon in a lot of cases too. If you can find that Nico, it completely dismantles a lot of the big hard engage.
Absolutely agree, and I mean, they have the Pantheon on their side, so while Mundo has some difficulties into a champion like Aatrox, if the Pantheon gets up there and you kill this guy a couple times, we saw what happened when the Swain got accelerated. Similar things can happen if the Mundo gets accelerated. The only % HP damage really in the team is Vi, right? You know, which isn't bad, but MF is not a great tank killer. She needs to plant and fire, and if Mundo gets too far ahead, he's going to be coming for your head.
I think it is a good pick for the team later on, you know, to be the point man, to mark these angles, mark the flanks, and try and stop the engages.
Yeah, not to mention, if you try and engage with just a Pop Blossom, the Mundo is just going to keep on walking and then start throwing briefcases at your carries. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get onto the Rift for game number 5 of the MSI Grand Final. BLG's Golden Road on the table here. HLE trying to bulldoze it.
Yeah, they're sending everyone bot here. Kanavi showing, the rest of them were wrapping around the other side, so they were hoping that they were going to catch Shun on Raptors, but they had 4 members walking through that brush.
Yeah, face checking is on. Tries to get the Blooming Burst down. The heal has to be used. He's taking so much damage. Viper already having to use his barrier. 2 summoner spells traded for 2. As Kanavi dealing with Knight and Shun together. And he doesn't even seem too frightened about it. And that is going to be Shun claiming his own jungle.
Yeah, Kanavi really wanted that steal sticking around, but mid laner coming over means a difference. And that is your mid laner paying to come do that for you. There is a big payment in those minions lost mid. So they do defend it for Shun, but we'll see about Knight.
And their bot lane really got hurt by that. On actually took so much damage. He used heal and both pots at level 1. And this is supposed to be an advantageous MF Nico matchup.
And this is after On had a really rough game previously. He is coming off a rough Skarner game. And so we'll see Guma and Delight with the early level 2, off of their early health lead, control of the minion wave, exactly what Yunara wants, easily stack up your Q and threaten.
Well, let's see how it does go. Right now, HLE with a lot of control around the map. Hasn't really translated into too much outside of that great trade, as Viper having to take his potion as well. Delight has also been through both of his. And so just a lot of fighting back and forth here towards this bottom side. But the main thing is the Yunara has access to the wave, and that is going to feel a lot better for her, as Knight trading really well here with Zeka, trying to even things out. It looked like Zeka went in aggressively. The answer was available. So we're going to pan down towards Shun here.
You can see these 3 players on the hunt for the Grand Slam. They have a Worlds trophy, they have a first stand trophy, and we have Shun looking for Zeka.
Yeah, Zeka going to land the chains there, as Knight now trying to push him away. That was, how did Zeka manage to dodge that? I swear that was actually going to hit, as now he's slinking towards this brush towards the bottom side. That's going to be Shun making his way over, and there is the dash to allow Zeka to escape, and he will be able to go back.
It is at a critical point too, because look at the minion wave there, and it's the jungle trying to pay the mid laner back for him protecting the Raptors. They wrap around, they don't get a summoner spell out of Zeka, and he still has his teleport though, so he teleports right back, and honestly, he can just clean these back up.
We talked about it before, but Knight back in 2023 on JDG. one of the closest attempts we've ever had to the Golden Road here. T1 stopped them in their tracks at Worlds, and Knight again trying to attempt the Golden Road here in 2026 with BLG in an era where LCK had been dominating these last couple of years. They've won 4 World Championships in a row. They've won multiple MSIs. BLG wins first stand, and people were thinking, especially after the first couple of games of this series, that they might be well on their way to winning this too.
Yeah, so far this year has been LPL's year. You know, with LCK getting eliminated out of first stand so quickly.
Vibe having to flash here towards this bottom side. Not meaning to interrupt, but it's getting a little dicey down here. As Delight also going low, but it's Kanavi moving in, moves over a ward, and BLG to get the heads up and back away.
Yeah, Viper playing very defensively. That was Flash and Barrier used early, and they have to evacuate because Kanavi could look for them.
Yeah, Make It Rain is going to slow him down. The clone is going to stick under the turret, but that is going to mean that HLE get full control, and this whole wave is just dead.
Yeah, it's insane already. The bottom difference is going to be huge. This Yunar Lulu is going to be devastating in these team fights. Viper zoned off more experience, more minions, and only now can he slink back in.
Oh, that's big though. On stops the base from Guma, so he is going to have a little bit more of a difficulty, utilizing that advantage. But I just think it's so interesting that the story for HLE all year long has been, yep, Guma's Mr. Weak Side. He's going to play your Ashe or your Jhin or your mages. He's going to chill. And in this series, Kanavi is down bot, zoning Viper off the tower or diving him. It feels like almost every game.
Yeah, and HLE have the luxury of choosing which World's MVP they want to carry their games.
That seems nice.
There's a few of them that they have available, and Gumayushi today just feels like he's got his head screwed on right. He has been so stable in this series. Zeka is going to try and prove me wrong here as he goes in, but it is going to be on finding the snare, and maybe it's the other side of the coin. Zeka is just going to make a bit of a Venn diagram, but there's not a whole lot shared in that one.
Still very worth on that roam from On. They get the flash also in addition to those ults traded here, so the pressure applied to one of your world's MVPs.
Yeah, that is very good there for Knight. Someone that they have been struggling to get involved in these last couple games. Viper, remember, no flash.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage here, but Gumayushi not able to follow up on the Slurkle just yet.
Yeah, not going to be able to go in, but Viper down a couple waves, of course. Bin does have that advantage on the top side, has rushed the early Executioners. Very important, of course, against Mundo, not only for the ult, but also for that W healing. And as expected, Bin has the full push, but like I said, it's very hard to deny Mundo from CS entirely. You have the E to help you last hit under tower, you have the Qs to farm with cleavers, and Zeus is staying within striking distance in this 1v1 on top side, which is really all you have to do. As Mundo, every minute that passes is a blessing. It is just getting better and better and better the later you go.
Just needs to build as many belts as he possibly can. The Heartsteel is now on the way. The Infernal Chains are going to miss. Zeus just happy to grab experience, as we can see. Falling down about a wave right now. That was to be expected. Vision on this Dragon does go over to BLG, and Shun is just going to Volt Break his way in there. Control Vision going to be cleared out here.
Yeah, Kanavi had spent a lot of time hovering on this bomb side. They defended the control ward once, but as soon as he recalls, and Shun has his level 6 already, he slips back into the Dragon. So BLG are going to be able to take that one. Level 6 on the Vi, and bot side going to be able to collect the wave as well.
Top lane has just been so interesting throughout this series for me. I felt like Bin played really well in the Renekton game, had an incredible Jax game, but Zeus has been so critical in these last couple of wins, has been getting himself into these amazing spots now, and bringing out the Mundo here. These guys, they're head-to-head. It has been pretty incredible. We've seen the matchup so many times. They're looking bot.
Yeah, Shun not going to quite find the flash, as there is the flash escape from Gumayushi. Shun too far as the ulti does come down, but first blood goes over tonight, and Gumayushi's going to be taken as well. It doesn't matter that it kind of went wrong at the start as BLG claimed 2.
Exactly. Even though Shun doesn't connect immediately, he gets so low. They try and damage him on the way out, and the follow-up from BLG, it's Viper and On with the double snare into the kill.
I can't believe they all survived. I thought for sure that how this started, when the Q flash misses from Shun over the wall, I am thinking this is bad. Guma gets the dash flash back into the tower. I thought Guma was going to be able to take down Shun, but that double snare, as you call out, Kobe, setting up for both the spells hitting from Knight on everyone.
And the barrier saves Viper there at the very end. The timing, just gorgeous, because Delight, you can see he's just about to hit that level 6, and that wild growth could have been pivotal.
When Off turns back to On, and they get the bot lane lead. Okay, HLE, they're not going to take that lying down, though. They swap back to the other side of the map on their revives. Up to Grubs. Kanavi gets one of them thus far, and they're chasing them back out. Delight now with the support ultimate advantage. Even though On made a big play, Delight with the experience advantages this time around, and they're just going to bully them off.
Exactly. You know, there is that cost to On making the roam towards mid lane. You know, he did attack Zach, he did force the flash, but he's down about a full level now, and is going to be missing that Pop Blossom. But Viper getting into a comfort zone now, and Kanavi looking for Knight.
Yeah, looking for an angle here as Knight is going to get stunned up. Chains are going to land, but Knight just down to 50% and will be able to walk it off. No flash employed just yet as the dash in from Gumayusi. They just want to kill On, and they are going to do so. Viper immediately cancels the ulti as Kanavi falls down on top of him. He doesn't have support, though, because On is being really annoying. Guma is going to finally pick up that kill, and HLE are on the board.
Yep, On still level 5. HLE strike. And Guma getting richer, getting turret plate money on top of that.
And again, that ultimate from Kanavi helping out the bot lane so big because it meant Viper immediately had to cancel his ult, which may have pushed Guma back, which may have allowed On to survive. But instead, Pantheon arrives, cancels the ult, forces the flash. Guma gets a kill. Guma gets a plate. He is 600 gold ahead, and he is 24 CS up right now. That gap is going to close a little bit with this wave coming in, but Viper is just getting punished here by Kanavi time and time again.
And this is an MF, right? You choose her so that she has that lane presence. They have the Nico alongside her to match the range of the Lulu. And it hasn't necessarily worked so far. If you do find the wombo combos later on in the game, though, that ulti will tear people apart.
It absolutely can, and that's why the level 1 was so critical from Guma and Delight, right? HLE clearly came in with the game plan. They did this 4-man invade. They tried to find Sean on the Raptors. Didn't work out for Kanavi, but it did work out for Guma and Delight, who got this big chunk onto Viper and On that kind of set the tone for the 2v2 early.
Yeah, and they continue to put a lot of focus down towards him, a lot of these resources, because Zeus can just scale on the other side. Mundo, as you say, trying to safely CS, just collecting while they spend all these resources towards the scaling Yunara Lulu.
And now Zeus is on the triple belt. That is where you get to kind of choose, do you go in towards the Warmogs? Because triple belt activates the Warmogs immediately on that one item completion, which means now you cannot be pushed around in that 1v1 ever again.
Oh, Zeka doesn't quite find the chains. Knight able to just dash away from him.
Last time Zeus did play this, though, I thought he was going to do the Warmogs rush because he went triple belt, but he still did end up going Heartsteel, which obviously more power in and all in, but the benefit of that Warmogs is you just trade infinitely with Bin, and then you back it up, you're full health every wave.
And this is well set up for HLE to take that next dragon, because both top laners not having teleports is also good for him. Zeus can just stay up there, continue to farm, while the rest of HLE try and control bottom side. But BLG are the ones with the gold lead, and I want to draw your eyes to the completed Sunder Sky here for Shun.
Oh, between worlds here for Zeka, though, as he is just going to clear out the wave and exit. Knight able to do enough damage back. Really good at standing his ground in this lane, even after Zeka has started to feel a lot stronger on this first item.
Shun, because he has the first completed item, he gets access to the setup for vision for the dragon, and the vision can be critical, and now Shun looking.
Oh, he is on vision. They do clear out the control ward here as Gumayusi just backs his way out. Lulu off a reset, Delight making his way back down. The Ardent Sensor is done, but I don't think it's going to be there in time for this dragon to be taken. Doubles for BLG. Zeus just standing under the turret with his ultimate running as Kanavi's just walking in. Finds a stun onto On. He's taking so much damage. Kanavi down to 50% though, as he does have that wild growth. Bullet time comes down. Pop Blossom onto 2. But the bullet time doesn't quite do enough. Gumayusi takes down On. Kanavi flashes out. The cease and desist will be acquiesced here by HLE as it's a double kill for Gumayusi. And HLE will say thanks so much for the dragon.
They take it again. Thanks for the leash, and they're not done. Pantheon ult for Knight.
Of course, Kanavi's just going to dive underneath the turret. Doesn't quite find the damage with the Q, and will just settle for some Krugs.
His former teammate did not want to let him get away with that one, and he did not want to let them get away with this dragon. Even though BLG had the early setup, Kanavi with no fear jumps in onto On.
Exactly, he gets that huge chunk, and he has the Lulu behind him. I didn't think they were going to be there in time, but he just charges On in, and even though On comes across with this ult, Viper runs out of mana, Shun runs out of health, and Knight has nothing to really offer in this fight. He's got no resources, and it's such slim margins here. All the low health bars, but with Knight and with Viper Room, they can't finish anyone off.
And they had a storeroom of honey fruit behind them as well, so they were just dipping out of the fight, eating honey fruit and coming back.
Meanwhile, BLG are tanking this dragon. They're spending all these spells on the dragon during that time.
Well, Zeka gonna have to dash cannon his way out. Is going to be able to do so here as Knight and Shun unable to find him. As Kanavi thinking about coming on over, but does back away.
But even with that win, it is only 700 gold between the two teams. It is a dragon apiece. We are basically dead even at this point.
But it's where is that gold? Concentrated on the Yunara. Gumayushi in game 5 here with a Lulu at his back.
The Coinbase gold grind showing us that Gumayushi is in a phenomenal spot this game. 1.5K, we were talking about it before. Where do you put your eggs? When you're HLE, when the chips are down, when you're in game number 5, it's their most recent World's MVP. That's what they're going to put them in.
It's a good place to put them, but I feel like we're getting a little bit of a repeat of that Jax game from Bin, right? Where it's two sides of the map. It's who's going to be able to utilize that advantage most. Bin has a large advantage on that top side. We have seen Aatrox break hearts time and time again internationally, including Zeus playing it yesterday. He was the one destroying Lion, and now Bin, it's going to be up to him.
And they have the tools to help Bin. A Vi ultimate is just what you need if you want to shut down a hyper carry. If you've got a Yunara jumping around with a big gold lead, then a well-placed Vi ultimate can sit her down.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize until just now, it's a Chemtech soul this game. And you might be thinking this is phenomenal for Mundo, but both sides of the Rift are going to benefit from this one so much. I was thinking to myself, like, oh, well, I guess Chemtech is still available for one of those worst souls, but I actually think it's probably one of the best for both of these compositions. As Kanavi just going to walk towards the river here. Rift Herald.
They want to fight.
Yep, that is going to be what's on their minds as the Pop Blossom is going to connect onto Kanavi. Cease and desist into the backline as they look to take down Gumayushi. Knight is going to finish it, but now Viper is in trouble. Zeka dives forward, finds the chains to take out his former teammate. And there goes Kanavi as well. Zeka trying to escape, but he had to tank up the turret to get out of here. The Abduct is going to come through, the Abscond, and the Kingslayer is going to be there, but it's Knight that takes him down. And they'll take a free Rift Herald as well.
On starts out the play, and Shun's Vi ultimate sits Guma down. They put that gold lead in the dirt at the very beginning of the fight. What a flank from BLG.
That was beautiful by BLG. Knight with the TP, on with the engage. Shun getting into the backline. Everyone combining there perfectly. Viper gunning him down with the bullet time over the top. They needed it all, and they got it. They get the Herald as well. They get plates. They have nearly 1,000 gold lead just like that.
What more can you ask for? A game 5 back and forth. Just 1,000 gold lead swinging back and forth, and we call it out. Looking for the Yunara. On gets the dash out of him. There's the ult, and then Vi ultimate into the ultimate over the top from the Misfortune, and Knight's full combo deleting Guma.
It's beautiful. Even though the Pop Blossom does not hit Guma, the root does from On, the Vial does, the full combo from Knight does, and that is more than enough to take him down through everything here.
And then Zeko is trying to clean up some money there, but he has to go all the way under tower to get the kill back on the other side.
Needing to use that last chain was so important because it meant he was out of the fight completely.
And still, our gold is so close in this game. Our dragons are so close in this game.
We did actually get the Warmogs rush here from Zeus, which I think is so smart. When you're behind on Mundo, this means now Bin can do nothing. All you do is you step forward, you tank up the Aatrox damage and the damage from the wave. You don't allow him to ever get in range of the tower with a minion wave there. Even if you lose 70% of your health, it does not matter. You are full health after every single wave. And that is one of the most powerful things about this build. So I love seeing this tag from Zeus. It's so smart when the powerful part of your team is the other side of the map. You just have to hang on and don't let Bin push his advantage.
But there is going to be still advantages pushed as the first turret is going to be taken down by BLG towards the top side. 2,000 gold is approaching here for their advantage. And the Mundo hasn't scaled just yet. And HLE, I think still feeling very comfortable moving into a late game with a composition like this if Bin can be kept under control.
Yeah, I love it. The tension is high because BLG have the gold lead. It is hard to get those dream flanks, though. The last one was beautiful. It's perfect. now on the Dragon, HLE immediately burning it down. I don't think you can contest this one. And honestly, there's not even a lot in the aftermath that BLG can get, but they can push bottom, and Bin can get up to that tower.
And Knight, you know, it's not just Bin now with the lead. It is Knight. He has this big advantage. And last time these twos met up, I mean, it was Knight who was getting the better of the matchup. It was Knight who got multiple solo kills, who was pumping out the damage, who was winning the lanes. He went 25, 3, and 29 in that last series. He's not having that level of dominance here. Zeka and HLE have stepped up, but Knight is 3-0-3. He is 1.4K ahead, and he is going for a high damage build. It's looking like Shadow Flame second. He's got the Sork boots, and he is looking to one-shot Guma.
And it's 100% kill contribution for Shun, Knight, and Viper in this game. They have made sure that they're setting up for skirmishes, bringing everyone with them to make this one happen. And Zeka is looking to try and scale, trying to claim some of these ultimates, get Pop Blossoms, and make those huge plays. But Knight, slowly but surely, has just been doing way more damage in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, they have a lot of burst damage, and they have a lot of opportunities now. But HLE, as you're talking about the scaling, they have a couple of avenues of scaling on their team with tankiness and with DPS. So BLG, again, the tension is high because the play that they just put off was beautiful, but they're going to have to make some more of those.
Zeus is just going to wander towards this turret here and claims 2 plates. Okay. Now he's down to 50% and wanders away from Bin, I would assume. Has his Swifties, so he isn't too perturbed.
Exactly, that's the thing. If he can't 100-0 you, he cannot kill you. You will Warmogs back up to full, and it's going to kick in right now, and this is why you can play this style with this build. It is so powerful. You just ignore all trades. If he can't 100-0 you, he can do nothing.
It's looking very, very frustrating, I have to admit. As Viper catches this wave in the mid lane, Gumyushi is still looking for item number 3, but does have the first 2 completed. Sionara's pretty scary as Bin, look at him, pressing all of these buttons, having a good time. As now Zeka looks for the chains, doesn't find them there onto On. We'll be able to at least hijack an ultimate as now Kanavi moving over. Zeus just takes down the turret right from underneath him as the World Ender has to be used. Kanavi avoids the Infernal Chains as the rest of HLE are grouped up for a fight. They're pinging out the mid lane though, and there's not a whole lot to fight for at this point in time with 2.5 minutes on the Drake.
I mean, Zeus just pops the ult, walks in, and the Demolish proc, the E damage, everything on the turret just explodes that thing. Scales with your health.
It's the Mundo theme song. Continue pushing.
Yep.
All right. Speaking of pushing, though, the Herald does go through onto the mid turret here and is going to get more map to play with for BLG as they finish off the mid turret, and now that can give them some avenues, more areas to flank from. They really do need to put that pressure again onto the Yunara.
Zeus does have his Heartsteel now completed, went for that as item number 2. Probably wants Spirit Visage before he can walk up to Knight just comfortably. But just probably one Spirit Visage anyway, because that item's broken on Mundo, especially when there's a Chemtech Soul up and available. I feel like these dragons are going to be so important for HLE. They've got the Kingslayer, they've got Mundo's existence, Wild Growth, things like this. Like, it's just such high value here for this team.
I mean, Spirit Visage is crazy good, and I think it'll probably be his next completed item, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a Warden's Mail come in next because there is a lot of physical damage. Aatrox, MF, and Vi are the ones likely to kill you in the fight. The passive on Spirit Visage is always insanely valuable, even if it is against AD, but I think you need some armor, because that is one of the weaknesses of this style of build, is all you have is health. You have no armor whatsoever, and if MF hits 3 items and you still have no armor, yeah, you have a lot of health, but she hurts.
100% agree there. So we'll continue to monitor as HLE are trying to keep it calm and not let BLG increase that gold lead. It does just barely crest 2,000 now, but has been kept fairly stable. Again, it's also very important to continue to clean the wards. You cannot afford to get flanked again. You cannot afford for a fight to start with Guma instantly deleted. You need some damage out of that Yunara.
I think so much of this comes down to On. His positioning, utilizing his passive to be frustrating, confusing, annoying, and the Nico, if he finds his target, You were mentioning it. If Gumayusi goes down at the start of these fights, Mundo can go where he please, but it's probably going to end up at the Death Chamber.
I've got to say, if I'm HLE, I feel like you should just give this next dragon. Mundo is 15, Bin is 16. Just keep scaling. Allow these extra items to come through. I think the game gets better and better for you. And I feel like right now, Bin is kind of at his strongest. He just hit 16. He just completed another item. And Zeus has so much room to grow, as does Guma. I mean, when he hits IE, for example, he gets way stronger.
Yeah, it's dangerous for them right now because there's so many things they have to keep track of. You mentioned On and the creativity he could have with an engage with Protobell and Flash ready on the Nico. And Knight has the burst damage. Knight right now is terrifying on the Aurora. So if they do get that engage, he can convert the kill. The approach is dangerous. But HLE have also done a fairly good job of keeping that vision coverage. So if they continue to check all of their flanks here, try and mark the engagers, they're going for the dragon again.
Well, the Mundo is walking from the top side of the map. A face check here from Zeker as he gets himself out of the way. The Between Worlds comes down. Great polymorph comes in. Cease and desist, and Shun, he is going to have to do that as now Zeus makes his way in. 3 people, I do not think he minds. As Kanavi not going to be diving on top, but look at Zeus. He's just going to buy the time for them to try and take down this dragon. It's only at 50%, but there is no smite to try and lock this up, so it should be a soul point going over to HLE.
BLG not on the same page. Shun wanted the engage. He wanted the burst damage onto Silas, but they're not there to convert, and he just goes down for free. Dragon soul point for HLE.
And Zeka's pretty tanky. It's just not a target that you can easily one-shot. The Lulu was there behind him, didn't even need the wild growth. MF is not there, On is not there, Bin is not there. It's a confusing decision from Shun and one that cost them big time.
Did he think? Yeah, I mean, we're looking at it here.
They're looking at them from the top. They knew that they were there.
And he had Knight with them, but that is not going to be enough. Like, they're split, and that is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, I mean, sure, if Guma face checks you, you go it too.
Yeah.
If Zeka face checks you with the Lulu behind him, you have to get through the Merc Shield on the boots. You have to get through all this HP. This is not a zero health build, so very surprising choice there from Shun, and just gets easily polymorph burst down. They only got Zeka to about half HP without the wild growth being used.
And again, it's a critical moment because you don't get a lot of time back with this comp for BLG.
It's a difficulty, especially when every one of these Chemtech dragons that are stacked up just feels worse and worse when there's a Mundo. It's just got regenning health over and over again. Zeka there as well with that Kingslayer. Zeus just walking up. Does take a fair bit of damage here, though, as we can see. Gets the wild growth as there are the knockups to Pop Blossom. Doesn't quite work out, but Zeka's one's decent as he dives on in. The Chain Lash comes down as Zeus takes out Ben. These health bars are so low. Viper is taken out, but Zeka will fall as well. Most importantly, Gumayusi stays alive, and they'll take down the outer turret.
And Zeus takes it all! He's still on the push. He's back to full HP.
How do you stop this man? He is just walking towards them. Maybe there's a meeting behind their fountain that he's late for. I don't know, but he has places to be, and it requires going through BLG. Yep, that's not going to kill him. He just keeps walking.
Zeus has a meeting, and it's feeling like it might be with the MSI trophy after that fight. He survives in the mid lane. BLG makes the call that we can burst down the Mundo. Full send everything on Zeus. And very narrowly, they are not able to do it. Look how low they get him. They throw down the ult. But look at the Heart Zapper. He got it off before the file came through. It wasn't perfectly layered. He flashes out. He gets the wild growth. He survives. And then Guma has free reign.
Exactly. He's hitting the entire time. Even though they lose the Pantheon, they lose the Silas, they continue to push. Zeus back to full health and keeps the pressure on.
And you can feel it, can't you? Once again, Zeus, he's used to this. He just says, Guma, stand behind me and shoot. And that absolutely happened.
And
BLG now reeling.
Bin's lead is gone completely now. Zeus, level 17. Spirit Visage complete. Has the cloth armor, building towards that 4th item. And I feel like BLG losing that 3rd dragon fight was so critical. That was their moment, and Bin now spotted on a flank.
Yeah, the World Ender is going to come on through. He gets polymorphed as now Zeka finds a cease and desist towards Shun. Zeus just wanders into Knight though as Bin getting chased out. Gumushi following in this. Their stun. Kanavi locks it up. On finds the air with his Pop Blossom. Zeka is going to actually find the Kingslayer to take out Shun. They'll lose their Lulu, but On is not long for the world and Knight is running the wrong direction. BLG have fallen apart.
BLG's battle lines are completely scrambled, and they have been overrun!
In a series that felt like it might just be BLG's, it is HLE battling back in back-to-back games. It is Zeus on the Swain, it is Zeus on the Mundo, a brick wall that BLG just have no answer to.
And from a team that got knocked out of the LCK Cup so incredibly quickly to now be this close to hoisting the MSI trophy. Only 2 other LCK teams have been able to do that. LoL Esports will join that roster. And that is going to be the Baron in their hands. Let's have a look at this one more time.
BLG, Bin up here, it starts out. He's on the top side, and so HLE are fighting 2 fights at once. Zeka down here with Shun versus everybody else, taking all the HP away from Bin and pushing him out.
There's almost like 3 fights.
Zeus just can't be stopped, right? Zeus was kind of like 1v3 holding back their carries in that moment. And even though the bullet time comes down, Viper is just out of range of Guma. The bullet time was not hitting him. He was rooted up, but he was rooted up just a pixel or 2 away from it.
Oh my goodness, the chain's gonna find Knight. He's knocked up with the Pop Blossom from On. It is going to connect with Delight, who is taken out immediately. They want Gumushi, and they'll find him with the Pop Blossom from Zeka. Is massive. Still they get their target, and Bin is gigantic in this front line. That's the GA popped. Bin is still a problem, but so is Zeus, as both of these top laners feel unkillable. Zeka's still alive as he's now looking for Shun. He'll get in on top of him. Kanavi taken out by the Aatrox. Zeus seems impossible to move. Zeka might be an option here, but the chains go wide, and Bin shuts him down. BLG still have a bit left in the tank.
The sustained wars go the way of BLG at the critical moment. They'll deny the soul.
That is insane. They found the angle there. Viper fully committed, flashing in to get the kill, and then Zeka with the stolen Pop Blossom. I thought that would be enough. Zeus is coming back.
Yeah, he's just going to walk into 2 people. They are going to leave because this Mundo is such a problem, but they have to ignore him if they are going to win these fights, and that's exactly what they did.
And BLG, they know they don't have a lot of time to work with. They have to fight their way back into this one. Zeka goes in to start it out on Knight, but look at the retaliation.
Oh. And watch Viper, the Pop Blossom, and Shun going in on Guma, and Viper just instantly flashes in onto him. And then you think for a second, is Guma going to survive with that Blossom landing? But he does not. And Bin, that's so much work done here.
He does. The Aatrox, the God of War, naturally on BLG's side, and they take them down. Kanavi gets chopped up. Shun surviving versus Zeka up here as well with his Sundered Sky, and they're able to clutch it at the Dragon Soul denial.
All right, still 4 minutes, and HLE have an opportunity to do that again as Zeus pushes this wave towards this turret. I have a feeling we are seconds away from another scrap.
What a banger.
Just might be. I mean, Guma's now a full item ahead here, has that 2.5k lead. Delight almost getting 1 shot though. But Viper also has his IE, so there is going to be some real damage behind this bullet time, but HLE pressing with the Baron.
Yeah, they will be able to take down this inner turret. The dregs of this Baron, the Rebel Baron power play, basically neutral for now as it does finally dissipate. As Shun just comes over and casually smites the big Raptor and will be able to claim his for his own. As let's see whether Zeka is able to get himself out of here, as he will be able to escape. So everything feels like it's been almost entirely evened out as a result to that answering play from BLG.
It's huge. I mean, can BLG continue to find these kills onto Guma Yushi? They have had so many good engages. The flank towards mid lane, the fight here towards Dragon. If they can take him down at the beginning, then they can scrap it out too. They're bruisers with stacking Conqueror and keeping it going.
They absolutely can, but that's the big question. Can you do that every single time? Because it only takes once for Guma to escape, for Guma to survive, and you are going to get wiped off the map. Yes, the gold lead is largely minimized, but the scaling is not. Mundo's still getting stronger. He has a Randuin's now. Guma, as we touched on, has that IE, has 4 items, and he has the support behind him.
Vision is just so critical for the
Here
engages.
we go.
Oh, that's Kanavi actually going up into the sky. He's away from the fight. The bullet time finds Guma, and the Pop Blossom isn't going to do too much here from Zeka. They try and dive into that backline. They'll take down Viper, but what else can they get? Zeus is able to get in there and find his angle. Delight should be taken out, as the polymorph should not be quite enough, and it's a double kill for Shun. But now Zeus is just immovable. The stun onto Bin, as it's jungler and top laner versus each other. Bin and Shun, they take out Kanavi, and Zeus, he may just be mortal in the end, and Shun will be able to put him down. Bin at full health is going to continue the push.
It was both junglers looking for a play at the same time. Pantheon was ulting towards mid. Shun saw him leave as he blast cones, and he doesn't care. Straight for Guma, and Guma down again without any damage. BLG, they did it again.
How do they keep finding these angles every single time? They are just straight on to Guma, finding the perfect engage every single fight.
Epic game 5 here. It is incredible.
There is no gold lead. At this point, it is 34 minutes into the game, and finally, BLG gets one to tick over. This is absolutely absurd how incredibly close it is and how impressive it is that BLG can make this team fight look so good in these fights.
And we started the replay right after the moment I was talking about, as Shun blast cones over to where Kanavi is leaving from, and they deleted Guma.
And then it's just all about killing everyone around Zeus. You gotta kill the ads before you can take down the boss, man. Then you gotta get everyone out of here, or he is just gonna run you down. They ignore him, they fight around him, and then this flash Q3 from Bin, and you got the percentage HP.
Absolutely massive. Zeus head in hands here. It is not over yet, but it's feeling like BLG are winning fight after fight at this stage. Baron up and available once again, and Zeus' health bar once more looks like a barcode.
Atlas from Champion Select, we say you have to mark the flanks. You have to mark the flanks for HLE. You cannot allow these engages onto Guma again. I mean, Hextech, you know, Rift did help with the Super Blast Cone, but this time around BLG are starting the Baron, trying to draw HLE in.
Well, Zeus can definitely face check. He is going to do that as Knight takes a briefcase to the face. Kanavi has a Mega Cone in order to get himself in here as well. As Gumayushi is hunting. I don't know about his frontline position here as well, as Knight does get himself out of the way. The briefcase doesn't land onto Viper, as the Pop Blossom does come down. Season assist is stolen. They get on top of the misfortune, but at what cost? Gumayushi trying to dash away from Bin. He is put down to his Shie. Shun pops back up again, but Guma flashes out. Now Bin looks to get on top of him, but he dashes out of the way. And this is what a team fight looks like when Gumayushi stays alive. HLE will look for even more as Kanavi celebratorily ults underneath this inner turret, and I think they may have done it. LoL Esports may have just ended the Golden Road.
Incredibly costly mistake from BLG. HLE will retake the game and the series back.
And it looks like the orange tank is going to bulldoze the Golden Road as an immovable Mondo will take down these Nexus turrets. Pop Blossom in celebration from Zeka as LoL Esports. They've already done first stand, and they'll do MSI as well.
In a back and forth game, BLG every fight had their eyes on Gumayushi. They set up the perfect fight for HLE by starting the Baron, by sticking on the Baron, by allowing Viper to be chased out. Guma cannot be accessed because Knight is not there. On is not there. They hand it to them on a silver platter, and HLE are all too happy to punish, to take it, and to claim the LC with the MSI title.
They might be able to get that one as well.
Yeah, we'll see about that. My goodness, though, it is shocking. Such a shocking way for it to end after the previous fight where they had their eyes and their goals set on the flank and set dead on killing Gumayushi, but they pin themselves inside a Baron, and HLE say, not on my watch. Zeus is happy to run them out. Kanavi is happy to steal that Baron, and HLE, they will take away that trophy.
And HLE, it looked almost hopeless the first time these two teams met in that upper bracket final. You just felt like BLG had control of that series. They lose one game, but that was it. They then come back so incredibly strong. HLE needed absolutely everything in order to clutch this out. As Zeus, the immovable Mundo, will hoist that trophy, the third Korean organization to be able to do so here. As Kanavi, his first time back in Korea, and already he's managed to win MSI.
I'm still in shock over that ending.
Me too.
But
I can't believe it. I can't believe it ended like that.
Congratulations, though, to HLE. They had a scale at this tournament. They lost to BLG in the upper finals, and they clutch it in game number 5.
Back-to-back series, they were down 1-2, and back-to-back series, they stepped up in game 4, in game 5, knocking out Lion, knocking out BLG, who was looking like the best team at the tournament, but Zay is so critical on these picks. Swain in game 4, back-to-back series massive, the Mundo massive in this one. HLE clutched up when it mattered most.
And this is the crazy thing. It was around this time last year that this team fully collapsed. It was road to MSI where they were up 2 games, they get reverse swept and then just swept, and then their MSI dream had died. This time around, they did not lose hope. They actually managed to stick in it, and I think Coach Mowgli there deserve a whole lot of props because the bounce back from that last loss against BLG, where honestly it looked like they were floundering in the draft, this last game, so much better out of Hanwha Life Esports.
And they get the extra seed for the LCK at Worlds. The rewards are huge here.
Oh man, just reeling. I didn't think that this was going to be the outcome because BLG's Golden Road, it looked almost set in stone. Here in Daejeon, there is now 2 people that have managed to hoist all of the Riot trophies now. And it is Zeka and Zeus.
And it's amazing to see these players establishing a new legacy here on Hanwha Life Esports. 2 players from T1 establish themselves initially in their career there, come to a new organization, teaming up with Zeka, with Delight. And they have created a new powerhouse in the world. They are the best team in the world today, taking down BLG, a team that had looked unstoppable, not only here, but at first stand. And we're heading to the stage for an interview.
센터에서 펼쳐지는 2016 미드시즌 인비테이셔널 대망의 우승팀은
We have the winner for the 2026 MSI, and the winner is Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations.
네, 우승팀 하나생명 e스포츠의 구마유시 선수, 딜라이트 선수와 인터뷰
Now
나눠보도록
let's hear
하겠습니다.
from Kumayushi and Delight on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. First off, Kumayushi,
월드 3핏을 이뤘던 구마유시 선수지만 MSI
you've
우승은
completed
처음입니다.
a Worlds
첫
3-peat,
MSI
but this is your first
우승
MSI title. How does it feel? Does it feel new?
일단 하나님께 감사와 영광 돌리고요. 말대로
First off,
제가 월즈는 3핏의 파임이긴 하지만
I want to thank my God for letting me achieve this huge accomplishment.
감회가 좀
And
색다른 것
I
같고요.
won Worlds 3 times. I am the MVP, but this is my first MSI title.
기억들이 좀 떠오르면서
And it brings me all the past MSI memories back. It makes me wonder why I couldn't win the past MSIs. But still, thankfully, with the new members on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and especially with Zeus, who had the same, who shared the same heartbreak by being the runner-up in the past MSI. I'm so happy that together we were able to pull this off. This is the first time in MSI history that the team from the host region has won the title. You have broken the curse. What's your thought on that?
대전에서 우승한 것도 있고 또
HLE
여러모로
Esports
되게
won the title in
좋은
Daejeon.
의미의 첫 우승인 것 같아서
And
더
I think
기쁜
this
것 같아요.
title means so much in various aspects. It means so much to me as well. Fans here in Daejeon and also all around the world sent you so much passionate support. Could you say a few words to them as well?
제가 이제 팀을 옮기고 나서 첫 우승을 하게 됐는데
This is my first international title after finding a new team.
제가 이제 이적하면서 했던 말처럼
And
앞으로
I
구마유시
left the
이야기가
message
계속 될
when I was
거여가지고
leaving my previous team.
여러분들이
I told my fans the Gumayushi story never ends, and I will be looking forward to the same support from the fans, and I will keep the Gumayushi story going. So please keep on supporting me. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
이어서 딜라이트 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 우승 너무너무 축하드립니다.
Now, Delight, huge congratulations on your first MSI title. How do you feel?
일단 첫 MSI 우승이라는 타이틀을 얻어서 좀 좋은 것 같고 이제 상대가 또
I'm really happy that I won my first MSI title.
국제전에서 좀 졌었는데
Our final opponent was BLG, and I've always lost to on international stage. And tonight, I'm gonna get a really good sleep. Finally, I got to win up against him.
어제 이어서 오늘도 사실 5세트 접전이 나오면서 좀 부담감도 있었을
Now
것
you guys are
같은데요.
playing back-to-back 5 gamers. What kind of mindset did you have coming into the series today? Not much pressure at the beginning, but when we were down to 1 and 2, I was like, I really don't want to lose here. So I came back on stage with a mindset that I'm going to win. Delight, now that you have won the MSI, what is your next goal? Now Worlds is the next internationals, and in the past, I've always could not make it to the finals. I got eliminated in the quarters. I was never able to make it to the finals. So this time around, I wish I can make it to the finals and win the Worlds title.
이렇게 해서 구마유시 딜라이트 선수와의 인터뷰를 나눠봤습니다.
Now that was Gumayushi and Delight on the side of HLE Esports.
자, 이제
And now
MSI
it is
2026
time
그랜드 파이널.
to reveal the 2026 MSI Grand Final Oppo Final MVP.
전 세계 전문가들의 투표로 선정된 MSI 2025 오포
We have
파이널
gathered votes from all around the world, and your Oppo Finals MVP is Zeus. Congratulations.
자, 파이널 MVP를 수상한 제우스 선수와도 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 제우스 선수 너무너무 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Zeus. Thank you very much.
자, MSI 우승까지 거머쥐면서 제카 선수와
With this
함께
MSI
라이엇
title,
국제대회를 모두
you
석권한
and Zeka have
최초의
become
선수가 되셨습니다.
the first players to complete the sweep of every Riot International tournament. And now you have become the finals MVP. How does it feel?
일단 이번 대회 하면서 어제 경기도 그렇고 사실 너무
First off, this tournament, this MSI was really difficult. There were some moments where I really wanted to give up. However, after I joined HANA Live last year, there were some moments when I didn't have enough faith in myself. I was doubting myself. But I just kept on listening to the support coming from the fans, because the fans always kept on believing me. I was able to keep on grinding, and after all that hard work, I got this opportunity, and I'm so grateful.
이야기가 있었기 때문에 오늘의 자리가 더욱더 빛나지 않을까 싶고, 저도 팬의 한 명으로서 그 시간들을 견뎌주셔서
One more time,
감사하다는
big
말씀
congratulations
대신
to
전해드리고
Zeus.
싶고요. 팬분들도 너무너무 즐겁게
And the fans are
행복한
also
마음으로 바라보고 계실 것
absolutely
같습니다.
happy to see you winning this Oppo Finals MVP.
등 제우스 선수가 특별히 준비해온 카드들이 빛을 발했습니다.
And we were
특히
able to
스웨인과는
see
인연이
some of the
깊다고
special
들었는데요.
picks
어떤 사연인지
from
저희가
you.
좀
Swain,
들어볼 수
Dr.
있을까요?
Mundo, and I heard you played Swain for a long, long time ago.
한 중학생 때인가? PC방 대회를
I think
처음에
I
우승했었어가지고
was in like a middle school and I
좀
won my
좋아했던 것
first
같습니다.
PC방 tournament on Top Swain, and that has become my favorite champion since then.
됐던 것 같습니다. 역시 국대탑 제우스다 이런
You
생각이
are
드는
truly
오늘의
the
경기였는데요.
Korea's national top laner.
국제대회에서 모두 우승하는 기록을 만들어낸 현 시점에서 또
Now
새로운
that you have
목표가
set the
있다면
record
어떤
of
게
winning
있을까요?
every international tournament,
일단은
what is your
제카
new
선수랑
goal?
같이 그 뭐야 모시기 했다고 해주셨는데
Yeah, like you
제카
just told
선수는
me,
아직
me and
EWC
Zeka
우승을
did
못했기
won
때문에,
something something,
네.
but you know, Zeka didn't
제카
actually
선수
win
EWC
EWC,
우승을
so
시켜주는 게
next
될
up
것
is
같습니다.
EWC, and I'm gonna help Zeka to win that title as well.
좋습니다. 앞으로 한화생명이 쭉쭉 뻗어나가는 모습 함께 지켜보고 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Zeus, and wish you all the best of luck in the future.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘의 파이널 MVP 제우스 선수와의 인터뷰까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 이제 2016 미드 시즌 인비테이셔널 모든 여정을
Now, that
마쳤습니다. 지난
Zeus,
2주간
the
성공적으로
Oppo
대회가
Finals
펼쳐질
MVP
수
of
있도록 함께해
2026
주신
Mid-Season
대전
Invitational.
광역시, 그리고
It is time to
모든
close
기간을
out the
함께해 주신 팬
2026
여러분들께 다시
MSI.
한번 감사
And
인사를
before we do so,
전하겠습니다.
we would like to thank the
자,
city of
여러분,
Daejeon
MSI
and all of you for being such incredible hosts over the past few weeks. And to all the fans who have been with us during this entire journey, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Subin. Thank you, Jisun. And thank you, Hanwha Live Esports. On behalf of the LCK fans, it's a beautiful day for them here today in Daejeon. What an amazing recovery. What an amazing comeback. After failing short against BLG earlier in the competition, they managed to do it. It took 5 games back to back here for them to finally do it, but they did, Dagda.
And even within that game 5, there was moments where BLG pushed them to the edge. But when you have the caliber of players that Hanwha does, you don't blink, you stand tall, you fight back, and you raise trophies.
And how important is it for the LCK to have another team that can be clutch in those best of 5s? That doesn't fall flat when things look hard or when a game looks a little bit dire. Something that we always associate with T1. We've always wondered, is it the org, is it the players? And right now it's feeling like the players because it was Zeus and Guma who were bringing it home in the final game, who were the difference maker in the key moments of the series.
One of the craziest things about this series to me is last year when Viper was on HLE, it was Viper Life Esports. They played through him over and over again. And people thought when Guma joins the team, oh, he can be this weak side teammate. But what did we see in the games today? We saw him accumulating massive leads over Viper in 2v2s and again hoisting an international trophy.
And we saw him get the best out of a matchup that didn't work the first time. We saw him get the best against Viper, against the guy who can do it all. And in the end, it is Hanwha Life Esports prevailing. And I do appreciate the fact that at the beginning of the year, we were looking at Genji, we were looking at T1, but Hanwha Life clutched it in the end. It's not going to be the golden road this time around for BLG. But this sets up this team amazingly for the rest of the season.
It's a ton of promise, and I gotta give credit to you, Jat. You said Raid Boss picks.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was gonna happen. But it was Raid Boss picks. It was not Mages in the bot lane. The exact opposite of what I said. And I think that they're objectively OP on paper, so the fact that HLE found a way to get this win without needing to over-rely on those picks just makes it even more impressive.
Bot lane Mages, Guma lost with Ziggs, Viper lost with Mel. They were 0-2. Zeus was able to withstand whatever pressure Bin would try to apply to him in the early game and then carry in the late game. And then also the meaningful win for HLE in front of this home crowd in what has been an elusive tournament. Only SKT and Gen G have won MSI for the LCK before this, and HLE put their names with them.
And also such a meaningful tournament for that man in the mid lane for them. Zeka playing against his old organization, managing to take the win. First series win ever against Knight, a man who was doubted when Fearless came into the meta. They didn't think he'd be able to evolve to become the player he has, but it feels like every single time Zeka is doubted, he demolishes that wall. He won Worlds off the back of that. Now he stands tall with every title available to him in the Riot Circuit just resting in his hands.
And what a glow up. We talked about how much he's expanded that champion pool. Game 1, it was the stability of new champions. It was the Orianna. Game 5 in the clutch, it's back to comfort. It's the depth of the champion pool that he gets to save those picks for later, to use them when they're the most optimal, to show up when it matters most. And again, that's the development you want to see, especially if you're an HLE fan. You can see it on their faces how much this means. Seeing this glow up, seeing the success of this team, knowing now that this team can be a contender at Worlds, a team that could go the distance at international competition.
And I do want to highlight how impressive it is for a team that is regarded as one of the best in the world, a team that other teams have their eyes on when it comes to clutch moments like this at international tournaments. The fact that they can manage to make those small improvements with the little time that they have, after failing against a team that they faced off against, defeating them when it matters the most, they can stand proud today. For you guys, what do you think it came down to? We've talked about the draft, but surely it's more than this.
I mean, part of it is they came prepared. Look at these. You don't print these in 25 seconds. Like, they were ready with these custom jerseys, 5 signatures, all the names on the back. I do think the drafts are important, but I think there is just a special quality about Guma. I feel like anytime the pressure is high, he stays so steady and really elevates his game in the most crucial moments.
And it was the same case at Worlds, like that. People were doubting him. He ended up being the finals MVP. He stands tall again here today, being a clutch factor of his team's victory.
And I think it says a lot, because I think it is the true XT1 members that are the standouts for me. The members that oftentimes kind of live in the shadow of Faker, but they don't have Faker to be clutch anymore, and it's their own merit that they relied on today. Gumayushi, incredible across the board, but for me, it was Zeus. The rivalry with Bin, the nail is in the coffin, the coffin's in the ground, the dirt is on top of it. This man demolished Bin across the board with drafts, with the way he was playing, with the ability to control that lane. Bin had some good moments, but Zeus dictated the majority of this series.
And you need a top laner who can do it all, which includes backing off, taking a step back, recognizing the games where you are not the center of attention. Game 4, Game 5, it was the Zeus show. But when it wasn't, he was not a liability. He was a source of stability for the team, and that makes all the difference if you're going to go the full 5.
We've talked about all the players, but I still want to give an honorable mention to Kanavi. He had a rough series, but he managed to stay steady for his team, and in moments like this, it's the mental aspect also that matters. The fact that even if personally you're not performing that well, you're still gonna be that strength for your team and someone that can rally around them and that can sublime them. And I feel like regardless of the oopsie moments that he had, that's what he managed to do today.
Yeah, I do think that for Kanavi, he has struggled in the past as well in some of these moments. Like, we've seen it at the international events against T1 when he was on JDG, but I do think it's more the case of he has the teammates to support him in this endeavor now. It's not just him by himself, where he hadn't got that support, it feels like, in previous teams. Now he's able to have the whoopsie and still have the teammates rally around him, the guys to support him, the guys who can take over a game. And I think that is such a big difference maker for him. And also then must be a mental load off his mind as well, because it means that there isn't that pressure to always have to perform.
I think when you think about these big international losses, you have to remember that this is hugely traumatic. When you go into a next series, when you fumble a game like that, it is so hard to bounce back. But one of the big things that I think makes it so much easier for Kanavi is the T1 players beside him. When you look at a player next to you and you go, you've gone the distance, you have been clutching these moments. I believe that whatever happens with me, as long as I don't mess it up, that you will carry me across the finish line. Having that comfort, that confidence makes it so much easier in moments where so many players in the past have just completely collapsed, Kanavi included.
I want to take some time to reflect on MSI as a whole, because we started the tournament with very one-sided games.
That we did.
Not the best. And then
there were a few 3-0s.
Huge ramp up throughout the tournament. We got the upset, we got the heartbreaks, we got the silver scrapes until the end of time. Ending here today with a banger final. Another LPL versus LCK matchup, leading us to 5 games, crowning a new champion. What are we going to note from this MSI, guys?
Don't forget, when probably flaming Bin on social media, that NA did 6-0 EU in absolutely embarrassing fashion. And I would love to forget it, but I don't want all that flame to go to Bin. So we'll be the lightning rod. Don't forget, we're bad now, it turns out.
Let's go region by region. Weirdly enough, I feel like from pre-tournament expectations, how disappointed do you walk away from this event? Obviously, LCK is the happiest because they were able to lift the trophy. T1 fell. NA, I feel like, comes away really good. They pushed HLE to a 2-1 deficit, much like BLG, and were as close to beating them as anybody else. I'd also say G2, yes, they lost to NA, but they had 2 series wins against LPL and LCK teams. I think the further away we get from the Lion loss, the better that will feel. And ultimately,
I'm not even mad, Chad.
You're not even mad?
I'm not
That's
even
good.
mad losing to Lion, honestly. The show they put up against the team that ended up winning the whole thing. I'm proud for Lion, and honestly, I'm so excited for your region for the rest of the year.
I would just like to say on behalf of you fans, I'm still mad. I'm still mad.
I was gonna say,
I don't want to think like we didn't deserve to win. I'm still upset that we lost. Just to be like, we were the worst team. Absolutely deserved for Lion. They're a fantastic team. I'm still sad about it. Just to mix it up, Laura. I don't want to. We're not all in the go raw NA. I'm still hoping we can win.
Inspired is the GOAT. Dokla showed up again. With Worlds at the end of the year being held in North America, I'm very excited for Lion.
Oh my God, the pressure's on.
Yeah,
the pressure's on. The expectations were so low. They were so low. Now they're like starting to get a little bit higher.
But we don't have a 4th seed. That is the true tragedy. If they had gone the distance.
Yeah, but
and
then
finally we could see C9 finish 5th just to miss another international.
Listen, it's in the mind's eye. Thinking if Lion had just done something a little bit different with the 4,000 goal lead before the red buffing game into game 4, do they come onto stage against BLG? Would they be able to lift the MSI trophy? We'd have the 4th. Oh, but we still have 0 wins against the LEC.
But this is the thing. I feel like this is the
LEC.
tournament that has blown all narratives out of the water. Like G2 has beaten T1. Lion has pushed the winner of MSI to 5 games and could have beaten them in that game 4. The LPL has gone the distance and is just as competitive against everyone else. If I'm looking at Worlds, there is no longer this is just dead set a win. You have to fight every single time, and I'm so excited for that international.
But we're not looking at Worlds.
We're looking at that man.
We're looking at
that man. We're looking at
Hanwha
Life Esports.
For a second.
The victorious Hanwha Life Esports and Gumayushi about to join us here at the desk. Hello.
Yeah, oh my God, Guma. You have
fans are going wild
so
behind
many fans
him.
supporting you.
You can put on the headsets. Congratulations, Guma. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us as well here, Jason. You're looking at those images right now. You're looking at this trophy lift. What is the first thing that crossed your mind when you finished that game 5? When you came to that trophy knowing that you were finally gonna taste that sweet, sweet taste of victory and having an MSI title under your belt?
정말 마지막 세트 끝났을 때 처음으로 든 생각이 무엇이었는지 단상위의 트로피를 보고 드디어 내가 정말 꿈꾸던 MSI 타이틀 이제 내 거다. 어떤 감정이 드셨나요?
참 MSI 제가 진짜 많이 왔는데 이렇게 우승하는 게 처음이어가지고 실감이 처음에 안 나는데 팀원들의 그런 기뻐하는 모습들이랑 MSI 트로피 보니까 되게 울컥하는 그런 감정이 있었던 것 같아요.
I've been to so many MSIs and finally I was able to win the title. At first, it felt surreal. I thought this was not real, and then looking at my teammates' happiness and then looking at trophy, realizing that it's mine, I almost cried.
More than an MSI, I want to know, how much does it mean to you knowing that you managed to do this with a different team? Taking a risk at the beginning of the year, going a different way, going a different direction, knowing that it's finally paid off, that you're reunited with Zeus, managed to do it alongside him one time again, but also knowing that you had it in you outside of T1.
또 이제 단순한 MSI 우승 타이틀을 넘어서 올해는 어떻게 보면 새로운 도전이었잖아요. 새로운 팀을 찾았고 그 팀과 함께 드디어 MSI를 우승하게 됐고 또 말씀해 주셨던 것처럼 제우스 선수와 드디어 MSI 우승을 하셨는데 이렇게 단순히 내가 T1에 있었을 뿐만 아니라 이렇게 나 혼자서도 또 한 번 이렇게 뜻깊은 좀 성취를 했다라는 감정이 드셨을 때 어떤 느낌이었나요?
이제 뭐 되게 여러 가지 감정이 들었었고 그래도 저는 처음 이적할 때 가졌던 마음이 이런 성취를 얻기 위해서 나왔다고 생각을 했어가지고 이제 시작이라는 생각도 드는 것 같아요. 앞으로도 또 좋은 팀원들이랑 많은 성취를 이뤄낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
At first, when I won the MSI title, I had a lot of mixed feelings. But I think the mindset that I had when I decided to find a different team, I was hunting for more accomplishments. I was trying to get more achievements. So I think I can say this is also just the beginning for me. And I will keep on making more achievements with my teammates.
That's amazing. I have to say, in high pressure moments, you seem so calm. Not talking about the gameplay, what do you think you bring to a team that helps you win so much?
또 이제 압박감이 굉장히 높은 상황 속에서 침착함이 굉장히 돋보이는 것 같습니다. 단순히 게임 플레이적인 면모가 아니라 정말 이런 구마요시라는 선수가 이런 상황에서 팀에게 또 어떤 긍정적인 요소를 가져다 준다고 생각하시나요?
일단은 워낙에 좀 결승 진출도 많이 하고 큰 무대 경험이 많기 때문에 그런 데서 이제 긴장하지 않고 좀 중심을 잡는 역할을 팀에게 도움을 줄 수 있다고 생각을 해가지고 그런 부분에서 조금 도움이 되고 있는 것 같아요.
I've been to so many finals. I've been to so many big stages. So I know what to do to not let the jitters get me. You know, I think I know how to be the pillar of the team when the stakes are high and the pressure is really high. So I think in that aspect, I can provide a lot of help.
It's very impressive. I wanted to ask you about the draft strategy for the series because Mage bot lane seemed deprioritized, and I saw Zeus was playing a lot of like raid boss champions like Mundo or Swain that become unkillable. Was that something that you guys saw before the series and planned to bring out?
오늘 뱀픽 구도에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 많은 분들의 예상과 다르게 이런 B1딜 AP 바텀이 많이 안 나오고 오히려 탑 쪽에서 제우스 선수가 정말 레이드 보스 같은 문도 스웨인 같은 픽을 많이 꺼내 들었는데 이 오늘 시리즈 하기 전에 이게 해답이다라고 깨달아서 준비해 오신 그런 전략인가요?
저희가 실제로 좀 BLG전을 준비할 때 바이퍼 선수의 B1D를 많이 견제하려고 뱀픽적으로 준비를 많이 했었고요. 스웨인이나 문도 같은 픽도 이제 상대가 원딜에서 DPS가 안 나올 때 좀 좋은 그런 효과를 낼 수 있는 픽들이라 준비해서 갔던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, first off, when we were prepping for the BLG series drafting, we were making sure that we were going to target Viper's mage bot champions. And also, we figured out that if the enemy AD carry doesn't really have a high DPS champion, Swain Mundo will be a huge problem.
Thank you.
You hate mage bot lanes, but in the end it doesn't matter. What I think is really funny is the fact that it's the second time that you defeat BLG in a finals in 5 games after receiving a snack on stage. Food buff, OP.
이제 저희가 좀 엄청난 평행 이론을 발견했는데 벌써 이제 BLG를 국제전 무대 결승에서 옥곽 간 다음에 잡은 게 2번째거든요. 근데 2번 다 그 전에 무대에서 간식을 먹었어요. 혹시 간식 버프인가요?
간식 버프 당연히 있다고 생각하고 다음에도 또 중요한 순간에 준비를 해주시면 좋겠네요.
For sure. Food buff, snack buff. Make sure you prep another snack for me when the stakes are high.
All right, feed him on stage and you're going to feed him in game. Last question for you, Guma. Is there anything that you would like to share for your Western fans, maybe? MSI 팬분들께 한마디 해주세요. 영어로 해주세요.
My first win champion in HLE. I keep going champion. so many champions.
So many titles coming
so
for
many
you, Guma.
titles.
Thank you so much for joining us today. 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the help
Thank
and
you.
the
Thank you.
translation. Round of applause for Guma Yoshi, of course, here. And yeah, as we see the celebration, one more time. He deserves it time and time again. People keep on doubting him, Jad, but he keep on proving them wrong. And you could hear the pride of him winning in another team, in another environment. And when he says that it's not the last one, I can only believe him. Sky's the limit for this guy.
They just proved it, right? Like they took a massive risk. Zeus last year won first stand, fell apart a little bit towards the end of the year, and then here at this MSI, it wasn't easy. They were really pushed multiple times, but as he said, like he's been to so many finals. He can be calm. He can be the pillar for the team in those big moments, and he proved it again.
He's also really good at embarrassing me because I definitely just waved at him like this, but he was waving at the fans behind me. So I think mogged. I think I got mogged. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I would have been embarrassed. Embarrassed is the word that I would
It's
use.
fine.
But yeah, I mean, class act, Gumayushi. He's like,
definitely.
it always has felt, the period where he felt like a young player, like a rookie, felt so short because of how confident he presented himself and how quick he was to just lay down a lot of these all-star performances. And you can really see him coming to his own, taking a more veteran, more senior position in this lineup now.
But it always kind of felt like he had that in him. Like, even when it was, hey, look, I can take a step back and let the rest of my team carry, give resources elsewhere, or I can be the one that's going to be able to gobble that up and perform when it matters. And I think that's what we got to see at the end of this series as well, was just what he can do when he's able to have the goal and the lead. So I do think, like, he is an exceptional player, and I'm very excited to see. Like, this, it's mad to think that this only feels like almost the start, like a midway point, if even, of his career. Like, there's so many more years ahead of him.
Also, again, the Grand Slam is so cool, and it's so hard for any other team to replicate because first stand happens so early in the year.
Yeah.
If you don't keep the same roster, you only send one seed from here. It's really tough to actually, like, get in. And the tournament formats are scrappy. So while there are a lot of teams who've, you know, maybe got an MSI, maybe come close to a Worlds. There's a lot of Korean teams where you think maybe they could replicate this. It's going to take a long time before anyone else actually matches that title specifically. It's just going to be two people holding on to it for, I think, a pretty damn long time.
Just because I like golden roads, I want to make up a new term. Will you let me?
Just
I want to.
Can we get the term first?
Yeah. I want to call it a traditional golden road. Win spring, MSI, summer, and Worlds, and I'll give you a traditional golden road, which they would still be eligible for. They were the #1 seed. They won MSI, and they'd be going back.
We'll see.
I don't know if it'll catch on.
The yellow brick road. The yellow brick road is not quite as impressive as the golden road.
I like golden road, like a diamond road or something, just because we were
Silver
ready
road.
to hand out the golden road, and then they extended the road.
Yeah, exactly. It's too
we're
hard.
talking about a Los Angeles level commute here at this point.
Yeah.
It's tough to get to the end of that road.
Well, Golden Road, not this year again, but a Grand Slam, that's for sure. We're halfway through the season here and a lot of amazing things to look forward to here, of course. We'll be back with the LCS and the LEC on July 24th. Until then, on behalf of the entire English broadcast team, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all, guys, for being here with me today. And be kind to each other, of course. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We have gone the distance here in Daejeon, and let's see who has the energy left in the tank to lift this trophy. Here as well as Knight does get himself out of the way. The briefcase doesn't land onto Viper as the Pop Blossom does come down. Sees some assist is stolen. They get on top of the misfortune, but at what cost? Gumayushi trying to dash away from Bin. He is put down to his GA. Shun pops back up again, but Guma flashes out. Now Bin looks to get on top of him, but he dashes out of the way. And this is what a team fight looks like when Gumayushi stays alive. HLE will look for even more as Kanavi celebratorily ults underneath this inner turret. And I think they may have done it. Humble Life Esports may have just ended the Golden Road. Humble Life Esports, they've already done first stand, and they'll do MSI as well.